Ready? Hello.
Well, good morning.
Good
Well, good
morning.
morning.
Oh, we're gonna be
How you
doing
doing?
that, are we? I'm good. I'm doing okay. I actually am.
Good.
It's a Tuesday, which is good, not a Monday. Although I actually had a really good Monday for a change. I'd
Yeah,
actually used the
actually, you
term
did.
Monday. Yeah, I did. It got back to the normal stuff. Hello, Anna, T King, Sandra. Nice to see you. Tina. Good, everybody. And those who came in before, Never Darling, I can't thank you enough for hooking me up with Dr. Silkman. That was epic. Thank you again. Always. And Shill, it's good to see you. Hi was here earlier. If you're still lurking, hello, dear. Miss you, boo. And
Hello,
Halko,
hello.
too. Yeah. And you were in here early, too. Everybody was in here early. Yeah. Lots
Well,
of
what I
coffee going
do is
around.
right.
Yeah,
What I
go.
do is right before I go to bed, I set up
Mm-hmm.
your stream, and then I go to bed. So I have to just wake up my computer, type in my password, and you're there. So yeah,
Ah,
I can get here pretty early.
oh, well, thanks
Uh,
for that.
yeah,
Thanks for that.
yeah.
So when I come on and it says these people, like it's in the middle of the night and I'm doing promos and it says people are watching, that's you, huh?
It might
You're my
be,
speaker.
yeah, it might be till I go to bed because my computer will show it for, like, 5 to 10 minutes before I go to bed before it shuts,
Ah,
whatever. So, yeah,
yeah.
that's probably me. Good
Yeah.
morning, everybody. Are we
Good
ready for
morning.
some crime? I'm
Exactly, for
excited.
some crime. Hey, Tony, how you doing? Hey, hi, there you are. Hello. And I have the link up above. Like, I mean that for breaks, people, during the breaks and during lunch, if you've got things you want to talk about with the trial, I'm open. This is for you guys too. Like, I'm here every day for all of you in the chat. Like, this is where you want to come and hang out and talk about it all with Beck, with me, with sometimes Wreckers here, sometimes Bearded, Godless Granny. But hey, you don't have to be a true crime channel or anything like that. It's all for you. Just the average person, just like me, who gets all geeky. Man, could I hide my geekiness last night? I was just like over the
I know, you
moon,
were so
talking with
excited about
with Dr. Silkme. It was like one of the nicest conversations I've had in quite a while. Oh my goodness,
Nice.
Shield, thank you so much. But oh my, I better go stop my guy who does my outro real quick because I'm gonna have to add some names again.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, he was just gonna work on it this afternoon for me, but okay, thank you so much. Oh wow. Yeah, so Tony, Colin, Ashley, Aaron, and Mrs. Cassandra. If you're not here, I'm shouting you out because you just got gifted another 30-day membership. Thank you again, Shill, for your support. Oh,
Yay, Shill.
you, you,
Excellent, excellent.
mm.
That's some love right there. We like that kind of love.
No, that is and I got my bro comes in once a month and does that. I think the Birdman, the Birdman who does my intros and outros. I call him Birdman, but Mocking Media. He's got his own channel. He does some fantastic video stuff, very smartly
Yeah.
funny stuff. I'm a big fan, but his video skill is like off the chart.
Yeah.
I'm lucky enough to have him do some things for me. Hey there, I'm just talking about you because
There
they
he
just
is.
they just added another 5 memberships. I'm so sorry, walking, but I'm gonna have to change the list again during the break. But thanks. I was just bragging about you too. I know your ears were burning. Your beak was about to fall off, wasn't it? Because I was doing it again. Like I have not. I've been good, right, Beck? I haven't been like shouting them out too much. I haven't been talking about you while you weren't here. I've been very good. I was
That's
actually,
really weird because you've only mentioned him like this is only the second time you've mentioned him since I've been around in the
yeah,
last few weeks, and
I
then
know.
he just shows up.
Yeah, what can I tell you? We got it like that. I don't know. It's like either that or my TRO, like my restraining order is about to expire, and he's looking for more evidence on me. I don't know.
Yeah, that
It's
could be.
like it
That
could
could
be.
be.
No,
It
he's
happens.
no, he's ace. He's definitely aces.
No.
Anybody
Yeah.
who hasn't checked that channel out yet, you bet you get your butts over there because it's gonna be too huge. He's not gonna know us anymore. Yeah,
Because
it's
that's
like, hey,
um,
Jin. Hmm? So, what do you think we're going to see today, huh? Like, I know
well,
that
you
the
know
film,
that we got that voicemail thing. So
the voicemail. What? Oh,
the
maybe that means
what's that?
what? What did you say? The voicemail thing.
Yeah, the where they had that text written out on the screen.
Oh, they did, and it was that she didn't take the call. Are you talking about the text that actually informed us that Paul knew that he was back doing drugs, and now Maggie knew too, and he was telling
That's
Dad
the
that like
one.
Mom knows all about it.
Yep.
Yeah, we were talking about that last night. I was surprised. Dr. Silkman was pretty up on the case. He's got the evidence down, but actually, his actual scenarios were quite intriguing because he was all into even some of the psychological stuff that Luke and I had been turning on, Bearded Heritage and I had done another stream about it, and then the pressure he was on and the backstory, and things like that with actually what was actually going on with this little happy family that was not actually happy at that moment. Like
See,
there
and
may
I
have
called
been.
that.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it is down there. They hide shit, and
Mm-hmm.
they could act like they're friends with everybody, but they, most if Southern people got a skeleton in the closet, they keep it in the closet,
Yeah.
you know.
It's all
So
about a perception, and I get that. It's a different way of looking at
yeah,
things. And um it, listen, that family history on the Murdaugh side is so convoluted from the start. Especially the lawyering and the political connections and stuff like that. There's like so much there. Always
yeah.
grateful. Getting ready for Rex Parade. Throw me something, mister. I have no idea always. It's gonna be I don't know what's gonna go on. I know Harpootlian and Jim Griffin, Dr. Silkman kind of agreed with me. We're kind of on the most of these mistakes are on purpose, laying some groundwork so they have something to work with at the end. They know public opinion was against Alex from the start. They knew the circumstantial evidence was huge. They've been following it all along. And it's true. The jury could go either way, 50-50, right? It's
Yeah,
just a matter of how they decide to look at it. We also know
absolutely.
closing statements are going to be huge. And if we go by opening statements, would you say that like the prosecution kind of had a bigger presentation than Harpootlian? I mean, basically, all he said was, whatever he said, don't believe it.
Yeah, that's
Like,
exactly what he did too.
he was like, yeah, all of that. Like, don't pay attention to that. That's nothing. Like, just trust me. Trust me. I've been here a long time. Like, just trust me. Like, I was like, dude, like evidence would help. Like, because you've already called your client a liar in front of the jury. You've already said,
Right.
so what? He's a liar. So what? He stole millions. So what?
Yeah, yeah, we know,
You
we know. Yeah, 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 what of it?
know?
Oh, jerk came
Oh,
in.
that's right.
Now jerk
Always. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Mhm.
oh, that's so sorry. Let's see if we can get more ridiculous than Mr. Ryger thermometer hands today. Can we
No,
top
listen, to talk to a molecular scientist, all right, with DNA, and he's like, yeah, the guy goes and he puts. I was like, oh, how embarrassing is that? Like, you actually have the credentials. I mean, it would have been better if he was there. Like I'm telling you, without even being on the team. The guy put his hand under his armpit, and that's how he's going to do time. I'm like,
Yeah, he's like,
oh,
"Yeah, just stick my hand under there, it's fine." And sometimes I borrow an anal thermometer from the EMS people.
I
It's what he
exactly.
said.
He borrows it, like, that's it. They weren't
Yeah, he
available,
doesn't
so I
even
can't
own a
do a
$3
proper.
anal thermometer.
Yeah. I might be the coroner, but I'm not actually qualified for this job, and thank goodness SLED is coming so they can tell me what's up, because I need to borrow my thermometer to do time of death, okay? It's like,
Look,
oh.
I'm cr you guys gonna be laughing so hard this morning, I'm crying a little bit.
No, I did, and that was
Oh
what
my
was
god.
so great, because I was, like, wondering if I would be a little intimidated speaking with someone who is so educated on evidence in science. I'm
Yeah.
a big you know me, I'm a big nerd girl, I admit it, like, I don't care. Like, they can
Yeah,
make fun
no,
of
it's
me all they
cool.
want. I got my nose in the books, if it's science, if it's math, if it's, like, all of that, legal drama, whatever, I'm there. But I was a little intimidated with all the credentials, but he made it so simple and so easy and so personable to understand all of it.
Yeah.
It was really refreshing, actually. It was like when it comes to true crime and people that just like things as a hobby like that, I think we've all met our tribe. I think we're gonna have a meeting of the tribes there because we were all on the same page. Just a little obsessed that we want to see things go the way we want, and then just the ability to laugh at some of the absolute ridiculousness going on. I mean, people take this trial stuff so serious. Like I get DMs all the time, like, yo, Claire, you're not a lawyer, right? You know you're not a lawyer, right? I'm like, yes, I know I'm not a lawyer. I'm quite aware I'm not a lawyer. Like, well, you tried to explain this stuff. I said, yeah, well, you can read paragraphs to understand what words mean. I mean, it is a thing, like it's like you can actually do it. And I
Yeah.
do like it as a hobby, but I'm not trying to give any kind of legal advice or tell people what to do. I'm
No.
looking at it as a fan, just like you are, just like everybody in the chat is, just
Yeah.
like it's somebody that finds it interesting. I just like to talk and have a lot more to say about it and enjoy talking about it now out here because I used to just talk in DMs with people about it all the time. I mean, some of my friends like Mandy and Kyle's Goldfish, we go back and forth about like cases all the time and back and stuff. Always Createful and I, now I just get to do it like out here a little bit.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Bearded, you like eating as a holiday? There's a link up there, Freshie. Don't come here and disrupt my stream unless you want to come up here, like Luke. But I do like that you're here, dude. I do. And I'm glad you got to come in a little bit for yesterday, but you missed an awesome stream with Dr. Silkman because it was like 2 a.m. in the morning for you, I understand. But you should catch that replay. The dude was awesome. I know you're gonna
I'm
gonna love everything he had to say.
I gotta go back and watch it because I caught the very beginning just for a few minutes.
Hmm.
And then, I had to go produce for my friend who was running a stream, and then I came back and you guys were like, "Okay, well, that's great, that's done." And I was like,
Hmm.
"Oh." So I
Hmm.
only caught little tidbits, but,
Hmm.
yeah, he seemed like a really nice guy, brilliant,
Yeah.
definitely knows what he's talking about
and
for
and
sure.
so personable and friendly and easy, like going the conversation just flowed, and I love those. Like I as you know, I get on there and talk like Luke does his psychology thing, or answers and reasons we do more of
Yeah.
the atheists or some of the other conversations. And they're so easy, like the big topics, but just making it casual so people can understand both sides of the situation and actually impart some information. And some of the
Yeah.
nicest DMs I got last night and even this morning I woke up to was how easy Dr. Silkman made that. The conversation was so flowing. They learned something about the gathering of evidence. They learned something about the quality of evidence and how to look at
Nice.
things, and that the fact that they actually found it informative or took something away from it new and different, that was like the biggest compliment you could possibly pay me, because that's exactly what I want to do out here. Is just keep the information going, get the right stuff out, make it easy for people to understand, and just share it.
Yeah.
So I was just thrilled. I was thrilled. I really was. Yeah. Mm.
Bearded Heretic said, "Did what he say add up to what I've said?" We don't remember
Yes
everything you
and no.
said.
You don't. Oh gosh, don't let
You
him say that.
remember?
Luke, you know I hang on every word you say, boo. Don't worry. Don't let Beck speak for me. No. Are you kidding? Don't you do that, Beck. He's one of my, no offense, but he's one of my favorite guests. I could talk to that man, don't blush, Bearded, for hours. And I have for hours,
Yeah.
just about anything.
Yeah.
And I love to stream with him. So yeah. No, don't be sad. That was Beck, not me. I
No,
swear.
I just have too many people I'm trying to keep track of. Do you know how many people in the chat have thrown their ideas out there? It's really
Okay.
like I can't.
Bearded, I do believe, or Bearded, I don't think you think it's an accident, do you, Bearded? I know Colin and I are going on the going after the dog kind of accidental thing, but actually, after Dr. Silkman last night does not think it was an accident. He thinks it was. He was thinking about it for a while. Some of it was planned, but then opportunistically, everything came to a head, and it was like go time. And there you go. And because he actually did get the people there, he made valid points about, yeah, you see how it is, Bearded, with Beck, right? Like I couldn't just like yes, that's what you did say, Bearded. Go watch it. He's very
I
much
said the
attuned to a
same
lot of what
thing.
you said. Yeah, a lot what you said. And Beck wants full credit too. Okay, we'll give him some credit too. Beck
I didn't
needs
know he
full
said
credit.
that, but I'm so
Mhm,
glad he did because I was
mhm.
trying to kind of I was convinced in my head and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna argue with anybody, but I really don't think it was an accident.
Mhm.
So
Oh,
I'm glad I'm glad I'm not nuts.
look at this is so nice. Sandra, this is oh come on, go up there. I love being here with the family. Claire and what the back and chat. Love the pure fun and giggles. And the food talk. Yes, in between the breaks. Yes. That's cool. We have to, right? Because if we take this too serious, especially as crazy it got with all the information that was coming at us with the prosecution side, especially when they started bringing in the 404B,
Uh-huh.
the prejudicial information from prior crimes, meaning the financial crimes, 100 of them, 18 indictments. Like, we're not talking a little bit
Oh,
of
is that
stuff
all?
here. That's all. Yeah. It's like, this man's going to keep those lists that you gave me, every civil case this man is involved in, every criminal case this man is involved with. There are more Murdaughs now on my list than my list. My list had 25 active cases on it, Beck. And when you gave me that file, there's now 40 more added to it
Phew.
just on Murdaugh. Like, it's insane. Like, that's, and I'm not tracking it all. I'm telling you that right now. I was like, if it has anything to do with him after this murder, I'm just like, yep, he did it. That's fine. I don't have to tell anybody about it. That's okay. I'm okay. Um, yeah, Bearded says 100% it was fantasized about and the opportunity arose. I think dogs and drugs provided the catalyst for something that he'd already gone over in his head. Exactly. And
Oh yeah.
he had the meeting that day with his partners, and Jenny Seckinger practically told him he was nailed, at least on the 792,000. He had a conversation with Chris Wilson, his friend, his very, very good friend, who he threw under the bus for the money and was having him cover. And Chris says, I can't cover anymore. Where's the money? Okay, that happened. Okay, Paul
Yep.
sends him a test that Maggie now knows that he's still doing drugs again. Whoops, here we go. Okay, right?
Yep.
And then we've got Mark Tinsley pushing 3 days from now for discovery in the Mallory Beach lawsuit, to where all of his banking accounts had to be disclosed, and everybody's going to find out about the fake accounts. Everybody's going to find out about the stuff that's in Maggie's name. Okay, Maggie's going to find out. Paul's going to find out. We got perhaps the other thing we talked about was the emotional pressure of Maggie and Paul and Bearded. This is like kind of a little bit added to what you and I were talking about when we were talking about how he looked at his family. We forgot to
Mhm.
think about, what if Maggie, who was now, we've heard in testimony, talking about, I don't care about the money. I could do with less. Let's just do the right thing. Let's settle the Mallory Beach case. Let's get this over with. Let Paul do the right thing. Let Paul do the right thing. Maybe Paul was talking about doing the right thing and going, I don't want to go to trial and fight this. I want to just tell them what I did and take my manslaughter and just be done with it.
Yeah.
Maybe he was going to actually go against Murdaugh tradition to buck the
To
system
be
and do
honest,
whatever and be honest. Right. And here it is. After Alec went through all the trouble with the obstruction and all the people, like some of that money went to greasing hands. Just look at how the family was treated different than everybody else involved in that case, which is why Mark Tinsley got involved. It was evident that there was something going on. There weren't breathalyzer tests. There was an investigation going on. Everybody was like backing away from it. And yet a young woman died. And we know Paul didn't intend her to. Nobody's saying he went out of his way to do anything to that young woman, but he was under the influence, driving a boat, an accident happened, and people got hurt. That's manslaughter. That's not,
yeah.
you know, that's not murder, right? So you do, you take what you got, you take your lump, right? Maybe it was like that, and maybe that was the last straw. That was the, oh no you didn't moment, like,
Yeah,
because
you're
he
not gonna
said
let the
he
Murdaugh skeleton out of the closet.
right. Always Createful reminded me of something last night. Alex Murdaugh actually said in one of the interviews, Paul, why did he have to get involved?
I know. What was up with that?
That's a loud statement of, was it telling mom about the drugs? Was it having conversations with mom about settling Mallory Beach? Okay. And here's the other thing. The Mallory Beach case, they settled for the estate afterwards. Perhaps they were having conversations with Paul and Maggie about how they wanted to get out of the thing.
Yep.
Perhaps
Yeah.
they already had some mindset, instead of just being so nice to Buster. Muster, I almost called him Murder Buster. Buster Murdaugh's name is now Muster. Okay.
Okay, we
Um
got it. Buster, got it.
I need more coffee. That's a signal of, but
Murder is murder is Alex and go ahead.
yeah, yeah. Murderer. Yeah. Yes. But mm, mm,
Yeah, no, it's gonna
but
be interesting where they go with this, and man,
mm,
he just has so much pointing at him. I don't know how anybody could just say, "No, he had nothing to do with anything. He's absolutely
mm,
innocent." You know?
yeah.
I don't
Oh.
I just don't see it right now.
I don't know. Hold my beer. That's so nice of you to say. Thank you very much. And thank you, Sandra. Like, it's a little rough this morning, I'll admit, because I talked a lot yesterday. But that's a nice compliment, because it's the only one I got. I can't give you another one. It's the only voice I have. Um, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never says it was Neverly here says, it was, to me, it was about the drugs. Maggie was onto him. Paul wanted to support his dad with being clean. All the while Alex was using. Yes, and my point, Bearded, is that he was losing that, they're his and they're the apple of his eye and he loves them so much. And he was losing respect in their eyes. They were pushing back with the, hey, you might not be doing the right thing. Hey, you're doing wrong. And I think that could have shattered it too. That could have really escalated everything. Um, yep. Remember, we don't actually need details of what happened. The gun doesn't need to be placed in his hands. Means, motive, opportunity is enough if argued well enough. Exactly. That's why you're
That's
going to
right.
love last night's stream, because that's exactly what Dr. Silkman said. Look at all these circumstantial evidence and look how it all links together. And hopefully, the prosecution has done a really good job, especially in closing arguments, of painting that picture. And I came up with some theories too, because he did point out that I'm correct in looking at what's missing and why is it missing, and the weight of the evidence that's missing, what's not there, and what Alex has actually been saying himself. And he said that was actually, that's the clincher for him too. What's missing? The shirt, the shoes, the guns, anything that would have had tangible direct evidence that he couldn't deny on it. DNA.
Agreed.
Okay, fingerprints, DNA. And he's a lawyer and he knows this. He was the only one there. If he didn't do it, he knows damn well who did. And if he ain't going to say who did, he's going to go down for this. There's no other way.
Yeah.
No one else. If those dogs never barked, and we have video, the clip that shows those dogs were not upset at 8:49
Yeah,
at
like
all.
within
Right.
minutes
They
of
would
the
have
time,
been
right?
just walking up. If like Dick Harpootlian's theory of ninjas in the trees is right, okay, at least the dogs would have been barking their heads off if there were ninjas in the tree getting ready to sniper at these people. But that
Oh,
we
yeah.
know that that's ridiculous, you know. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Up and
definitely.
Bearded says, remember, stress is the key indicator for familicide. This guy had a lot of stressors at this time. That's
Yes.
right. You know what, Bearded? I was so disappointed that they did not bring a psychologist on to explain about the stress and what happens with the, they're out there going, happy family. He couldn't do it. He's a father. He's a husband. Why didn't they bring somebody on like yourself to talk about, well, yeah, it happens. This is why stress. And
Yep.
he had stress, and it's possible that he could have done it under those conditions. It's a just a falsehood to put it out there that it's impossible. Just to
Yeah, but
open the door. Yeah.
but at the same time, if you bring in a psychologist or whatever that
Mhm.
hasn't directly talked to him, then it's all guessing. That's the problem with that. Well, I could
Mhm.
say that he may, he might, he could, he possibly. It's not like it's going to be any definitives without um, a couple months of talking and blah blah blah. Like if he already had a therapist and he had
Right.
divulged everything, and you drag that guy in, he'd be screwed. But I think that's the big problem with that, is because there's no interview, there's no talking to him. Somebody's going to have to spend that time in order to be able to stand there and testify and
Mhm.
legally say, yeah, this guy is fucking nuts and I think he killed his family. Like
Right.
that would take a lot. So,
Well,
and
he's
considering how much information is involved with this case, I think the
mhm.
prosecution did pretty good. I mean, that's a mess to try to keep up with, really.
Yeah, it was, and it was good to hear actually the other opinion too, that perhaps they could have done less with the 404B, because I've been saying that, right? Like 4 witnesses would have done it for me. Like Jenny
Yeah.
Seckinger, okay, definitely the CFO of the partnership. Chris
Hmm.
Wilson, his best friend that he stole from where he was hiding the money. Okay. Mark Tinsley about the pressure that's coming down from Mallory Beach. Okay. And Tony Satterfield, the settled case where he admitted to stealing from that young kid.
Yep.
Like, okay. Those four, oh, we're on. Those four would have did it for me. Here comes the
Oh, I
judge.
agree.
Here comes the judge.
Here comes the judge. Well, we got to bring the jury in. Wonder if we're going to have a little conversation this morning.
I would imagine.
Good morning. I have two issues. I don't know if you all have something. First, we have a juror who is not feeling well and who uh, is at a doctor's appointment. Juror number 441. That juror is not here. We will need to replace that juror with an alternate. As I understand it, this is a juror who took the place of another juror. Took place of 220. Any comment, state or the defense?
Court's indulgence, one moment. Remember, I apologize, Your Honor, 441.
Maybe someone heard it from your side.
The question would be, is she indicated she's too ill to be here, or she's just gone to a doctor's appointment and could be here by?
Not feeling well. They have doctor's appointment. I haven't spoken with the juror. This note came from someone. Did it come from the clerk's office? From the jury coordinator?
Harpoo saying he or she when he shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
Pull out documents we haven't really looked at in 4 weeks.
Can you have the juror coordinator come up?
Is that volume up all the way, Claire?
Let me just double check.
Okay, it might be me.
Nope, it needs to go up. There you go. Hopefully that's
Thank
better.
you.
Now, they do have alternates for things like this. Why is Harpootlian getting all upset?
Well, it might be which alternate he wants or something. I don't know what's going on.
Sherry. Okay.
No objection to replacing her. These are 2 alternates, right?
Your Honor, that's fine with proceeding if that's the court's desire to proceed on. Certainly, I don't have any objection either.
Proceeding as opposed to what?
I mean, if she's at the doctor's appointment, I don't know if that was something that would keep her out for a while. That would be the only thing, but obviously she's not here and not feeling well, so that's why we have the alternates.
And Your Honor, and I know you were going to tell the jury, day 21, and we'd like to not be doing day 31. And if this delays it, we sit here and wait to find out what her health condition is. It might go on for a while. So we'd rather go ahead and proceed.
All right, Madam Jury Coordinator, what?
Your Honor, can I make a statement right quick?
Yes, sir.
We think the defense will be rested. We will rest our case by Friday, probably late day Friday. And then I don't know if the state has any reply, but we're looking at finishing early next week. I don't know if it makes sense to notify the jury of this anticipated schedule, and if that creates that we know we're going to lose some people if they're aware right now that we may be finishing early next week and we'd be coming up short. I just don't want to come up short. That's
All right.
And Your Honor, of course, that's all predicated on cross-examination and reply.
Ms. Sherry, did you receive a call from a juror or some communication from the juror? Tell us about it. Stand and tell us about it.
Down in general session, she took the message and they said they weren't feeling good this weekend and that he has a doctor's appointment.
All right. So it's same as the other juror who ended up in the emergency room, and we replaced that juror. So we now have, we'll need to select by lot the next juror. Out of the 3, we need another juror. Any objection to the clerk randomly pulling out the number out of the box?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
See who we have. Tell us who it is, juror number.
Juror number 530.
You know who that is. All right, juror number 530 will become part of the regular panel. Secondly, I've been receiving over the past 2 to 3 days emails concerning a social media post by Mr. Griffin commenting upon witnesses' testimony and
Uh-oh.
quality of the investigation by the state. And it appeared on my Twitter feed this morning.
Oh.
Mr. Griffin, is this part of your defense strategy or?
Your Honor, all I did was retweet an article that was published in the Washington Post. I didn't put any comment. I didn't make any statement. I just retweeted the article that's in the newspaper. That's all I did.
We had an NBA player who retweeted an article, professional basketball player who retweeted an article that resulted in him being suspended from the NBA for about 10 days and cost him about $10 million in salary. So retweeting is the same as, to some, as if your tweet. It appeared, I didn't know that, well, I mean, I'm not a Twitter friend of yours, but it just appeared on my, under Twitter. First thing up this morning was you. We had the lawyer who had a similar name to, a person with a similar name to our lawyer witness, and it was someone else by the same name. In your interest, your instance, it's your name and your picture. So
Retweet the article, no question about it.
yeah, well, I've been reviewing Rule 3.6 regarding that, and whereas the rule does not specifically state that the lawyers are prohibited from criticizing witnesses during the course of the trial or commenting on a case that they're actively participating in. I think it goes against the spirit of the law, of the rule, and it doesn't pass the field test. So that's, to quote Judge Kynard, it didn't pass the field test. So you should not post or repost anything that would give me or the general public, or hopefully never land in the hand of a juror who, the jurors were instructed not to discuss the case, and obviously that did not extend to the lawyers, but it's not a good practice, and it could easily lead to modification of our rules that might specifically address something like that. So I'll leave it at that.
Stand, Your Honor, I will not retweet anything or tweet anything until this trial is over.
Yes, sir. Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, you may bring the jury.
Ooh, I thought it was going to be worse than that.
Jim's big foot out of the door and in his mouth. Holy boy!
How does he have a job? He keeps screwing up.
I'm just like, he could have got sanctioned. That judge don't mess around.
Yep.
I'm
Nope.
telling you. I'm just, that's just humorous to me. Like, come on. This is just that's bad manners. I mean, you know how I feel about lawyers with bad manners. That was like
Oh,
the worst
yeah.
thing he could do. That was
Oh, yeah.
no tweeting and stretch 5 times a day or exactly, Halco. Don't mess with this judge. And I'm glad that most of the people I talk to all have the same opinion. He just don't play. And when he sends people to their room, or he
Yeah.
tells you you're on the line, or he actually walks out of the room and says, "Y'all deal with this yourself. You're being ridiculous." He just
Yeah,
leaves.
which is
That
great.
was so good. That was like so good. But oh
But I
man.
agree with on
Morning.
juror. Retweeting is an endorsement of the
Sure.
contents.
Day number 21.
My
Now
bar
the
won't go
defense's
away on the
case.
bottom there. What's that? Like
As
I'm
you all might know,
Mm.
one juror is missing, absent.
I don't know. It's weird.
And that
It is weird.
juror
I don't know, and I don't want to mess with you because I don't
has
want
to
the
be
damn thing to go
replaced,
off.
and that juror is being replaced by juror number
Go and just
530.
adjust your volume just a little bit, just so
Juror
it
number
has some activity, and it might go
539.
back away when you bring your mouse off of it.
You think so?
Juror number 530, you're one
Oh,
of the
look at that!
first
You're a
12 now.
genius. This is why you're a producer, and
participating
I'm
member of
just,
the regular
I'm just a
jury
mic,
panel.
man. That's me. I'm just a
No.
mic. That's it.
I'm
That's all
not
I
that
got. Mic
amazing.
skill.
Press on
That's
with
it.
our case, and hopefully we'll not have much more attrition, but it's understandable the longer this case goes. We'll proceed now with the defense's case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense will call Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr., also known as Buster Murdaugh.
Buster Murdaugh.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Okay, we got to mute now. This is too good. Okay.
Raise your right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You'll have a seat up on the witness stand. Adjust your chair and your microphone. And if you'll state your full name and spell your last name.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr., Murdaugh. I go by Buster.
Mr. Murdaugh, is your father sitting over here at defense table?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where you born? Where you raised? Where'd you go to school?
Right. So my name is Buster, 26 years old. I live in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. I was born in Savannah and lived in Beaufort for about 2 years when I was a little child. We moved to Hampton in about 2000, and I grew up in Hampton, went to Wade Hampton High School. And after high school, I went to a small college in Spartanburg called Wofford.
Is your mother Maggie
Yes, sir.
and your brother Paul?
Yes, sir.
When you moved to Hampton, do you remember how old you were when you first moved to Hampton?
Three or four.
Okay. And did you live in Hampton, in a house in the city limits,
Yes,
the
sir.
town limits?
Yes, sir.
And you did that with your mom and dad and brother for how long?
For around 20 years.
Right. What schools did you go to coming up through in Hampton County? Would you go to grade school?
Went to Ben Hazel Primary School, Hampton Elementary School, North District Middle School, Wade Hampton High School.
And as you were growing up, what were your interests, Buster?
Sports, playing sports, doing things outdoors, hunting, fishing.
And was your father involved in those interests with you?
Yes, sir.
And was your mother also?
Yes, sir.
And in what way?
Well, my father coached every little league team I played on up until I started playing for the schools in which had a coach.
And what about Paul? What were his interests growing up?
Paul's interests were outdoors mostly, hunting, fishing, playing around in the woods.
Did he also play sports at times?
He did. Yeah, he played basketball and baseball.
Did your dad coach him as well?
He did.
And would your parents attend all of your and Paul's sporting events as you're growing?
Every game. And it was a rarity for them to miss one. And then if they had to, they would call and explain. And
Right. And at some point in time, did your parents buy this property off Moselle Road?
yes, sir.
You remember roughly when that was?
Right around 2012, I think. I would have been a sophomore in high school.
And when that property was first purchased, did you move out to Moselle or are you still living in Hampton?
So we had a house in Hampton and also purchased the property at Moselle, which had a house. And for the beginning stages of owning Moselle, Hampton was still working as our primary residence. But I believe it was Hurricane Matthew, or one of the hurricanes came through and blew a bunch of pine trees over on the house. So it had to get work done to it. And from that point, we moved out from Hampton to Moselle while the house was getting fixed. And more or less, it just kind of, it never transitioned back to Hampton. It just almost like Moselle became the primary residence.
And during this time, did your family also have a house at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
How frequently would you stay at the house at Edisto?
Very frequently during the summertime, almost every weekend.
And when your family essentially relocated to the Moselle property, making it primary residence, were you still living at home in high school, or remember how old you were at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jim. Will you say that again?
Were you living at home at that point in time? Was that while you were still in high school or
Yes.
school? You remember when you transitioned to Moselle and started staying there basically full time during the school year?
So when I was still in high school, we were living in the Hampton house, and then I'd gone off to college,
Okay.
which is when the stuff happened, and they moved out to Moselle. So yeah, I was living at college.
And when did you go off to college?
2014.
Okay. So sometime after around 2014, family relocated to Moselle for the most part
That's right.
because of the hurricane damage. Is
Yes,
that-
sir.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about the Moselle property. I know they've heard a fair amount, but I think you probably know it better than anybody.
Yeah. So the Moselle property it's roughly 1,700 acres. And a lot of that is really not even accessible. It's a lot of swamplands, a lot of stuff that you just, no road systems or anything like that. But a big portion of it is has road systems and everything. And it's a big property. It's broken up into several different parcels that border each other. And, we have 20 some odd deer stands, dove fields, duck ponds, just all over the property. So
What type of hunting did you and your brother and your father do at Moselle?
everything, deer, duck, quail, dove, hogs.
You have a duck pond?
We have a duck pond.
Okay. And the hunting did you have a lot of friends come out and hunt as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the jury has seen a aerial view of the property, and there's a main house, there's shed, kennels, and then there's a house sort of right on Moselle Road. What do you call that house?
That's the cabin.
The cabin. And did you live in the cabin with friends over summers at some point in time?
I did. The summer of my sophomore year, after my sophomore year, me and two of my buddies lived in the cabin.
Okay. And who are those buddies?
Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And so we can get more of this. We've heard about hogs and pigs on the property. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
About the hogs?
Yes, sir.
We had a lot of hogs, and if you don't know, hogs are very destructive to a piece of property. We plant food plots for the deer, plant the fields for the doves and the ducks, and they basically go through and ruin it all. So given the high population of hogs, we, would frequently go out and hunt them, try to cut the numbers down a little bit.
Did, what kind of guns did you have there at Moselle?
We had a lot of guns.
Do you have shotguns?
We did shotguns,
Do you have 12 gauge shotguns?
12 gauge shotguns, 20 gauge shotguns, 16 gauge shotguns, 28 gauge shotguns,
Right. And how many type rifles did you have on the property?
a lot.
Can you just name some of them?
Yeah, 270 short mag, 7mm 08, 308, 243, 223, 300 blackout.
And what type of ammo did you keep on the property?
Well, I mean, all ammos for those calibers.
Sure. And where were the guns kept primarily?
In the gun room at the main house at Moselle,
And was there a pool table in the gun room?
there was.
Okay. Were there times when guns were left elsewhere on the property?
Yes.
Where else on the property would guns be left?
Well, just myself. I mean, I've left them up at the shed before. I've left them on golf cart used that day. Left them in a truck. I mean, guns would just not always find their way back to the gun room.
How about Paul? How was he with securing guns?
Not good.
What do you mean by that?
Paul left guns probably more on the property than anybody else. And sometimes sometimes he would use my gun and then he would leave it and then I'd have to track it down.
Right. Did Paul carry guns in his truck?
He did.
Would he keep his truck locked up?
No, not all the time.
Did at some point in time you and Paul receive 300 blackouts for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember roughly, was that 2016 or 2017?
Sounds right.
Okay. And what color was your 300 blackout?
It was black.
And have you been sitting in this courtroom during the entire trial?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen a black 300 blackout. Is that yours?
It is. That is my 300 blackout.
Was that the one you got for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
And what color was Paul's?
Paul's was black and tan.
And when you say black and tan, what part was tan and what part was black?
So the receiver would have been tan and and barrel would have been tan.
What part would have been black?
Stock maybe?
Okay. And so yours was all black, his was black and tan.
That's right.
What happened to his that he got for Christmas in 2016? Or 17?
His gun was apparently stolen, lost, taken. Yeah.
How do you know that?
That's just what Paul told me.
What happened to your gun after Paul's was stolen?
My gun became, what we would both use.
And did that create some confrontation between you two at times?
Yes, sir.
And why?
Well, kind of like I just touched on. So he would use it. He's not very good about putting it back where he found it. I leave it somewhere. I go back and, want to get it and it's not there.
Did you notice, were you aware that Paul got a replacement at some point in time?
No, sir.
Well, you heard about that in the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Trial. Okay. But up to that point, did you ever see Paul use the replacement?
No, sir. I've never seen a replacement.
So every time in your presence, Paul was using a 300 blackout, which one would it be?
Mine.
There's, I'm not going to pull these guns out, Buster, but there's been discussion and the jury has seen a 12 gauge Benelli with a Mojo sticker on it. Whose gun is that?
That's mine.
And what's Mojo?
Mojo is a brand of decoy. It's basically what it is it's, say you buy a wood duck Mojo and it sits on a pole, but the wings are motorized. So it's to replicate, a more alive duck.
And did you, why's your Benelli have a Mojo sticker on it?
Because I bought a Mojo decoy, and in the box it came with a sticker, and I put the sticker on the gun barrel.
And so that way you know that's your gun.
That's right.
I believe the evidence in the case is that Mojo Benelli, when it was seized, was loaded. Did you frequently put the gun away loaded?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Knowing that I might need it again at any point,
Okay.
just, put it back on the shelf. I kept the safety on.
Okay. And I think it was loaded with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch turkey load. Do you remember that you would load that gun with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch?
Yes, sir.
And why would you do that?
I do that because when I go turkey hunting, the goal is to, get the turkey close to you and shoot it in the first try. But if I were to miss and the turkey goes running away and I try to shoot it again, I put a bigger shell, larger shell behind the smaller one for that purpose.
Okay. And that's something you commonly did.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever load in a 12 gauge, 20 gauge, 28 gauge, a buckshot followed by a bird shot?
No, sir. I've never done that.
Have you ever known anybody to do that?
No, sir.
Do you know of any reason to do that?
No, I can't think of any reason to do that.
And specifically, have you ever loaded in any gun a buckshot followed by dry lock steel waterfowl pellet?
I have not.
You know anybody to do that?
No, sir.
You know any reason to do that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you ever seen any guns on your property loaded in that fashion?
No, sir.
Buckshot with some sort of bird shot right behind it?
No, sir.
The jury's heard testimony about goings and comings, which way you go in and go out at Moselle. How many entrances were there at Moselle?
2 entrances.
And will you describe the 2 entrances?
So the main entrance is pretty much straight out of the front door of the house. You would go down a dirt road and then you would come up on big brick columns. And that's what I refer to as the main entrance. But down by the kennels is another entrance. And that one is a little bit different. That one has the mailbox beside it. And those are the 2 entrances.
Okay. So let's talk about coming onto the property. Which entrance coming onto the property would your mother normally take?
I would say normally everybody took the main entrance unless that there was a reason that you needed to go down the other one, which for her reasons of going down the other one would be the mailbox. And also when we got packages delivered from Amazon, they actually would go to the shed as opposed to the house.
So your deliveries would go not to the yellow or whatever white house that you lived in, but down at the shed.
That's right.
Okay. Now, leaving Moselle, the property, which way would you, Alex, your mom, Paul normally go leaving Moselle?
Out of the main gate.
Okay. And if you're going to Alameda, which way do you turn coming out of the main gate?
To the right.
The in 2020, 2021, during the summer months, where did your mother prefer to stay?
At Edisto.
And where were you staying, say, in the spring, summer of 2021? Where were you living?
Spring, Moselle.
And then summer, where'd you move to? Or
I was down at Edison a lot in the summer.
Okay. And then, and where was Paul living in the, say, spring of 2021?
He's saying spring of 20 or 21.
21. Now, man, maybe I said the wrong thing. In the spring of 2021, where were you living?
Spring of 2021.
Did you have an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, I did have an apartment in
You
Columbia.
split time between Columbia and Moselle, and
Yes, sir.
you have a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the summer of 2021, well, in June, where were you living?
Between Columbia and between Rock Hill.
Okay. And who lived in Rock Hill?
My girlfriend's mom.
And then in the spring up through June of 2021, where was Paul living?
In Columbia.
He had an apartment in Columbia.
Yes, sir.
And was he enrolled at University of South Carolina in the spring of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And then once school got out, you know where Paul relocated to? Anywhere?
No, not exactly. I know that. I mean, I think he went down to live with John Marvin. He was working for him for the summertime.
And who's John Marvin?
My uncle.
And what kind of business does John Marvin have?
He has a rental business and he sells Kubota tractors.
And where does he have store locations?
One in Okatee, one in Hampton.
And was Paul working at the Ogatee location?
Yes.
Just sort of backing up, did you and your dad and mother and brother Paul do a lot of things with your mother's family, the Brandstetters?
Yes, sir.
What type of things would y'all do?
Well, we gather every holiday, and other than that, we would do trips together. We would go down to Key West, go over to my Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart's lake house, river house, just
Right.
stuff like that. Take trips, family trips.
And I'm just going to pull up on the screen, Doug, Defendant's Exhibit 122, which is in evidence, Your Honor. And Buster, take a look on the screen, and I believe your Aunt Marion testified about this. Can you tell the jury what this photo is?
This is a photo of me and my brother and my mom and my dad.
And was this taken in, I think, May 21? You were up for a baby shower, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And where was this?
So this is this is at Lake Kiwi in a community called the Reserve.
Okay. And y'all are visiting with whom?
With my aunt and uncle, Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart,
And for what purpose?
for my oldest cousin's baby shower.
All right. And was events like this unusual or
No,
fairly
sir.
frequent?
They're common.
And was your father close with Maggie's dad, your grandfather, Papa T, as it's been heard in this, it's been known in this courtroom?
Yes, sir. He was.
What kind of things would they do together?
They would do a lot together. For a long time, there was my grandfather had a camping trip, and Papa T frequented the camping trip. He liked that. Dad and Papa T would go to Carolina sporting events together, play golf together.
And did you spend a lot of time with your dad and your grandfather, Papa T?
Yes, sir.
You play golf with him?
Yes, sir.
We'll get to that in a little bit. And let's talk about your dad's side of the family. Was it a close knit family?
Yes, sir.
And your grandfather, your dad's father, his name was what?
Handsome.
Handsome. And that was a nickname, I think.
Yes, sir. It's what grandchildren called him.
Everybody-
Well, it started as grandchildren calling him, and then all of our friends started calling him that.
But that was Randolph Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
And then your grandmother's name, Libby.
Yes, sir.
And they lived close by, is that correct?
That's right.
Where do they live?
Alameda.
And in relation to, I guess, Hampton, where's Alameda?
So straight down 278, like you're going to Yemassee.
Okay. And how far away is it from, say, the law office of PMPED to your grandparents' house?
Right.
Roughly how far is that?
10 minutes.
And how far of a drive would it have been from your house in Hampton?
I mean, roughly the same.
Right. And you know roughly how far of a drive would have been from the house in Moselle?
Probably more like 20.
And
25 maybe.
And did you and your mom and your dad and your brother Paul spend a lot of time with the Murdaugh side of the family?
Yes, sir.
And what would y'all do together?
Similar stuff, obviously gathering during the holidays, various things like that. We would take trips with that side of the family as well. You know, get out everybody, rent a big house, you know, meet up on the water on the weekends, just a lot of stuff going on with that side of the family as well.
And so I guess let's go back and, well, let's identify on your dad's side of the family. Did your dad have brothers and sisters?
Yes, sir.
Who are they?
John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn.
And then John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn had children, did they?
Yes, sir.
So he had a lot of cousins,
Yes, sir.
and the families would get together, those cousins and aunts and uncles.
That's right.
Okay. And was there property down on Chichessie that y'all would spend time at?
Yes, sir. That was the family river house, Chichessie.
And where is that located?
So it's located in Okatee, Waters Avenue, off the Chichessie River.
Right.
It's pretty desolate.
The in the spring, in May and June of 2021, what was your grandfather Handsome's health condition as you knew it?
Not good. He wasn't in good health.
What do you understand his health problems to be?
I understand he had cancer, and I understood that, you know, he was having a pretty big battle with it.
And what was your grandmother? What'd you call your grandmother?
M.
Yes,
sir.
What health issues did she have in May and June of 2021?
She has Alzheimer's.
And would your dad frequently check on Handsome and M?
Yes, sir. He
Would you go with your dad to check on Handsome and M?
I would occasionally go with them too. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what times of day would you go with your dad to check on your grandparents?
It could have been any time. Went over at lunch a lot of times. Went over in the evenings a lot. Just no real set schedule. Just kind of mosey on over there.
When would your mother go with your dad?
She would, not regularly, but she went.
Would Paul stop in and check on your
Yeah,
grandparents?
yes, sir.
Was that fairly regularly for something Paul to do? to your
Yeah,
knowledge?
Paul would do it regularly as well.
When you would go with your dad in the evenings, and maybe it's not limited to the evenings, where would you park when you go visit your grandparents?
For the most part, just like a ordinary afternoon visit, parking, you know, the garage, the carport. But if we went over a little bit later, then we would pull around to the back side of the house and be able to enter through the back door.
Okay. And what's at the back side of the house?
So when you walk in the back side, it's like we called it a sunroom, but it's, you know, a dining table. It's got a TV in there. And then that is right next to the kitchen. And then if you're in the kitchen and you go to the right, then that's where my grandparents' room is.
Doug, if you could pull up page 38 from State's Exhibit 524, please, that's in evidence. '24, I believe it is. Page 38. Yes. And that's page 38. So Buster, this is from State's Exhibit 524, which is an evidence, which is the GPS data off the OnStar provided from General Motors. And can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what's that house?
So that's my grandparents' house at Alameda.
All right. And these dots in the back, and I'm going to point to this line of dots just right next to the circle that Doug drew. Do you see them when they seem to be connected right here on the far right?
Yes, sir.
Where is that on the property?
So that's right off the back corner of the house.
Is that a place where you'd normally park to go in the back of the house?
Yes, sir. That is where
Have you parked there yourself?
I have.
Have you seen other family members park there?
I have.
Is that a customary place to park when you go in the back door where the kitchen sunroom is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photos, which are exhibits 130 to 136. And I'll ask you if you can just identify them. Don't show them to the jury, but just tell us what those photographs are of.
So these photos are of the area we're talking about off the back corner of the house at Alameda.
All right. Your Honor, this time I move defendant's exhibits 130 through 136 in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. So Doug, please pull up exhibit 133. And Buster, tell us what 133 is, please.
Yeah, so this is the back door entrance to where I was just talking about, to enter into the sunroom kitchen, into the kind of back quarters where my grandparents' bedrooms were.
All right. And if you'll pull up 134, Doug, please. And what's 134?
Same thing, same backside of the property, just a little bit of a different angle.
So the part of the house to the right of the photo, what's that? Can you see here?
Yeah, so that right there would be my grandparents' bedroom.
Okay, so that's in the evening, your grandparents would be in that part of the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you went to the garage entrance, what would happen? What would be required of your grandparents or some sitter to let you in?
Yeah, so you could go and knock, but a lot of times they're in the back part of the house and they don't hear you. So you normally call and say like, "Hey, I'm at the front. I need to be, let in." And they'd have to walk from the back to the front, unlock the door, and let you in.
But if you're in the back, how far is the walk?
Quarter of the distance it would be to walk to it's very short.
And was it common to go in the back door?
Yes, sir.
And is it? And then I'm going to show you exhibit 131. Please pull that up, Doug. So, Your Honor, can you step down off the stand and point to the jury where? So Buster, step aside so that the jury you're not blocking their view. I don't have a pointer, but can you point out in this photo where you would normally park? All right, yeah, point out to the jury where you normally park to go into the.
So you would park, right about here, coming right off the
basically the corner of the house, and this is the same stairway to go up to the back door.
So you'd park in the grass
Yes, sir.
and near that satellite dish, or not near the satellite dish?
Yeah,
Objection.
Where would you park in
Leading.
relation to the satellite dish?
Yeah, right there close to it.
All right. And that was. Now, hang on, Buster. I'm sorry. Come back. What's this structure right here?
That's what we call the cook shed.
And maybe and what's in the cook shed?
A couple couches, big TVs. That's mostly where my grandfather used to have a cookout on every third Thursday of a month, and that's where he would have his little gathering. It's just an open concept in there with a kitchen, TV, couple couches.
All right. Hang on, Doug. Can you pull up 132 while Buster's still standing here? Buster, what's this structure to the right of as you're looking at the cookhouse?
That's old shed.
Okay. Now, roughly, what's the distance between the cookhouse and the cook shed to where you'd normally park to go in the back door?
10, 20 yards, maybe.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and take your seat, please. Buster, how often would you speak with your mom and dad on the telephone on a daily basis?
Pretty much every day.
Right. And would you be with your dad when he's talking to your mother?
Yes, sir.
I guess can you give the jury some sense of how frequently, as a family, y'all would engage in telephone conversations daily?
Yeah, it was very frequent. I mean, I spoke to my mom every day, multiple times a day, and the like for my dad and for my brother too. And that's just me. And I know it's like they're all talking to each other too. Just a lot of conversating throughout the day over the telephones within the family.
Okay. So, Doug, I want to pull up State's Exhibit 520, which is in evidence, and this is the Rudowski extended or extensive timeline, not the condensed version. State's 520, and if you'll go to page 14, please. So, Buster, what I'd like to do, and this starts at 1:11:10 p.m. If you could blow up that first entry, Doug, and this is in evidence offered by the state. And I just want to go through some of these again. So at 1:10, this document says Paul Murdaugh misses a phone call from Margaret Murdaugh. And then at 1:11:36, it says Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster, answered 1 minute and 22 seconds long. Do you have any independent recollection of this particular phone call?
No, sir.
Okay. But if you keep working your way down, at 1:19, Doug, there's another entry. It says Paul Murdaugh makes an outgoing phone call to mom. You see that? At 1:19.
Yes, sir.
And then if we'll go down to, well, so I guess let's just stop there. Is it frequent that your mother would reach out to you and Paul during the day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you'll go down to 1:41, please, Doug, at 1:41, 33 seconds. And you see Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster. Do you see that? At 1:42, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And then right before that, at 1:41, it looks like Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Alex, not answered. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then if you go right below that, it says 1:42:43, Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Paul. Now, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Well, anything unusual going on this day, or is this sort of how life was in the Murdaugh family?
No, this was normal. This was the way we communicated.
Okay. And then if you'll go to page 15, Doug, at the bottom at entry 1:52:39 p.m. says Maggie Murdaugh makes outgoing phone call to Buster, answered at 1:19. So here's another call from your mother. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not unusual, was it?
Not unusual.
All right, and page 16, at 1:55:40, if you'll take a look, blow that up, Doug. Says Maggie Murdaugh received an incoming phone call from PA Alex Murdaugh. Answered 6 minutes and 18 seconds. And that was your dad and mom apparently talking, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then right below that at 1:56:18, there's some instant messages to you about some medication. Do you remember what this might be about?
Yeah. So this was about I take a medication called Dupixent, which is a self-given shot, and I was up in Rock Hill, and I needed to get the medicine delivered to this address here on the screen,
Okay.
and that's what we were talking about. She was, calling the pharmacy to get it redirected to that address.
Normal day. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Doug, if you go to page 19 at 3:24:20 p.m. Excuse me, I'm sorry. 3:24:35. Alex Murdaugh receives an incoming phone call from Buster. 518 seconds. Sitting here today, do you remember what the phone call was about?
No, sir. I don't know specifically what it's about.
But just normal
Yeah, just,
day in the life of Buster Murdaugh,
that's right.
talking to his parents.
Yes, sir.
If you go to page 24, Doug. At 4:42:56 p.m. See, that looks like at 4:42, your mother's calling you again, right?
Yes, sir.
Anything unusual going on?
No, sir.
And then if you'll go to page 26, Doug, at 5:16:25 p.m. And there's an entry that says Alex Murdaugh calls Buster Murdaugh. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Looks like a 6-second call. Do you remember what that might be about?
No, 6 seconds could be a butt dial. That would happen often.
All right. And then if you go down the bottom of the page at 5:21:11, looks like there's a 92-second call, which is about 5 minutes after what might have been the butt dial. It says Alex Murdaugh receives a call. Buster answered 92 seconds long. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So are you returning your dad's call, you think?
Probably.
And I'll just carry through. If we'll, Doug, if you'll go to page 32 at 6:52:13 p.m., please. Pull that up. Thank you. So this entry says Alex Murdaugh calls Terry Brandstetter, 412 seconds. Who's Terry Brandstetter?
Papa T.
And would your dad call your fairly regularly?
Yes, sir, he would.
So again, anything unusual going on the 7th for y'all to have all these communications?
No, sir.
And then we'll jump to page 49, Doug. And if you go to 90858, and it says, Alex Murdaugh, iMessages Maggie Murdaugh stating, quote, going to check on M, be right back, close quote. Now, who's M?
My grandma.
And this is at 90858. And then at 91047, there's an entry that says, Alex Murdaugh calls Buster. And it says 60 seconds long. And that's at 9:10:47 p.m. on June 7th. Do you remember getting that phone call?
Yes, sir.
What did you talk about? What did you talk about?
Basis for the objection.
Reacting to hearsay.
Pardon?
I don't open the door to anything else. I was reacting to hearsay.
I asked what the topic was, Your Honor.
Objection's overruled.
Yeah, don't say what your dad said. Just tell me what y'all talked about.
Yeah, well, we just talked about like, hey, how you doing? And then he said that he was going out to.
What? Hang on. Okay. I mean, I thought he didn't want to hear hearsay, but I'm sorry, Your Honor. Go ahead.
And he was just letting me know that he was going out to Alameda to check on them.
Okay. And was this a unusual conversation you had with him?
No, sir.
What was his demeanor in the conversation?
Normal?
Had it changed from any of the other times you talked to him earlier in the day on the 7th?
No, sir.
And would he on occasion call you when he was going to check on his mother, M?
He would. Yes, sir.
Was that an unusual occurrence?
No, probably one of the more regular occurrences. We all usually would make phone calls like riding in a car. So when he was riding over, it's very common for him to call.
You take that down, Doug. So just going through this extraction from, say, 1 o'clock until what we just talked about, 9 o'clock, we did either multiple phone calls within the family. Tell the jury about the cell phone coverage at Moselle.
Not great cell phone coverage. Didn't have a lot of service, especially around. So if you were underneath the shed, at the shed, it had a metal roof. It just couldn't get any service inside of it. It was spotty around the whole property, and it had honestly gotten bad up at the house. We had just put on a new roof. Roof was metal and just kind of hindered a lot of the phone coverage out there.
Would it be unusual for your dad to leave his phone at the house when he was going down to the shed?
No, sir.
Can't lead the witness.
No, sir. Would not be unusual.
Okay, well, did your dad always have his phone with him when he was on the property at Moselle?
Not all the time.
Did your brother always have the phone on him when he was at the property at Moselle?
Not always on him. He would have it near him, but he's out there working on stuff and didn't always have his phone just in his hand or in his pockets or anything like that.
Did your father ever misplace his phone?
Yes, sir.
Was that a frequent occurrence?
It was.
How about your brother? Did he ever misplace his phone?
He did.
Was that frequent?
It was.
Now, there's been some testimony about Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Who's Bubba?
Bubba was our dog.
What kind of dog was Bubba?
He's a yellow lab.
And was he difficult to control?
He could be, but for the most part, no. He would listen to Dad more than anybody else. But also we had a gun dog shot collar that we would put on him sometimes, and when he had that on, he was
Okay.
on his P's and Q's.
The switching gears, another topic. When your dad, well, let me just put it like this: how frequently would your dad take a shower or bath?
He could take him a lot, and working out there, if he goes outside and sweats a lot, comes back in and takes a shower.
Was that normal routine for him?
It was.
And did he sweat a lot?
Yeah, it's hot out there in the summertime.
Was he a lot bigger then than he is today?
He was.
How big was he?
Probably 6'4", 250, 260.
Right. Excuse me, Buster, were you aware that your dad had a opioid addiction?
A little bit. I knew a little bit about the usage of pills.
What did you know about it?
I knew that either my brother and mom had found them at some point, and then told them like, "Hey, we found these." And I want to say the 2018 around Christmas, he went to a detox facility after Christmas, and that was my knowledge of it. Thought that handled it, and then there were a couple more times after the fact where they would kind of go into this finding pills, all that stuff, and then he did a few kind of like at home, just self detoxed a couple times, and thought once he did that get off of them, but that was kind of my general knowledge about it all.
You thought he had beat it.
That's right. Yes, sir.
And when he was confronted about his pills, what was his attitude?
I don't know for sure because I wasn't there when a lot of the confrontations happened with them finding the pills. But I mean, I've never heard anything, just, apologetic and,
Right.
Sorry, and would usually be his kind of regular, kind of response.
How did your family handle disputes, like disagreements?
Pretty, I mean, like adults, pretty civilly, talked about it, stuff like that. I mean, and it just depends on the dispute too. Like,
Right.
like I was a kid, I get spanked, stuff like that.
Once
It's not really a disagreement. That's just
once you're a teenager and college age,
right.
any reprimand or disputes you've gotten into with your father, was it all civil?
Yeah, definitely civil.
Did your father show patience with you and your brother?
Yes, sir.
Was there ever any violence in the family?
No, sir.
In February of 2019, your brother was in a boating accident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe, where were you living at the time?
Columbia.
And was he criminally charged eventually?
Yes, sir.
And what type of reaction was there to his involvement in the boating accident and his criminal charges in the community in Hampton?
I would say a negative reaction in the community. The media spike kind of got going after it. There was a lot of articles in the media about our family and stuff like that.
And knowledge, was Paul being threatened or bullied on social media or anything like that?
Yeah, he was definitely being bullied or on social media. just people sending random messages. And I would talk to him. I know a lot of times he'd be walking down the sidewalk and, a car comes by and they would yell some stuff at him. I knew he would go out, in a bar and, there's somebody that wants to talk about it and, make a scuff about it, whatnot.
Right. The, what was, your mother's reaction to all the negativity surrounding the boating accident?
It, it kind of consumed her. She's big on reading all of it. And when she read the negative stuff, it, made her feel upset and whatnot. And it ultimately kind of caused her to distance herself from Hampton. At this time, primarily living at Moselle. She quit going to the grocery stores in Hampton, quit going to the pharmacy, quit going to get food in Hampton, just thought that there was a real, kind of a bad vibe in Hampton. Like you go, she
Right.
felt like people were staring at her and talking about her and stuff.
Where would she do her shop?
She moved over to Waldoboro and started going over that way.
Were you sued in the boating accident?
Yes, sir.
No response.
With regard to relevance, Your Honor, it's civil litigation about the boating accident has been a big part of the state's case. He's a party to the litigation.
Overrule the objection.
Were you sued?
Yes, sir.
Was your dad sued?
He was.
Was your mother sued?
Her estate became sued.
But before she was murdered, had she been sued?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
Maybe.
And do you know if Paul had been sued?
No, I don't know that he had been sued.
Okay. What was your mother anxious about the civil lawsuit?
Yes, sir.
What was her biggest concern?
I would say her biggest concern was reading articles after, Mark Tinsley had made a statement about how much money he was wanting to collect in the civil lawsuits. And I think it was to the tune of like $40 million or something like that. He was trying to get, and that made her anxious.
And what was your reaction to statements like that?
Well, I mean, I knew what he was saying, but I mean, it's not, to me, it just didn't seem, I didn't think, well, I don't have $40 million. So.
Right. And was your dad anxious about the lawsuit, to your knowledge?
Didn't appear to be overly anxious about it.
What took priority, the criminal case against Paul or the civil case?
The criminal case.
Right. And did the family support Paul in the criminal matter?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean, that supported him in his criminal case because, amongst the family, none of us thought that he was driving the boat. We thought he'd been.
At the time of the accident.
That's correct.
Buster, I want to now talk about the weekends leading up to June the 7th.
Yes, sir.
And we showed the picture of the lake weekend where you were went up to Kiowee with the Proctors and the Brandstetters.
Yes, sir.
And then the following weekend, I believe, was Memorial Day. Were you with your family on Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And who was present?
A lot of people were present. I was there. My brother was there. My mom, my dad. My brother had some friends staying with us, and those were the people sleeping there. And then people are, in and out throughout the day, throughout the weekend.
I mean, was it a fun family weekend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it a normal Memorial Day weekend at Edisto with your family and friends?
That's right.
Okay, I'm gonna show you. No, this is not it. I'm gonna show you Defendant's Exhibit 123. And I want to get you to identify it, Buster. Don't, just say what it is, please.
It's a picture of my mom and my dad and I on a boat.
Is that Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we move Defendant's Exhibit 123 in the evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Is this the photo, Buster?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe this same weekend there was a birthday party or cookout. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Doug, if you could play Defense Exhibit 61, please. It's in evidence. I want you to take a look at that.
Thank y'all so much. Thank you, baby.
Did mom make a cake for your dad?
Yes, sir.
And that was group of friends. When's your dad's birthday? Do you know the exact date? It's not a test. You just say you don't know if you don't.
No, I don't know the exact date.
It's around Memorial Day.
That's right. 27th, maybe.
Then the following weekend there was a baseball tournament in Columbia, correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that weekend. What happened there?
That was the weekend. South Carolina was hosting a regional baseball tournament, and me, my mom, my dad, and my girlfriend went to the baseball games.
And where was the game?
Columbia.
And it was a super regional or
Regional.
a regional?
Yes, sir.
And what days of that weekend did you go to the game?
Saturday and Sunday.
Did your mom and dad stay in Columbia that weekend?
They did.
Or they stayed on Saturday night?
Yes, sir.
And you, did y'all tailgate with them on Saturday or Sunday?
Yes, sir. We did.
And was it a normal weekend?
It was.
Fun weekend?
Yes, sir.
And that Sunday would have been June the 6th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
What'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone. And so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute. And I was in shock, but eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2:00 in the morning.
And when you got there, did you see your dad?
Yes, sir.
What kind condition was he in? What was his demeanor?
Yeah, his demeanor was, I mean, he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Could he speak?
Not really.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Who else was in the house? Do you remember?
Yeah. My girlfriend Brooklyn and I got there. Out in the driveway, my Uncle Randy and Uncle John were out there. Chris Wilson and Corey Fleming had just gotten there. They had pulled in behind us. And when I walked in, several of the partners were there. Ronnie Crosby was there. Lee Cope was there. Mark Ball was there. Austin Crosby was there. William Barnes. My buddy Nolan was there. And I'm sure I'm leaving some out, but that's
Sure.
what I remember.
And do you remember how long you stayed there?
Stayed there several hours, probably 3 or 4 hours till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
And where did you go?
And then we left Moselle and we went to Alameda.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
My girlfriend, my dad, and my Uncle John.
I know this seems kind of trivial, but what was your dad wearing when you first saw him?
Shorts, t-shirt.
And did you help him pack?
I did, yes, sir.
What'd you do to help him pack?
Got his bag and went into the closet, grabbed some t-shirts, grabbed some shorts, grabbed toilet kit, put it in the bag and left.
Why were you doing the packing?
Just trying to help him. He was so upset. We were all upset, but just trying to expedite the process of getting to Alameda.
When you went in to pack your dad, was there a t-shirt laying on the floor?
I couldn't remember.
Did you get shirts from above the, I don't know. Where did you get the t-shirts from?
Got them from the closet, and there's like wooden shelves up on the wall. And I was getting the t-shirts from there.
Were there a lot of t-shirts on the shelf?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not one of the t-shirts fell on the floor when you were packing?
I don't know whether one of them fell on the floor or not, but I mean, certainly could have happened.
When you got to Moselle, were you able to get some sleep?
No, sir.
Did you go back to Moselle the next morning?
Yes, sir.
And who went with you?
Me, my girlfriend Brooklyn, and my dad, and maybe John Marvin. I don't know if he was riding with us or already out there separately, but he was somewhere in the mix.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I mean, I think we got there rather early. Nobody really slept, and it was about early in the morning. Sun comes up. Just
Did
go back.
Did you take a shower and Brooklyn take a shower at Alameda, or did you do it over at Moselle?
No, sir. We slept tried to sleep at Alameda, and then we took everything back with us to Moselle, and we showered there.
You know where your dad took a shower that morning?
Yeah, Moselle.
And when you went back over in the morning, do you know what your dad was wearing? When you were traveling from Alameda back?
No, not specifically, but I know that, I know what I packed, so it could have been any of that. It's just athletic shorts and t-shirts and stuff.
And after you got to Moselle, and I guess just carrying the days forward, were you with your dad? Well, how often were you with your dad once you got back to Moselle on the 8th?
Every day.
For how many days?
For a good while.
Okay, so let's talk about where you stayed on the night of the 8th. You remember?
Night of the 8th would have either stayed back at Alameda, or that's potentially when we made the transition over to John Marvin's hunting lodge.
Were you would you say we, or are you including your father?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you drive together?
Yes, sir.
Was he pretty much in your eyesight for the first few days?
Yes, sir.
And so after the 8th, and then you come up on the 9th, a Wednesday, do you know whether you were at Alameda or spending the night at your Uncle John Marvin's place?
Yeah, I think at that point we had switched over to his place over at Greenfield.
Yeah, and you call it Greenfield. That's the name of his hunting
Yes, sir. Just the name of the property overall.
property. Now, how far is it from Alameda?
To Greenfield,
Yeah,
couple minutes. I mean, not
close
very.
by. Close
Yeah, right down the road.
by. And then, and do you remember how long you stayed at Greenfield with your dad?
Yeah, I mean, several days. And, I think anywhere from the 9th to the, probably that rest of that week through that weekend.
Yeah, on Thursday, June 10th, what happened?
Grandfather died.
So the family was together and stayed together?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever remember your dad disappearing for any periods of time?
No, sir.
Were you physically close to him most all the time,
Yes, sir.
except when you were sleeping?
That's right.
And I believe the funeral for your mom and brother memorial service was on that Saturday.
Yes, sir.
And then that Sunday was a funeral for your grandfather. I'm
Grandfather.
sorry.
Yes, sir.
And at some point in time, you went did you go to Somerville at some point in time?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you went to Somerville?
Right, beginning of that next week.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 129 and ask you.
We discussed previously, we are objecting on the hearsay basis to 129 is.
Yes, sir. I'm not introducing 129, offering it to the witness to refresh his recollection. That's the extent.
All right.
But it's for ID. Buster, I don't want you to publish that, but I want you to, I want to ask you if that Defendant's Exhibit 129 marked for identification purposes refreshes your recollection as to when you left to go to Somerville.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury, what is that? What's that document you have in your hand?
It's a text thread between my girlfriend and I.
And does it have, so based on that text communication between you and your girlfriend, it refreshes your recollection. When did you leave to go to Somerville?
June 14th.
And looking through there, refreshing your recollection, how long did you stay in Somerville?
Stayed in Somerville until the 17th.
And then what do you remember doing after you left Somerville?
On the 17th, we left Somerville to go to Lake Kiwi.
And so when you were in Somerville from the 14th to the 17th, who were you staying with?
staying with my grandparents.
And then you went to Kiwi. Who did you go with?
Went with my dad and I, my grandparents, my aunt and uncle, and their children, their children's boyfriends, and that was it.
So you're with your dad from the night of June 7th and through the Kiwi trip. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you remember what you did after the Lake Kiwi trip?
No.
At some point in time, you decide, I've got to go back to Rock Hill.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Remember roughly when that was?
No, I mean, I think it was sometime following all this, but I can't tell you exactly when I went back to work.
When you decided to go back to Rock Hill, you had a job in Charlotte, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any discussions with your father about your personal safety?
Yes, sir.
Did he make any offers to you?
He did.
What offers did he make to you?
He offered me to.
Basis for the objection.
Hearsay, self-serving hearsay.
An offer is not hearsay. It's an offer.
The objection is sustained.
Did you take any security precautions?
No.
Did you want any security protection?
No, sir, I didn't.
Why not?
Well, I didn't want to carry a gun or anything like that, and I also didn't want like a private security detail following me around, just for lack of privacy. And at the time, the places that I was staying and the places that I were going, like I was staying at Rock Hill in my girlfriend's house, who has, alarm systems and security cameras and whatnot. And then other than that, I'm staying in hotels, which, I just felt.
Did at some point in time you and your father announce a reward?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 126. And ask if you identify this. If you can identify this.
Yeah, yes, sir. This is the reward.
It's a news release up about the reward.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we've moved Defendant's Exhibit 126 to the evidence at this time.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Can you pull it up, Doug? And if you could just pull out the top two paragraphs, please, Doug. Oh, you can't. Okay. Did you work on this language with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Can you read to the jury the first two paragraphs, please, beginning with Alex and Buster Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. Alec and Buster Murdaugh announced today a reward of $100,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons who brutally murdered Paul and Maggie on June 7th, 2021. I want to thank everyone for the incredible love and support that we have received over the last few weeks. Now is the time to bring justice for Maggie and Paul. Buster and I, along with Maggie's mother, father, and our entire family, ask that anyone with helpful information immediately call the SLED tip line or Crime Stoppers.
Thank you. Now there's in the body of this, there's a expiration date on this reward. What's your understanding of the purpose of having an expiration date?
I'm not real sure.
Okay. Well, you see it says to be eligible, the person claiming the reward Must submit the tip to Slaughter Crime Stoppers by September 31, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happened in September, early September 2021, Buster?
Talking about the,
Yeah, do you remember your dad
Yes,
going off
sir.
to detox, road shot shooting?
yes, sir.
From that moment that your dad went to the hospital and went to detox, did he ever come back home to his property, his clothes, his belongings, to
No,
your
sir.
knowledge?
No, sir.
There's been some questions about whereabouts are Alex's clothes. Can you tell the jury before he went off to detox where his clothes were? How many different locations he had clothes?
So had clothes at Moselle, had clothes at Greenfield, had clothes at probably a few clothes at Alameda, had clothes at Randy and Christie's house. Had clothes a lot of places.
Do you have clothes down at Chichesi or
Yep. Chichesi, Okatee.
you have clothes at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
Do you have clothes in his car?
Yes, sir.
Can't lead the witness.
How many nights after June 7th, to your knowledge, did your dad spend at Moselle?
None.
How many nights after June 7th did you spend at Moselle?
None.
I'm gonna, Doug, you have the Snapchat video? Can you pull that up, please? Of the tree. This is the Snapchat video that's in evidence. I'll get the exhibit number for the record shortly. Buster, you recognize that shirt?
Yes, sir.
What kind of shirt is it?
It's like a, short sleeve button down shirt.
Is it a Columbia shirt?
No, it doesn't look like a Columbia shirt.
What color is it?
It's blue.
Okay. Did your dad have a foam green Columbia sports shirt?
Maybe.
Okay. Is this it?
No, this is blue.
Did do you know if your dad ever ordered any Vinnie Vine or I don't know? Did he order clothes after your mother and brother's murders?
Maybe he ordered clothes, but he doesn't wear a lot of Vineyard Vines.
Okay. Have you ever seen him buy Vineyard Vine?
No, sir.
And you can take that down, Doug. Sometime in August, did you go with your dad where you played in a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. I went and played in a golf tournament, and he came and wanted to watch us play in it.
And what kind of golf tournament?
It's a golf tournament that a buddy of mine puts on in Somerville every year. It's called the Jasso Invitational. It's just a bunch of guys that are friends come together and play in a golf tournament.
And did you look up the date of that tournament before testifying today?
I did.
And what weekend was that tournament in August of excuse me, in 2021.
Yeah, it's the last weekend in August of 2021.
Do you know if you were in the, well, was there a house that Johnny Parker had that your dad kept stuff in?
Yes, sir. There's a small house in between Johnny Parker's house and my Uncle Randy's house. I think Mr. Johnny built it for his mom or mother-in-law or something when she was sick. But yeah, there's a little 2-bedroom house right there.
And did your dad stay there?
He did.
I don't know if we mentioned that as one of the places where there was clothing.
Yeah, that'd be one. That'd be another one.
All right. So there are a lot of places.
Yes, sir.
Were you there? Did you observe your dad talking to Blanca about anything where you're getting ready to go on the golf trip?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not present.
No, sir. I don't think I was present.
Did you go in any other golfing outings in August with your dad, to your knowledge?
Yes. Earlier August of that year, we played golf down in Hilton Head with the people from the Trial Lawyers Convention.
Okay. Now have you been sitting in this courtroom since day one?
Yes, sir.
Once the trial started?
Every day.
And were you here when a video was played of an interview with your dad on June 10th?
Yes, sir.
And there was a question about whether your dad said, "I did him so bad," or "they did him so bad." Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize your dad's voice?
I do.
If you listen to it, would you be able to tell the jury whether it's I or they?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to pull up Exhibit 153, the clip.
It was just so bad. It's so bad.
What'd your dad say?
Said they did them so bad.
Is that the first time you'd heard him say they did him so bad?
No, sir.
When was the first time you heard him say they did him so bad?
First time I heard him say that was the night that I went down to Moselle, the night of June the 7th.
Did he say that more than one time?
He did.
1 second, Your Honor. Let me check to see what I left out. Just very briefly, Buster, you've heard testimony during this trial that your dad was stealing money from clients. Did
Yes,
you know
sir.
anything about that?
No, sir.
And just lastly, roughly how long would it take to clean a dog run down at the kennels? 2 dog runs, for example.
Roughly, I'd say 10 minutes or so.
Okay. And what do you have to do?
You got to get the hose, turn the hose on, spray out the dog kennels. You got to, put the bed on top of the wooden box so the bed's not wet.
Now, what are you spraying? Dog manure?
Yeah, spraying, dog poop.
And it spreads out and you've got to.
That's right. Yeah, you got to spray it, make sure it's all out of there, spray it to the back.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
We'll take a break now, ladies and gentlemen, for about 15 minutes. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Well, that's interesting. I'm not learning much from Buster except for he could clear everything up because people take showers, and people throw laundry around and Dad, I could tell I from they, and Dad, he's a good old boy, and everybody was there to support him, like 45 different lawyers, like all over the house. And
Yeah, they're just that whole thing was why the t-shirt was on the floor, why the laundry was disrupted, why
Yeah,
they're
but
just using him to
here's a
cover
fair point.
tracks.
Here's here's a fair point. Buster Murdaugh's been in the galley the whole time, listening to the prosecution's case.
Yep.
Do they think the jury is that much of a fool that they can't tell coaching? Like, there is nothing original coming out of his mouth. There is nothing spontaneous. There is nothing just like casual. This is
Yeah.
scripted like I don't know what. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
either that or Buster's kind of dense to begin with. I'm gonna go with scripted. I don't want to think he's, just
Well,
a
he was
fuzzy boy.
plagiarizing in school. So,
Yeah. I
yeah.
think the judge, Yep, just a good
They-
old boy, Pete.
They
I
didn't ask him
hear
if
you.
they didn't ask him about his plagiarization and why he got kicked out of law school.
Well, why would they? Like, because it doesn't have anything to do with the murder.
Yeah,
But
I hope the
yeah.
state brings it up. Like, well, how do you feel about that, Buster?
Oh, well, how is it that their most credible witness right now is the son actually going to dispel that everything's just fine here? People don't even look at it. Everything's
Well,
just
because
fine.
his
It's just
son
like,
wouldn't be there if he did it. His son wouldn't be there for the money. His son wouldn't be there for the fame. His son, no, his son would not be there if he did it.
but his son is there as a non-emotional, non-reaction kind of repeat whatever I say kind of testimony. This does not speak to my dad didn't do it. He speaks to this is what they told me to say.
Yeah, it totally does. He's totally like waiting for Jim to tell him stuff. Jim prompts him whenever he gets stuck. And then,
What about that? Let him read the testimony he's supposed to give. Like, don't you want to talk about this that you and your girlfriend talked about here? Like, don't you remember this? Like this? Like, what was
yeah,
that?
I think it's funny he didn't remember anything else, but he remembered that one phone call that he talked to his dad for a minute and a half.
Charlie,
Out of all the shit.
yeah. Charlie, no redhead shaming, man. Buster's hair color is pretty close to mine. It's terrible. Don't start. You can see it from satellites. We're all like connected like that. Like we're the pivots like the satellites beam off of to find out where the rest of you are. I'll be my phone. Yeah. Beck, you got this for a second? My dog just went nuts.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Go ahead. Tony Regime said the only reason I could think of for the prosecution not objecting to him as a witness is that they know they can destroy him and cross. I was thinking the same thing, Tony, because this kid that is coming, and I agree with Claire, like he seems so practiced. It's like they sat down every day for a month or for the last 3 weeks and went over what they want him to say over and over again. But yeah, he wasn't there. He wasn't at the house. He hadn't been staying there. He wasn't around the house very much. So what kind of a witness is he to what was going on in the house? He's not. He was not living there. He was not there all the time. He was 3 hours away at his girlfriend's house all the time. So Liam, it was like he was testifying about dogs accidentally getting into the neighbor's chickens. Yeah, right. I know. That's yeah. Clairview, always grateful said it is like a bad actor looking for his next clue. Yeah, I agree. Worst character witness ever. Yep.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Big.
No, you're fine. I was just talking to the chat.
No, they're so loud that I didn't want to take out anybody's eardrums. Like the mailman.
Mailman, yeah.
The one just cannot stand it. Just cannot stand the mailman. Like he's got to go like 3 blocks away before she stops. I know Charlie, but like it's not that red. They're all saying like they're redheads and stuff because Charlie was talking about to be the redhead. We're an elite bunch. Yes, I said elite. Don't come for me. Yeah, I meant it too. Don't come for me. Okay. Yeah, all of you saying all that bad stuff about redheads just aren't lucky enough to got one. That's all. That's all. That's all that is.
Yeah, Sandra, I agree. I
know.
think Buster is more nervous than he's trying to let on.
He is.
Especially with that scratching of his left eyebrow. He's done that scratched it 3 times and rubbed it 2 other times.
But
So
he
that's
could back
definitely his
more.
little nervous
Listen,
tick.
the man was picking his nose on the stand. Come on. Did you not see that?
I know, he's like a 5-year-old. What the hell? No, he is totally not a spoiled brat child at all.
He was
He's up there
picking
picking
his
on his
nose.
nose and rubbing his eye and, leaning and looking
This
like
is
he just
all
doesn't
I
care.
I wish Bearded was here to see that, because I would ask him, like, what do you think? Like, what kind of a tick is that? Like, is he nervous or what? Like, this
Oh,
is
it's a
all,
nervous tick.
this is all
I'm
like,
almost positive.
hiding.
Yeah. Yep. Well,
Thank
I don't know
you.
about hiding, but it's definitely a trying to divert eyes away for a moment.
Mhm. Yeah. So, mm, oh gosh, you
Aaron
guys are great.
Reese.
He's
I had a
yes.
redhead that I put on the acne cream and it went away. Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. Always no social manners, just picking at his nose and okay. So this is the thing for me. The way he held his water bottle and he drank out of it just screamed, "I'm cocky." Is it just me?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else notice that?
Stages
Yeah,
of grief.
stages of
Get the
grief.
fuck.
Golf.
I know. Get out
I
of
said
here,
the
right?
same thing. I said the
They,
same thing. They're dead 1 week. They're out fucking golfing.
yeah. I'm telling you, these are the type of people, Maggie. This is gonna get you lit. Matter of fact, you could do a whole series on the Murdaugh. Let me send you all the stuff you could do. It would keep you busy for a year. The
Yeah, no
characters
shit.
are ridiculous. It goes all the way back to the great grandfather in a train accident that they sued the train company because of the accident. Then they found out that the old man planned it as doing it to himself to get the family rich. Oh yeah. Like, this is not
Oh, the
news.
whole family's just
This is
fucking crooked.
family tradition way back, right? Always, like, we could go back, like the stuff that Kim has been able to dig up and I have been looking at, like, it's just never ending. It's just never ending.
Don't panic. Play golf.
Don't panic, play golf.
Liam.
Listen, and about that, like, that the making of what they put the $100,000 up for information and everything. That was pressure from the law firm and everybody like that. That was not Alex's idea. The sister already testified about that. Everybody else had to
Oh,
want to
that's
do it, and
right.
they put his name on it because it would look bad if they didn't.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 100 grand, 100 grand. 100 grand is nothing. As much money as that law firm has, and he had, and everything at the time, it should have been 1 million, 5 million, 10 million. This
Yeah.
is your family.
Mm-hmm.
100K?
100K
100K is nothing to these guys.
Well,
Look
it
at that
is
one
when you
case.
already have to pay back your best friend $792,000 and your $10 million in the pokey with the bank
Yeah,
with the
but
forged checks. Like,
well,
yeah, it's
yeah, but
$100,000. I'm surprised he could scrape it up, actually. But mocking, don't be surprised about that kennel video. That will be played by the prosecution. That is like, BC is
oh,
going to
it'll
jump
happen.
up, and that's going to be one of the first things that's going that's Dad's voice. Like, yep, because there were 10 witnesses already that had said it was Alex on that tape.
Yeah.
It blows that alibi apart. But at least we know, like, Buster kind of cleared things up for us. People do shower. Yes, they do. People shower. People hose poop away from the kennel all the time. Yep, that's what happens. They also hose off the evidence of a murder too, if the hose is hanging there too. But Buster forgot to add that part in.
But remember though,
I hope
Claire,
when the prosecution comes up, they ask them, "Yeah,
when
could that hose be
they
used for that?"
when they put out that reward, the public didn't know that Alex had stole all that money yet.
No, they didn't.
So
Yeah.
them saying 100K at that moment makes him look worse. That is chump change. These guys, like,
Mhm.
look at that last case where he stole that money. $792K to go to the firm, and then he gets like 70 whatever percent of that. That's a lot of effing money for a month worth of a case. That was a case they did in a few weeks. So how much money are they blowing for him to need to steal that much, making that kind of money? He's a top lawyer, top earner. He makes money more money than anybody else. But yet he's got to, it's just crazy.
You
I
know,
don't think it's fake.
Paul, that's a great question, Paul Baxter. Is the state even allowed to bring up the kennel video since the defense didn't mention it on direct? Very good question, because it's
Well, it's
only
already
cross,
into
and that's a
evidence.
valid point. It's in evidence, but that's a very good question, because if it doesn't come up in direct, but then again, lots of cross questions don't. Like, you just get to
Yeah.
go to what they're testifying for. And since he was testifying that he knows his father, here's how he gets it in. He testified he knows his father's voice well enough to know the difference between I and they. Therefore, okay, can you identify him on this? Like, you know his voice so well. Like, maybe they can get it in. Well, it'll be interesting to see. I don't know. That's a very good question, and now I'm curious as to the answer.
Yeah, me too. What else we got
Murder. Murder was the case they gave you, Charlie. Yep.
here? Oh yeah, that's true, Jen. Yeah, not to mention, but see, Jen, but the county and the people out there didn't know. Nobody knew about his thieving yet. The partners left him alone once the murders happened, and no one
Oh, wait a
no one
minute.
knew.
When you say no one, that's not
Huh.
true. You know who knew? Chris Wilson, his best friend. You know who else knew? Everybody in that
No,
apartment.
I know, but I meant the
You know
people
who
outside
else
direct
knew?
contact.
You know who else knew? Mark Tinsley, the lawyer for Mallory Beach. He said he knew Alex
Oh
was
yeah.
hiding money. He said he knew Alex was up to something.
Well, I know.
That's
I'm
why I
not
couldn't
talking
wait
about
for
the
discovery.
lawyers and stuff. I'm talking about the public in general.
Oh,
Because
the
when you're
public, and
talking
yeah.
about, yeah, just
Well,
because of
don't you think they talk? Like, I
the
think people
the
knew. I do
reward.
think. I think people were. I think people were looking at him cross-eyed. I do.
Oh, I know
I
they
do.
were. Well, at least everybody in the banking and law system in the area,
Mhm.
absolutely they were.
Aaron
They
brings
had
up a
good reason
valid
to.
point. He said, "This is what Buster said. We slept. Well, tried to sleep. Was he
Yeah.
worried Daddy would sneak over and finish off the family line?" Well, here's the thing. They did bring that up a lot during the trial, that everybody was worried right away. All Paul's friends, everybody was worried right away about everybody else in the family and about themselves. Many of them left their home because they thought that they could be found there. They were worried.
Yeah.
And yeah, a lot of people came to the family. Think Eric Bland knew too. Yes, always.
Yeah, it's true, Liam. Society folk don't count as real people. Yeah, I
Ain't
need to
that
listen to
something?
that video again with the I and they.
I listened to it several times, and
Okay.
I do believe. Let me see if I can get it up without crashing the system, since we're not playing the video. Wouldn't that be nice? That would be lovely, wouldn't it? Like,
Well, yeah, well, they just played it. You could always, well, I don't know if you want to back up the feed and mess with it or not.
nope. I have it. I have it on the presentation. Remember?
Yeah.
I
I've only heard it
had the
like
murder
quickly
trial
twice,
presentation
though.
over here. Okay, we're talking about the I and they,
Yes.
right? Like that one. I have a clip
They did him bad. I did him
from
bad.
these
Which one?
guys that were doing it. Hold on. Look at that. Nothing crashed yet.
How many of you out there in the chat think that Buster is doing all this just to get the family money? Well, they had just
Here you go.
May.
Can you
I
hear
don't know how
that?
to say your name.
Can you hear it?
No, I don't see or hear it.
Hold on a sec.
Sitting here talking today is tough. It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
It
That
sounded
sounded
like
like
they to
I to
me.
me. It sounded like
Yeah.
I to me. All right.
Such a good boy, too.
I'm gonna replay it when it stops again.
Yeah,
And I'm
do it a
gonna run
couple
a
times.
poll.
Corey, your thoughts?
All right, listen again.
There was no follow-up. Let's watch. I mean, you definitely saw a traumatic picture, and I know it's not hard, or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting here talking today is tough. It's just so bad. I did it so bad.
I did it so bad. I did them so bad.
I
Really?
don't
Like,
know.
what do you think, people? One more time? And
Yeah,
then
play it
put a
one more
poll
time.
up.
Let me listen to it one more time.
Corey,
All right.
your thoughts?
Here we go. One more. Phew. Come on, stop that. Play. Oh,
There was no
hold on.
follow-up. Let's watch.
All right.
I mean, you definitely saw a traumatic picture, and I know it's not hard, or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting here talking today is tough. It's just so bad. I did it so bad.
I'm gonna stick with they.
Well, I think,
That's what it sounded like to me.
yeah, I think that's going to be debated till the cows come home. Everybody who hears it hears something different. That's true.
I can agree with
people are
that, Aaron.
saying,
Yeah, I know a lot of people are saying I. don't know. That's just what I heard, but I do not have the best hearing either. So
I don't know. But anyway, I don't know. It looks like, I don't know. So far, I've got 92% up there. But this,
Yeah.
even on Twitter, comes in at like 60-40, and like people just aren't really seeing it. Let me get the
Yeah,
other
I
stream
know.
back up.
But it does make you wonder, like, are we just biased? That's why I was trying to not be biased when I listened to it. Are we just
Yeah.
biased because we all know he did it?
No, but that's just the thing. I'm trying really hard to see where the prosecution is, where the actual defense rather is coming from, like right now. And basically, what they've laid out so far is that everything's fine here, nothing to see. I mean, that's what they keep saying. Like, you could try to make it out to be something, but it's really not. That's their
Yeah.
best thing to get rid of circumstantial evidences, because there's always two ways to look at something, if you don't have anything concrete. So what they're trying to say is this story can't be true because there's just nothing going on over here. There's just nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a mess. This whole trial is insane. I mean, have you ever seen anything this like convoluted, complicated, detailed, 500 different reasons why and why not? I mean, it's just I've never heard so much stuff at once in one trial.
Yeah, Ashley, you're absolutely right. Whether you hear I or they, what does it actually matter? In the thing, he's not confessing.
Yeah.
He's not, right? He's not
That's
giving
true.
us a confession. We can make anything we want out of it. What are we going to do? I doubt very much he's going to be hung on a murder trial for a Freudian slip. Like, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, jury's
No.
not going to go there on that. Yeah.
Pete Hutchins has a good point. Just like when he says, I went back to the kennels and found them both.
You see, Pete, you listen like I do. It's all about what Alex actually says and puts in there, that they're not. And I want to hear Crichton Waters start mentioning this stuff.
Mary
like,
Beth. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead.
Oh, Mary Beth said they can break down the sound. That is one of the first things. I'm so glad you said that. One of the first things I thought of when everybody was debating it was, why don't they just slow it down and listen? They have so much technology. They can pull out just his words out of that video or the audio from it, and they could pull out just his words, and you would only hear him. So the fact that no one's done that either tells me that the defense is stupid, or the state doesn't care because they know they have him nailed without it, and they're not worried about it.
Yeah. Mocking, I was wondering the same thing. How is that Buster could sit through all the proceedings before he gets on the stand? He's a witness, right? Yes, he is. And so is Randy Murdaugh and the sister and
All the people sitting there.
Marvin and everybody's sitting there for the family. So I don't know what kind of thing is going on there, but every other witness came from outside the courtroom and came in, right? Just like it's supposed to be,
Yeah.
or at least how we see it is here in the north. But I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know if they have a different rule. I don't know if it's like precedent or what, but apparently they're all there listening. Now they did move the family to the back because they kept touching Alex and talking to Alex and passing them books and giving them things and doing all the things you're not supposed to do with a prisoner.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
so they moved them to the back of the courtroom, but they've all been there. The sister, Brandy, and John Marvin, they've all been there every day.
Yep. Oh, Aaron Reese has a good point. He said he listened 5 times. It's A-E-Y. Because of his accent, I would have a rounder sound closer to ah. Yeah, it's true. Because the accent down there, you're absolutely right. I hadn't thought about that. That just makes me think I'm right that
But
it's
you know
they.
what? I'm listening to it and I don't hear A when he says it at all. I
Well, you guys
clearly
also have to
hear
remember
the
he's
opposite.
crying. So, I feel like when he was crying, it cut off the first part of the word. That's what I think it is. Because I could hear someone like, and they, kind
I
of
hear you
thing.
mocking chowder. But anyway, when I listen to it, I clearly hear I. Not that it means anything, but I clearly hear I. Because they, for me, has much more breath, a longer sound. I don't care what your accent is. Takes longer to say they than I. And that was a quick word.
Well,
Short. It was bad.
that's the point of what I was saying about him crying. I think he only got the last half of the word out.
A to be the word. So you're adding all that in. Like I really do. Because
Yeah.
many more of his words are very clear, crying or not, because I don't even think that was real crying. So there you go. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it definitely, and I'm sticking to it. Definitely I. But it doesn't matter
Yeah.
because he ain't gonna get hung up on that one for sure.
Yeah, it doesn't really
Yeah,
matter
the
at the end of the day.
accent and the blubbering, I get all that, but still it's so short that it does not compensate for it for me, even with the
Well,
crying,
I mean,
even with the accent. The
yeah.
difference between the length of breath and how much it takes to say the word they and I. Like you could say the word I. When you go to say the word I, you only even have to say part of the word and everybody hears the word. Not so much with the word they.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, Ashley. I don't know how it's okay for them sit in the audience, listen to all the testimony, and then get up there and I don't even know
Yeah, that's
is
what we
that
were
a
just
thing?
talking
Is
about.
that legal? I know.
I know
And
we
I
were just talking
agree.
about that. We
Yeah, we
just
were,
went
but I
through
don't
that
think
whole thing. Yeah,
I know, but I just
it's got
don't
to be some
see
kind
how
of
it can be
special.
legal.
It's got to be some kind of special like thing. Like here, I've never seen it up here, and I don't know. I'll have to ask Godless Granny or one of the other legal attorneys if it's some
Yeah.
kind of because all the families sitting there and they're all on the witness list.
Yeah, because I saw other witnesses come in. Now, some of them
However,
sat down in the
the
courtroom after
prosecution's
they testified, but
right. The prosecution witnesses all came from outside of the class, the courtroom, though. Like even Maggie's sister came from outside of the courtroom on the day. She was not sitting in the courtroom on the day.
yeah, exactly. Maz or Maz, however you say your name, I don't. He's being. This is in South Carolina. This whole trial. I do not know if they have a death penalty or death row or whatever in South Carolina.
They removed the death penalty from this case. Prosecution went to go with life in prison if he's found guilty instead. Yes, the death penalty was on the table, but they removed it before trial. Yeah, because they have to declare it beforehand so that the defense can properly prepare in case there's a guilty for the sentencing part, because it could go to the death penalty. So actually, they didn't declare it. They pulled it from the table. A.G. Wilson decided not to go for the death penalty for Alex Murdaugh. That happened during pre-trial hearings. Yeah.
I think that's a better way to go because the jury is less likely to convict him if they know he's going to die. They're more likely to say, yes, he did it. I think they would be more likely to say,
Is
yes, they did it if they knew he was just getting a life sentence.
Hey, that brings up a good question, and I want to know what you think in the chat, okay, people? Because I was thinking about this last night. Since we know Alex Murdaugh is never getting out of jail, right? He's never getting out.
Mhm.
There's 100 other criminal charges, financial crimes. They won't let him out because they think he's a flight risk. He's got 18 other indictments for. He's what, 56 years old? He's not getting out. He never getting out. Okay. What do you think is likely that they're going to convict
Nope.
him anyway, knowing it doesn't matter? But they forgetting about justice for the family. I want to hear people start talking about Maggie and Paul deserving to
Wait a
know
minute. Did they
who did this.
restart?
What are you talking about? I see the feed down there.
Well,
What
I
are you
see
talking about?
Barber up there talking to him on LNC,
What are you talking about?
and Barber
Oh,
hadn't talked to him
oh,
yet.
oh. Hold on. What's going on? I don't see it.
Something on your end, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It's behind. Hold on. It went behind. There you go. Thank you. That's not Barbara. That's John Meador.
Oh, it paused on you. Okay.
It did. Damn it. What the hell that was? Holy crap. I just did it. Sorry, guys. You missed a couple minutes. My bad. It's John Meador, though. What could we have missed?
131, can I ask him to do that? I know Mr. Harpootlian exposed, but this is Mr. Griffin's witness. So you don't have to get, but you see, is this kind of where you said everybody would park?
It's right. So if you look, no, sir, you can. So if you look right off this
You
point,
might want to come down here if you don't mind. Just the jury.
There's a road running down there.
so if you look right over here, this is kind of what I'm referred to as like the back corner of the house. And it would basically, you would come around, there's a big oak tree here, you come around it, and then you basically pull up, and you would probably stop the hood of your car right in, right off the back corner of the house.
So it'd be closer to here than over here.
Be about right in here.
So right in here.
Yeah, I mean, because you don't want to pull up super close to it. Yeah, be right out.
But there was a driveway, all in paved driveway in here, right?
There is a paved driveway over towards the side of the house.
Okay, and really not many tire tracks. The grass looks good in here.
I don't know when these pictures were taken, but it's a little dead right there.
But there is a driveway, right?
There is a driveway.
Okay, you can have a seat back. Thank you, please. When did you first mention that to anybody about parking in the yard there?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, when did you first discuss that with anybody as far as where cars parked at your grandma and granddad's house? When was the first time you talked to anybody about that?
Couple days ago.
A couple of days ago? Okay. That's the first time you mentioned that?
Sure.
Okay. And then that would have been after Shelley testified, right? Shelley Smith?
I guess I don't really remember when Miss Smith testified.
Miss Smith. Did you bring that to somebody's attention or did somebody ask you about it?
I couldn't. I'm not sure.
And I think you keep forgetting I'm on cross. You testified that how many times had you been there with your dad? I wasn't quite clear with your answers to Mr. Griffin. I'm not trying to be difficult, but
I understand, and I can't give you an approximate number, but I mean, I've been out there with him several times.
would you always call? You said you called. Did you always call when you got there?
Yeah, I feel like most of the time you would call just to tell, because the ladies get nervous, if you hadn't called and they see a car pulling in the driveway, it's just easier to call and let them know, like, hey, we're going to be pulling around, please unlock the door. We'd like to come in.
Had you ever been over there at 6:30 in the morning?
Have I ever been out there at 6:30 in the morning? Just like overall
I guess.
I've been out there at 6:30 in the morning before going hunting and whatnot.
You called then also then, right?
Well, that
You
was,
going into the house.
Yeah, sure,
I mean, just let them know, especially 6:30 in the morning.
sure.
Your mom loved Edisto, didn't she?
Yes, sir, she did.
I love Edisto. She was actually getting some work done down there, wasn't she?
Yes, sir, she was getting some work done on the house.
And on this date, June 7th, literally there were people inside doing work that day, weren't they?
I think so.
Yeah. And her plan was to stay down there that night, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't know what her plan was.
You had, I think the last time you'd been to Moselle, you said was the spring, maybe a few months prior to this?
Mhm.
Okay. And you have to say yes for the court reporter, not for me.
Yes.
Just for,
Sorry.
and you talked to your mom that day on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And I think you had talked to Paul the last time on the 5th, if I'm not mistaken, June 5th is what you told in one of the interviews.
Sure.
And Mr. Griffiths, to ask you about the financial troubles and that have come out here, you had no knowledge of your dad's financial difficulties at all, did you?
No, sir.
I mean, you really didn't.
No, sir, I really didn't.
And as far as you knew, financially, the family was sound.
Yes, sir.
You went to Wofford.
I did go to Wofford.
Go Terriers, for the record.
Thank you.
But everything, as far as you knew, financially was okay. And when did you learn it wasn't?
I guess on September whatever that day in September was.
So back in the birthday, I guess for your dad, Memorial Day down at Edisto,
Sure.
defense exhibit, and I apologize, I don't know what number it was just played. I believe Mr. Chris Wilson is hugging your dad.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's a family friend.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't know then that your dad owed Chris Wilson or stole $192,000 from him, did you?
I did not.
And I'm not saying that being mean, but you really didn't know that.
That's correct. Didn't know.
And this the boating accident that Mr. Griffin asked you about, that was pressure on the family, wasn't it?
I don't know that pressure's the right word. I mean, it's definitely an uneasy feeling. You know, your brother is criminally charged, and then myself, and my father have civil charges. I mean, definitely unsettling.
I mean, it caused stress within the family, didn't it?
It was stressful. I wouldn't say within the family, because I mean, you know, we supported each other.
And I'm not questioning that, but I mean, your mom felt ostracized.
Yes, sir.
She even more so wanted to stay at Edisto.
Yes, sir.
It really, I mean, you were a little frustrated with Paul yourself, weren't you?
In
Just
terms
as far
of,
as using your ID and getting all that, and that case is over, okay?
sure.
But I mean, you didn't like it when you used your ID yourself.
Um,
And I'm not trying to go anywhere, Buster, but he'd use your ID sometime and you didn't want him to.
Questions you're gonna ask?
I'm sorry.
Questions, comments, what's the question? What's the question?
Did you like it?
Yes, sir.
Did he used your ID, didn't he?
Objections overruled.
I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Did Paul use your identification?
Yes,
Did that frustrate you?
sometimes.
You were shown the tree video with the shirt and the pants. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
When you saw your dad on the night of June 7th, what did he have on?
When I had made my way up to the house, he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
And who laundried his clothes?
At that period of time, would have been Blanca. And then my mom also does laundry sometimes.
But on a day-to-day, did Blanca take care of your dad's clothes, laundering, cleaning, folding?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about, you never went back to Moselle after this incident?
Well, I mean,
Or
after,
did you?
if you take June 7th on June, I mean, I've been back to Moselle since then, but I've never slept another night at Moselle.
And did your dad? Let's strike that. Big portion though. Big course indulgence. Did your dad try to get you to go hunting out there again one time or suggest it?
He asked if I wanted to, and if I wanted to, that I could.
But you didn't want to.
No, sir. Didn't want to go.
That's all I have. Thank you, Buster.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Redirect.
Buster, if your mother, when she went to Edisto and stayed for multiple nights, would she take Bubba with her?
Yeah, usually she'd take a combination of Bubba and maybe another dog, Grady. She would take dogs with her, yes.
And you understand Bubba and Grady were at Moselle the night of June 7th.
I do, yes, sir.
That's all I have. Here.
Anything further? Thank you. Let me step down. Your next witness.
Sutton.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Go have a seat up here on the witness stand. You can adjust that microphone and pull it closer to you if you need to. Pull your seat up, but state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Mike Sutton, Sutton.
Mr. Sutton, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic engineer.
A forensic engineer. Now, what is a forensic engineer?
Well, the majority of the work that I do involves the investigation of accidents and failures in the field of legal questions, legal problems, court of law. So what forensic engineers do is that they collect data, collect physical evidence, they interpret the data, and then try to come up with what happened in an event, maybe what didn't happen in an event, or maybe try to limit the possibilities of what happened in an event.
Okay, and do you have educational background in this area, or have you been trained, or how about just tell us, first of all, where you, as we say around here, where are you from?
Well, I was born in Hickory, North Carolina. Then I grew up in Cary. When I was young, family moved to Cary, which is right outside of Raleigh. when I graduated from Cary High School, I went to North Carolina State University, and I was in the materials engineering department for about a year. My sophomore year, I transferred over to mechanical engineering department. And so I was at NC State for my undergraduate from 84 to 88. And when I was a sophomore, I met an engineer, his name's Dr. Charles Manning, who owns a company still in Raleigh. He's passed away, but his company's still there. And Dr. Manning was the ex-professor at State. He's also an ex-NASA engineer. And I worked with him from basically 1987. Then after I graduated, I went full-time with him.
When you graduated with a degree in what?
In mechanical engineering.
Okay,
And
and you were working with him.
and I continued to work with him. And then I got a master's degree at North Carolina State University, also in mechanical engineering with a concentration in acoustics and vibrations.
In acoustics and vibrations.
Correct.
Your master's, okay.
Yes.
And then what did you do?
Well, I worked with him as a consulting engineer, consulting forensic engineer, looking at all different kinds of accidents and failures, about anything that you can imagine. We do a lot of motor vehicle accidents, of course, because there's so many. We look at structural failures, product failures, material failures, about anything that you can imagine. Basically, if there's anything that's based in physics, it's capable of being explained and understood.
And what do you mean by physics?
Well, physics are the laws that govern how things around us, how they behave. You can predict their behavior. If I drop a basketball off of a balcony, I can predict how long it's going to take to reach the ground based on all the different variables. So the laws of physics are there. It helps us figure out how things would happen. So I worked with Dr. Manning for a while until 2000, end of 2000. And in 2001, I founded my current company, which is based in Cary. It's called Accident Research Specialists.
What's the name of it again?
Accident Research Specialists in Cary,
Okay.
North Carolina. And we do the same thing. There are 10 engineers that I work with and support staff, and we investigate, analyze a variety of cases for a variety of clients. Like I said, most of my work is related to either criminal cases or civil cases, and I do some consulting that's not related to courtroom issues, just straight consulting to companies.
Have you, from time to time, dealt with shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes, I have.
And tell the jury what shooting incident reconstruction is.
Well, the shooting incident reconstruction, at least how I'm involved with it, I deal with what would be called external ballistics and terminal ballistics. So external ballistics are the flight of a bullet after it leaves a gun. A bullet leaving the barrel of a gun, it's going to be affected upon by gravity, air resistance. So that's just physics. And then there's terminal ballistics, which is what happens to a projectile when it strikes a target or an object.
And how many times have you been involved in a case involving shooting instant reconstruction?
I would say over the years, maybe 50.
Okay.
Now, all different kinds. Like, for instance, it could be a case where a manufacturer is being sued for like a drop fire, where somebody dropped a pistol and it went off.
And it's not supposed to do that.
No. And so it could be a products case. I've worked on cases involving hunters, long range distance shots where you're trying to figure out where a particular hunter was aiming the gun. So where he hit, killed somebody. I've worked certainly in law enforcement shootings. I've worked for law enforcement, and I've worked on the side opposite law enforcement for people who have been shot by law enforcement. I've worked on insurance cases. Sometimes there's a question about whether it was a suicide or an accident. So those are the type of cases that I would be involved with.
And when you do these cases, you're looking for, what's the difference between you and a crime scene reconstructionist?
Well, crime scene reconstructionist would be looking at a lot of different things. So I'm a mechanical engineer. I deal with physics. But somebody who works at crime scene may have also a background in, let's say, chemistry. And they may be using different reagents to find blood or gunshot residue. That's not what I do. But I physically reconstruct a site. One of the main things that we do in forensic engineering, such as myself, accident reconstruction is what it is that we have the ability to go and capture data, collect facts from a site, whether it's an accident or a murder or what have you. And then what we do is we interpret what we're finding and try to, again, put ourselves in a position to answer questions about how an event occurred, or maybe limit what could have occurred, or maybe what didn't occur.
Okay, so have you ever been qualified by state or federal court to testify about a shooting incident reconstruction for instance, in Wake County, North Carolina?
Yes.
And what was that? Was that in federal court?
That was in federal court.
And were you allowed to testify as an expert?
Yes.
Okay, now let me move on to, and I believe the name of that case is Michael Morgan versus Wake County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That is correct.
And that was in 2018.
Yes.
Now, you've been involved in many more cases. Have you ever been qualified additionally to that by any federal or state court to testify about a shooting incident?
Yes, I have testified in other criminal trials where the questions were just as I said, which is where was the weapon aimed, maybe how many shots were fired, where were the shots fired from, maybe the sequence of shots. Again, this is all, developing an understanding of what the physical evidence tells you.
Okay. So let me move to a second area of expertise I'm going to ask you about. Tell us about what acoustics engineering is.
Well, acoustics and vibrations, or acoustics specifically, is part of mechanical engineering. It's the study of how sound moves, how it's made, how sound may decrease over distance, the effect of sound on people. It's obviously something real important because if you're exposed to sound for long periods of time, you can lose part of your hearing. So it is a subset of mechanical engineering. And so I have testified in cases involving acoustics. My master's paper was in the area of something that I do quite often, which is the audibility of emergency vehicles. Like if a police car has a siren on and you're driving up to an intersection, you got the radio on. Can you hear the siren, or can you not hear the siren? Maybe it makes a difference if your window is up or down. Those types of issues. So the audibility of noise.
To do that kind of analysis, do you have to do some sort of reconstruction oftentimes?
Yes, often with acoustics, you can definitely look at it theoretically, but I typically test it because it's something that is readily testable.
Okay. And you've been qualified again in at least one state. You've been qualified multiple times to testify as to acoustical engineering.
Yes.
And one of those cases was Kudalakis versus CSX in state court in Richmond, Virginia. Is that correct?
Yes.
And many other times also.
Yes.
Okay. The last area of expertise, all these are engineering related, correct?
They are.
Is accident reconstruction involving vehicles.
Yes.
And you've done that more than you've probably done the other two, correct?
It is motor vehicle accidents. And again, it's just because there's so many of them. Throughout my career of 36 years, I've looked at probably a couple of thousand motor vehicle wrecks.
And again, you apply these same principles, data, and then you do an engineering analysis of it, mathematics, trigonometry, those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have been qualified multiple times on that issue.
Yes.
As an expert to give an opinion.
Yes.
And again, going back to the other two, you've been qualified as an expert to give an opinion by many courts, several courts in shooting incident reconstruction, acoustics engineering, and in motor vehicle reconstruction. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move that this witness be qualified as a expert in the three areas I just mentioned.
Mr. As a state. He's admitted without objection as an expert in the fields that he's offered.
Okay, so let's start off with the shooting instant reconstruction, okay?
Yes.
Now, have you prepared a PowerPoint? Well, back off. Back off. Strike that. Were you hired by myself and Mr. Griffin to do some analysis on what occurred at Moselle that resulted in the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes.
And let's first of all talk about what's the process generally, and then we're going to put this PowerPoint up, or do you want me to put the PowerPoint up first?
I can speak to that generally.
Go
So
ahead.
I think I mentioned it earlier, but really the first steps in any investigation, if it's a little investigation, big investigation, my job and the people I work with and people in other companies that do what we do, you go collect facts. And in this case, this is typical, facts were collected. The crime scene was processed. There were a lot of pictures taken, things like that by SLED. So that's one place that I can get facts. I typically do, and I did in this case, I go collect facts myself. So I went to Moselle, and it had changed. I went there about 18 months after the murders. I went in October of 22, but I was able to measure the Moselle property and look at the physical evidence, what was remaining. And then I was able to use that in conjunction with what SLED had done, because SLED had collected a lot of evidence at the scene that I looked at.
Now, some of the evidence collected by SLED that you looked at were measurements made by SLED agent Worley, either the night of or soon after the incident, to things like shell casings, right?
That is correct.
And there's also pictures of those shell casings, correct?
Yes.
And also the location of Maggie's body and Paul's body. There were measurements done on both of those, correct?
Yes.
And did Agent Worley also find 2 bullet holes, one in the doghouse, one in the quail pen?
Yes,
And did she take measurements there?
she did.
And were those important to your calculations?
They were. It was what I was looking at least my role in looking at the crime scene or the side of the crime, the questions that I was being asked.
Okay, so do we have the PowerPoint, please? Okay, we can see that. Okay.
Object to showing this, nothing's been entered.
Oh, I apologize. I got ahead of myself. This is a disc of this PowerPoint. Any objection? It's the PowerPoint.
No objection.
Your Honor, we offer into evidence defendant's exhibit number 143. Without objection, I believe.
Submit.
And Your Honor, okay, let's just walk through the PowerPoint. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, now this is titled Shot Trajectories as Measured by Special Agent Worley. Are these what we're talking about, measurements she made?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. Quail pen. Go ahead. Now, what are we looking at here?
So this is what I call the quail pen, and it's a small animal cage. It's been referred to, but like it's a bird cage, and it's up against the building or the barn, the hangar. I think it's been called several things. It's up underneath the roof.
Okay, now if you went perpendicular to that out, would you run into the dog kennels?
Yes.
Okay, so this is across from the dog kennels, and that is the quail pen.
Yes, and this particular photograph was taken the night of the murder. So the first few pictures just show the points of evidence that were of interest to me. And then what happened later on, it was the next month, I believe it was July the 6th. Special Agent Worley went back and actually took some measurements. She used basically a common technique where you try to get more information about these bullet holes.
Okay, next. And what is this we're looking at?
It's a little bit closer view of the quail pen, and what you have there on the side of the quail pen, so it would be the side that's really facing the crime scene.
Right.
It's made out of like a fiber board, a little bit more robust than cardboard. It's like a fiber board, so you can penetrate it easily. And there was a bullet hole basically in the center of it.
Okay, next slide. That would be that bullet hole?
That is the bullet hole. And if you were able to zoom in a little bit and look carefully, you'd be able to see what's called a bullet wipe. It's it's, you know, if that was a tiny little clock, it'd be just under 3 o'clock. And so when I looked at that, it looked like the bullet was on an upward trajectory, a small one, but an upward trajectory. And what the bullet wipe is when the bullet comes out of the barrel of the gun, it's going to have products of the bullet being fired. And when it enters sheetrock or a car door or a piece of plywood, you commonly see that lead-in mark where the bullet goes into a piece of material.
Can we make that bigger? There we go. Okay. So how about step down here for just a second, and there's a pointer right behind you. Your Honor, may he step down? Grab that pointer right there. And would you point out for the jury, please, that you call it a bullet wipe?
Yeah, so when you look at the entry, one of the entrance of a bullet hole into a surface like this is, and this is the piece of gray cardboard. There's some tearing here, but if you look over here on the side, that's what's called the bullet wipe mark. And that shows you the direction that it's coming from. So it's coming from where I'm standing. And it's a little bit below, like if you could draw a straight line through there, that would be even with the horizon. It's a little bit below that. So right away, that told me that this bullet, when it penetrated this piece of material here, that it was traveling upwards and from right to left.
Okay. Let me see the next slide, just in case. Okay. Any way to make that a little bigger? While he's doing that, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph from Special Agent Worley's trip to the crime scene. I think it was the next month, July the 6th.
And what's going on here?
So this bullet, it penetrates this quail pin and actually goes through the wall of the hangar too. It goes through several layers of material. And a common technique to try to figure out what is the angle of that shot, you take something like this. Typically they're fiberglass, so they don't bend, they're perfectly straight. And you insert that rod through the bullet hole. And then what you do is you measure this rod. So right now she's measuring what's called the vertical angle. So if I was measuring that's the angle of the shot, like to the TV right here. So vertical angle is this way. Was the bullet going up, or was it going down, or was it going straight in?
And what did that, I mean, did you look at a close-up picture of that? And did you also look at her notes?
Yes.
And what was her conclusion about the angle? You say vertical angle, the angle going into the quail pen. Was it going up? Was it going down? And by, I guess you gauge this in degrees, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so was it going up or down?
It was going up.
At what degree?
So the bullet was traveling upwards, which is consistent with what I just showed you on the previous pictures. So her measurement that it's going up is consistent. She recorded in her notes that was 3 degrees going up. So pretty flat, but the bullet was traveling upwards. But there are 2 pictures. She has one picture of it at 3 degrees and one at 1.5 degrees. So pretty close, but 2 different trajectories. And later on, I looked at the difference between the 1.5 and the 3.
Okay.
And we could, that'll come up later, but for the purposes of me understanding what was going on here, I considered both 1.5 and 3.
And while 1.5 or 3 is not a steep incline as it goes in, if you project that back, it's going to have, if you go 10 feet, it's going to make it. Okay. As you project it back, what, if any, difference is there on that cause on trajectory?
Okay, well, the reason this is interesting is because it's an upward traveling bullet. So if you think about the path of this bullet, for all purposes here, because we're talking about maybe 50 feet in this crime scene, it's not 400 yards. If it's 400 yards, the bullet has a curved trajectory. So here, because the area that we're considering is so small, that for all intents and purposes, it's a flat trajectory, which means that the barrel of the gun was on the same angle as that rod, okay? and it's going down, which means if you extend that rod, if you're able to extend that rod some distance, it's going to go into the ground. So if it goes into the ground, obviously the gun can't be underground. So you know that the shooter who fired the weapon that sent the bullet into the quail pen has to be on that line. So the weapon has to be on that line, and it's going to go into the ground at some point. So that is a good piece of information because that locks the location of the shooter, at least for one shot.
And I believe Agent Worley identified, I'm sorry, strike that. What, if any, caliber or kind of weapon did Agent Worley deduce had fired that bullet?
This was the 300 blackout.
Okay. Now go to the next slide, please.
This is just another measurement. This may be the one that's closer to 1.5 degrees, but you can see this is called, they call them trajectory rods, which again is inserted through the multiple paths of the bullet as it went through things.
So as you look at that device, whatever that's called, one of them shows 1.5, one of them shows 3, and she wrote down 3?
Correct.
Okay. Great. Next, please. Now, what is this?
Same thing. I'm just showing the kind of the different readings that she got here.
Okay.
It was within a range.
Okay.
So same answer for this.
Right. Next. Okay. So what are we looking at now?
Just to explain a little bit better.
Can you make that a little bigger, please? Okay. So what are we looking at here?
This is to show the trajectory rod. It comes in. We've been looking at this side right here. But if you look inside, you see it kind of goes through the cage, and it goes through the back of the cage. It actually goes into the hangar or the barn, goes through the siding and then the plywood.
So that is that same rod, except that's the inside going out.
That's the inside. I was just trying to show the technique, and this technique is a technique that is used often. There are other ways to do it, and we may talk about it later, but this is a technique that's often used to come up with this line of fire or the path that bullet took, because if you consider the path of the bullet, you may be able to conclude something from that.
Okay, next.
It's just more the same. This is the trajectory rod inside the cage or the quail pen.
Okay,
More the same,
next.
more the same.
But these are, okay, wait 1 second. So these pictures just depict that rod coming from the outside, going through the quail pen and through the wall behind the quail pen.
That is correct.
And that's, you put that rod through, and then you can make some measurements outside as to trajectory, correct? Easy for you to say. Next, please. Now, what is that device? What's going on there?
This is called a zero edge protractor. So protractor is going to measure 0 to 180 degrees. So this is Special Agent Worley puts it up against the side of the quail pen and drop a plumb bob down so you can get what's called the azimuth. And the azimuth is just your compass direction. So because if I have the azimuth, and this is about 41 degrees coming in from where I'm standing. So, 45 degrees would be, here, there's 41 degrees, 90 degrees would be straight in. So what that does is it tells you the direction of this line.
So at that point, whether it's going up or down, and whether it's coming from the left or the right.
That's correct.
And as we look at that coil pen, is it coming from over here to the left? Is it coming from the right?
Well, it's coming from over here to the right.
Okay.
And then to determine exactly how you need to go back and kind of look, you have to do it to scale, of course.
Right.
So you have to create a scale diagram, or you do what we typically do, which is we scan.
Okay. So let me see the next one. And is that just a close-up of the measurement, the angle?
Yes. And you can see here that it's 41 degrees.
41 degrees.
And that's what she recorded in her notes.
Okay, next. Now, this is the doghouse. And in a minute, we're going to see a 3D rendition of this so the jury can get a little better idea of where everything is.
Yes.
But let's go ahead and talk about the doghouse next. So tell me what you see there.
So the doghouse had a bullet hole in it. It's pretty low to the ground. It's about 5.5 inches above the ground, 3 inches up from the bottom of the siding on the doghouse. And this bullet hole was going downwards, 14 degrees down. And it had an angle slightly to the left. And so kind of the same way that you can think about the one that was going up, you can think about the one that's going down. So if put a trajectory rod in, we'll see that in a second, it's going to be sticking upwards like that. So you can go up that trajectory rod to a point where it makes no sense. Like the shooter would have to be on a ladder, right? So that what that does is it tells you where that shot came from, and it puts a limit on where that shooter could be. You know, just the same way that the shot trajectory would disappear into the ground makes no sense. You know, shot trajectory that's up at 10 feet doesn't make any difference either. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Right. Let me see the next slide. Okay, and what is that?
That is the 300 blackout projectile. It went into the doghouse, went into a dog bed, so you're able to dig it out. So it's, you can see that here. So again, these are the night of the murders.
So if it didn't go through the back wall, how does one get a trajectory off of that?
Well, in this particular case, the siding was thick enough where Agent Worley was able to put a dowel rod or a trajectory rod into that hole, unlike the quail pin, which is very thin. So a very thin material is considered thin if the thickness of that material is much less than the length of the bullet, right here. So in a thin material, there's some special considerations with thin materials versus thick materials, but the doghouse had siding and wood construction, so it's thicker. So a thick material is going to be more in line with the length of the bullet and even longer. So you can still get the trajectory with reasonable accuracy in this particular case.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now what is that?
This is the same process here at the doghouse where
Can you blow that up for me, please? There you go. So what do we see?
this is the trajectory rod. This is a dial protractor. It just uses gravity to tell you what the angle is.
And what was the angle?
14 degrees down.
It's coming in at a 14 degree. The bullet's coming, there you go. It's coming in, it's coming down into the doghouse at a 14 degree angle.
That's correct.
Okay. Next, please. And what is this?
Zoomed in so you can see. So
Okay.
there's 90 and it's over at about 76 degrees or so. So that makes it.
It's a 14 degree downward path.
Yes.
Next. Now, this is that plumb bob thing and azimuth thing, right?
Azimuth. So if this shows you the compass direction of the shot, where it's coming from. And here it's, she measured 7 degrees. She recorded 6 degrees off of there, but it's somewhere there. All you really got to know, it's not straight into the doghouse. It's a little bit of an angle, about 6 or 7 degrees.
Okay. Next. And that's just a close up of the same thing.
Yeah, so there's 90. So the plumb bob would be right here if it was going straight into the doghouse, but it's a little bit to the left.
About six degrees.
6 or 7 degrees.
Okay. Next. Now tell me what this is.
So this is Agent Worley's diagram, and it's not to scale. And these are just the lines that I drew in to begin with, before I really did much work in the case. And it's clearly not to scale because, for instance, from the small animal cage, that pole is 24 feet about. And you can see that Maggie's body is, 17 feet long. But it says not to scale. But what that doesn't do for you, it really doesn't tell you, okay, well, we went through all that trouble to measure these. What does it tell you? And what I noticed was this, is that there was 2 shots, and one was into the doghouse, which was facing this way. One was into the quail pen, which is like facing the way of this desk here. That's 2 totally different directions. So the first thing that would be good to do is to draw those lines backwards and see where they cross, right? And where they cross, is there anything of interest there, right? footprints or something. In this case, there was, but not footprints, but that's what you do here. And so the thing you're looking at is let's figure out what this is telling us, which is these two lines are going to cross somewhere.
Well, and this is not to scale, so it doesn't tell you much
It
about.
doesn't really tell us much because they don't cross at the right spot.
Right. But in terms of the relationship of different objects, we see the quail pen, and it looks like it is, again, perpendicular to the dog kennels, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next. Okay, so this is your reconstruction. Maybe you ought to go ahead and take your, you want to do it from down here or up there?
Oh, I can sit up there.
Well, wait 1 second. Let me see what this does. Next, go ahead.
And this is a AVI file.
This is,
Well, I can explain.
was it a video?
It is a video.
Yeah, go ahead and play it, and then we'll may play it again. I want you to explain it after they look at it. Go ahead. Okay, stop it right there for me, can you? Stop it right. There you go. So we see the doghouse. The quail, point where we just flew by it. Oh, wait a minute, she's starting over again. Okay, go ahead and start. There we go. So as we get right, stop it right. Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. There, stop. Okay. So we see the doghouse. Point it out, please. We see the kennels. How about point those out? And I don't think we can see the quail pen yet, but it's going to be up in there, correct?
Yeah, so the quail pen's against this wall.
Okay. Go ahead and start it back up. And stop it. Okay. Show the jury again where the quail pen is.
Here's the quail pen.
And where's the doghouse?
And the doghouse is right here.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and start it up again. Now, maybe I ought to have you explain how you do this. You go ahead and take the stand again, please.
Yes.
Let me see the next slide while he's going up there. Okay, well, you don't need to come down for this, but this is called fly through with no roof. So you've eliminated the roof with the computer to show what it looks like. You get a better sense of perspective. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this to scale?
It is to scale. It's very accurate. Is kind of the modern way to measure a site. Scanning is used all over now. I mean, from dentist offices to everything, but
We'll talk in just a minute about how you put this together, and the process I think is on here. Okay, how about let that one go? And this is without, you took the roof off of the shed, correct?
I did.
Okay, go ahead. We can see the doghouse. We can see the quail pen. We can see where Maggie's body was, and we can see where Paul's body was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about do that one more time? That would be Maggie's body near the doghouse,
Yes.
and that would be Paul's body over here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, keep going. And why did you do this particular visual? Does that make it easier to see where everything is relative to each other?
Yes. In the scan, you can just cut the roof off. It just makes things easier to see.
Okay.
The roof was of no importance to me.
Right. Next. Now, tell me what this represents.
Well, this is where I start constructing some lines, and this is just an overall shot looking straight down. Like this is a bird's eye view of the scan, and the dog kennels are in the bottom right, and the hangar, the barn, is kind of in the center top of the picture, and it's just there's nothing really, of this particular shot. It just illustrates what you can do. And what I did, for instance, is I drew some white lines in there. Those are measurement bars. One's 25 feet long, one's 50 feet long. But the scan itself, you can measure very accurately anywhere in the scan because this is not a picture. What it is are the points. And there's so many points, there's millions of points, and there's so many points when you put them together, it actually looks like an object, like a three-dimensional object.
So let me ask you this, the state, it's been a month, so we may not all remember, the state had, this is called a FARO. What is this called?
We call them a FARO scan. FARO is the builds the scanner. There are other companies, non-scanners, but a FARO scan is a laser scanner. And what it does is it sends out a laser. And when that laser hits an object, it returns back to the scanner. It gets reflected back. Depending on how much time that takes, it can figure out how far away that object is. And we're talking about a very small point. And then what it does is because the scanner is spinning around this way and a mirror is spinning this way, it knows where that point is in space. And then what it also does to make it look better, it spins the camera around, and then the camera applies more information on all these points. So what you end up with are millions of points. Like if you scan the front yard of this courthouse, you get trees, you get signs, you get people kind of ghosting by as they walk through the scan. So it just picks up everything.
So does law enforcement use FARO?
Yes, they did do a FARO scan. I have seen their fly through like we just showed you, but that's the only thing that I've seen. So they did, and again, it is a common technique people in our field use to measure things because you don't have to take 100 measurements with a tape measure, and it's much more accurate.
And SLED, I believe you just said, did a FARO scan of the same murder site.
They did.
And I think we played it, it's been a month, but I think I played it a month ago.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
At some point in this trial, are you familiar with the fact of whether their FARO scan, SLED's FARO scan was played?
Yes.
Okay. And is their FARO scan as detailed as yours?
I would have to compare them, but it should basically be the same thing. Their scan and our scan should be the same because it's a highly precise instrument. And
Let's go to the next one.
The only difference would be they did it in July.
And you did it in?
October of 22.
Okay, now what is this to pick?
So the next thing I wanted to do, other than reconstruct the shot trajectories, like we said before, I wanted to know where the evidence markers were. So what this here is, I took Special Agent Worley's measurements. She had measured to a bunch of different things, including the head and feet of the victims, and then also to those little yellow evidence marker tags. And the evidence markers that I was most interested in were numbers 2 through 7, which would have been the empty cartridge cases from the 300 blackout. But what I did was I created a CAD diagram to scale of Agent Worley's measurements.
Okay, what's a CAD diagram?
It's just computer-aided drawing. It's a drawing package, so you can do a scale diagram. Now she did this just measuring from a pole or post and whatnot, but we have a technique. When we scanned in 22, obviously these markers were not there, but we had lots of photographs of them. And so there's a methodology that we can use where we can flatten the picture taken the night of the murders, and then we can match that to the scan. So then once you match that photograph to the scan, you can actually place in objects that no longer exist very accurately.
Now this FARO program, you indicated was used by SLED, is it used by other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Very common, it is used by hundreds, thousands of them?
Yes.
And they do the same process that you do?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got this, and what is this? This is can you tell me what this process is?
Yeah, so this is Special Agent Worley's hand measurements.
Put on a computer
Put
program.
it on a computer program, and because I wanted to put the evidence markers in my scan. And so you have the scan of the Moselle property, but then I can put stuff in there too. I could put a car in there. I could put a body, or I could put these evidence markers. So I use this to check what we did, which we use photographs and the techniques of putting the evidence markers where they belong.
Okay. Next slide, please. What does this depict?
So what this is then I overlaid Agent Worley's drawing, the one that we just looked at, over my scan. And I use that, if you were able to zoom in a little bit, I don't know if it's how, it may be a little bit hard for you guys to see, but those circles with the crosses in them are Special Agent Worley's measurements. And then either touching them or inside of them are the evidence markers that got placed by what we call reverse camera projection, which is just a fancy name of, we can take the information from a photograph taken the night of the murders, and we can attach that to our scan. And then if we want to, we can put missing objects in there, which is what we did here.
Okay, go ahead.
And
What
there's
does
an
this depict?
example of it there.
Can you make that a little bigger, please? So what is, yeah, that's perfect right there. What does that show?
It shows the same thing. So we use the reverse camera projection method to get the yellow evidence markers in the scan. And you can see there, Special Agent Worley's measurements are usually right beside it, but you have to remember she was probably stretching a tape measure. So it all makes sense. So it agreed. So what that tells you have a high degree of confidence that these markers are in the correct place.
Okay, next. Now, what does this depict?
Well, it's a it is a video.
Okay,
If you
go ahead and
wanna
play that
show
video.
the whole screen.
Yeah, we need the whole screen and play the video, please. Okay. What are we seeing here?
So this is fading back and forth between the scan world or the computer world and reality. So you can see there that that's a crime scene photo that was taken the night of the murders. And what that is doing is it's showing you the comparison between this world that we built to try to understand what was the physical evidence telling us.
Well, picture taken on the night of the murders, is this a complete picture or have you dropped some things out?
No, it's a complete picture. You know, some items may have been moved by the time this picture was taken. I would have to go back and see exactly.
Oh, so this picture was taken by you in October.
Oh, no, this is the night of the murders here.
Okay. Okay, next. Okay, so go ahead. Quail pen shot trajectory. Okay, so tell us what this is.
Okay, so I picked a place in the scan to start laying in those lines. So now we've talked about how we built this up. So let's put the trajectory of the two shots that were measured and see what it tells us. And so I just chose a point. You're looking straight into the side of the doghouse. The sheet in the foreground there would be Maggie's body. And then you can see the evidence markers. There's 3, 4, you can see 5 and 6 over by the sheet.
Right.
12 is something else. I believe it was may have even been bullet fragments, but 3, 4, 5, and 6 there are empty cartridge cases from the bullets that were fired.
Okay, go back out for just a second. There you go. I see somebody standing over here on the right. What is that?
That was probably one of my engineers or somebody I work with who was doing some other task.
Okay.
So when you scan, if you stand still long enough, it'll scan you.
Scan you in. Okay.
Yes.
Next. Now, what are those two green lines?
The two green lines are the shot trajectories into the quail pen,
And why are there two?
because one is at 1.5 degrees up and one is at 3 degrees up.
Okay. In this projection, in terms I understand, if you took the dowel that she put through the hole.
Objection sustained.
Sorry, Your Honor, I was just trying to get it in terms I understood. Let me see if we get to the same place. Tell us what that depicts in terms that I can understand.
Yes, so that is the flight path of the bullet somewhere along that line. And so it's trigonometry. It's not any more complicated than that. I don't know if that's too complicated for you, but it's just trigonometry.
These lines, are they put in there by you manually, or are they computed by the program?
Well, the lines are put in by me on the computer program. And again, they're the 1.5 degrees, 3 degrees. The importance of them is that's where the barrel of the gun has to be perfectly in line with those two green lines. But right now, without knowing anything else, you could slide that gun up and down that green line, and it could be anywhere, right? So, but you start looking at other pieces of evidence. And so what you would have is, well, what other pieces of evidence we have? I looked at this and I said, well, where does this shot trajectory go? Well, it goes almost right over Maggie's body, very close to it, right close to the feet. That's one thing. The second thing is there is a collection of empty cartridge cases right to the line. So if I'm facing the quail pin, there's a collection of cartridge cases to my right.
And what's your understanding about the ejection of cartridge cases from black entities?
Typically, it should be to the right and to the back somewhat. Okay. It depends. But so that was a piece of information, which is that starts to, as I said before, sometimes what you're looking at what you can determine, but maybe you can limit where something happens. So, that is a point of interest. Well, you have a pile of cartridge cases that go right beside the shot trajectories. That's an important point.
Okay, next. Okay, so what are we seeing here?
So that is a shooter that I constructed. And what this is, it's actually a scan of a person. So you can get scans of people. In this particular case, just for the purposes of this trial, I stripped all the textures off this person. So there's no clothing or hair or skin color, anything like that. So it's just more almost like a robotic looking figure. It is holding a .300 blackout weapon, a model of one. And so when I started examining those shot trajectories, a couple things were apparent. One is it would be really hard for anybody to be shooting that shot from the shoulder, because remember, the shot's going up, but it's only 4 feet 2 off the ground.
What is the entrance one? Where it goes into
the entry point. It's only 4 feet 2 off the ground, and it's going up, which means that even if you're a fairly short person, to get that trajectory, you'd have to walk all the way up to the quail pin to get it to work. So what I was seeing here is that the most likely way that shot was made was from a low position, like shooting low on the hip. So I took this scanned in person with a blackout, and I pushed the gun down about as far as I could push it.
When you say about as far as you could push it, what do you mean by that?
Well, eventually, at some point, you have to have your hand on the trigger and the gun. And so instead of having the person stand straight up too, I just put them in a shooting position. I don't know what the position the shooter was, but this is a thought process. Okay, what is this telling us? So that's what I did here.
And what degree line is that one on?
That's on the 1.5 degree.
Okay, next. And what does this depict?
That's the exact same shooter, except that shooter has its barrel on the 3 degree line.
Okay, but he would be on the other side of Maggie's body and on the other side of the doghouse.
Correct.
Okay, next. Okay, now this has 2 individuals in it. What's the one behind?
So those are the 2. So the shooter,
okay.
The shooter behind is the 1.5 degree. The shooter in front is the 3 degrees. So that kind of gives the range of this person being able to make that shot. And so to me, because of several different factors, it's much more likely that the angle into the quail pen was flatter than 3 degrees, which we talked about before. One of the main reasons is there's no shell casings over behind the doghouse.
So this person up front, what did you just say about shell casings?
There's no shell casings anywhere close to that person.
And I guess, can you demonstrate for us how you're depicting this person's holding a gun? I mean, are they, you say from the hip.
Yes.
What does that mean? How about demonstrate? If that's okay, Your Honor.
So what I would say is that what I did for this purpose is instead of having it here, I put it down here, about as low as I could go.
Okay.
And within like a shooting stance, like a shooting position. You're not aiming, but at least you're not aiming in the traditional sense, but
If you're aiming, it'd be on your shoulder, right?
right. So I stressed that gun down until I could just still keep my hand like I was shooting a gun.
Now, from the shoulder, where generally when you've got, to have that downward shot.
It's really hard to put a shoulder shot on that trajectory just because it's so low. Because even a small person going like this, 4'2", even if you put the barrel on the quail, then it'd be above the hole. So it just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, next slide, please. So this is without the guy up front because you concluded this is where the person would have been.
Yes, for a person of this height, this is to me because of its proximity or closeness to the empty shell casings.
Okay, next. Now let's look at the doghouse trajectory shot. Next. Okay, now explain that green line.
The green line here is the shot trajectory into the doghouse. And this is the same shooter again. And it looks like he's standing on the sheet there, but all that would tell me if this did occur, then the body was not there.
This was a shot would have come before the body fell to the ground.
That is correct. And so again, you have a shooter low on the hip. That's where that person would have to be to follow that upward line. So the same exact shooter, now that shooter is shooting down, I slid that person on the line until it was shooting down. And what I discovered was it's basically in the exact same spot. Maybe one step away, maybe 2 steps away, but.
The 2 shots were made from very close to each other.
Right. So now what we've done is the 2 shots cross each other at a point, and at that point is right beside where the shell casings were ejected, relatively close to it.
Okay. Now you don't know where Maggie was when these shots were made. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we've heard from, I think, one of the state's witnesses that. Strike that. What, if anything, did we hear from the state's experts about the relative position of Maggie and whoever shot her?
The only thing that I heard is that maybe 2 of the shots were done at less than 3 feet because of the stippling to the skin.
And what about the relative position of the shooter and her prior to that?
Nothing specific or definitive.
Okay. So let's see the next one. What is that?
This is a shooter, because this shot's going down. This shooter is shooting from the shoulder, which can be done with this shot. And if you're shooting from the shoulder, you got to be further back. So that's just to illustrate. That's the range of possibility, from the shoulder, from the hip,
or down low. Those 2 we just saw. Is that also consistent with where the shell casings are?
It is. That could be consistent too.
Okay. Next slide, please. Both shots. Go ahead. So what does this depict?
So this is the shooter making both shots. And you'll see, and there's a couple different angles I could show you, but they're really close. And they're in the right location relative to the empty shell casings. Okay. So what that says, I'm not saying it's exactly there because there's some variables to it, but I find it interesting that the 2 shot trajectories cross at a point where both shots can be made and they're at the right location relative to those empty shell casings. So in my opinion, when these two shots were made, at least these two shots, that the shooter was standing right in that area.
Okay, next. And what does this depict?
This is the same thing I just described, except a little bit different angle. So there you may have a shooter taking 2 steps forward, depending on which one was fired first,
Right.
or 2 steps backwards. But, within a generally small area, those where those shots were fired from.
Okay, next. Is that the same?
That is the same thing. That is, the shooter's from the hip. If you have the shooter shooting from the hip, it makes a lot of sense that with a little bit of movement, the shooter can produce both of those shots and have it agree with the evidence that Special Agent Worley collected.
Okay, next. Okay, now we're gonna, don't go to let's get to that in just a minute. Based on your analysis and tell us how you came to conclude the range of heights for the person shooting from those distances. Tell us how that works.
Okay, so we're able to locate the weapon, where the weapon was, and that's
Now, when you say locate the weapon, what do you mean by that?
locate the weapon on the green line. Okay,
When
so
you say locate the weapon, is it the muzzle? Is it
the
what
whole
is it?
barrel,
The whole barrel.
right?
Okay.
Because the bullet starts its path inside the barrel, and when it leaves the barrel, it finds the target.
Okay, so you can slide that barrel up and down the green line?
Correct.
Okay, tell us how you get to a height for the shooter.
So for the purposes of what I've been showing you is that I started putting different height people in the trajectory analysis. And so what I've been showing you is a person that's 5'2".
Versus how tall? The
five-
shooter's how tall?
5'2",
Could be someone a little taller crouching down a little bit?
could be,
5'3", 5'4"?
yes,
So between 5'2" and 5'4"? The
yes.
shooter.
Because what happens if, let's say, if you put a 5'4" person even, or 5'5", 5'6", in kind of that shooting position from the hip, you've got to move them all the way up to the quail pin. And it doesn't make any sense there because there's no shell casings. And it starts to not make any sense. Why would a person stand right in front of the quail pin a few feet away and shoot into it?
And as you slide it back, what happens in terms of and this is all trigonometry? These are angles?
It's just trigonometry. So again, you have 5'2" people. What happens is if I move those people back,
Well, take the quail pen to begin with.
yeah, with the quail pin, if you start to move the shooter, the quail pin back, then you're down to, you start getting to, less than 5'2" very quickly because that shot is going up. And what you have here is that this is as far back is basically I could justify putting a 5'2" shooter here.
And how did you come to 5'2"? I mean, what, did you look at any data?
Well, again, these are actual people that were scanned in. And so these are 5'2". What happens is, for instance, if I tried it with a 5'4", I tried it with a 5'9".
And why didn't that work?
Because it puts the person under the shed close to the quail pen. Doesn't make much sense being under there. There are no shell casings there. So in order to get the shooter at the cross of the two shot trajectories near the empty casings, then you've got to lower that shot.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, some measurements. We don't need to look at each one of these, but go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Now, let's hold on for 1 second before we go to that. So in terms of Alex Murdaugh, who is, how tall is he?
6'3", 6'4".
Okay. And you took a measurement of him this morning, correct?
Yes.
And what did you measure?
I measured to his kneecap.
To his kneecap.
Yes.
And how much, what was the distance between the bottom of his foot and his kneecap?
25 inches.
Okay, now explain why that's relevant to what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, the obvious question is, well, what if you were 6'4" and not 5'2"? What does that mean? So What that means is that the shooting hand, the bottom of the shooting hand, for somebody the height of Alex Murdaugh would be right at and below his kneecap.
So his shooting hand would be below his kneecap.
Yes.
What does that tell you?
Well, it puts the shooter or whoever fired the weapon, if they were that tall, it puts them in an unrealistic shooting position. It's not an aiming position. It's not a shooting position. It would be something other than a shooting position where you were on your feet. So it would be, again, it would be very difficult. You would have to be bending over and have your shooting hand down at or below your kneecap. And what's important about that to me is that it just makes it very unlikely that a tall person made that shot.
More likely that it'd be more likely that a person between 5'2" and 5'4" fired those shots, correct? Or
Yes.
the quail pen shot.
Yes.
Can I have, yeah. Maybe. Can I have a red or black pen or something? You know, I think I'll take the red one. Yeah, that's fine. That's great. Thanks. So I had one of these, the shots you had with the shooters and their alignment blown up. Can you step down here, please? And then the point. And let's see how we can do this. You stand over here. And so explain to the jury why they've got to be 5'2", and this is blown up. Why would it be 5'2"? I mean, how, if this guy moves forward this way, or either one of them move forward, what happens to the barrel of the gun?
Yeah, so what happens is if you move them forward, they can be taller up until a point where we talked about before. At some point in time, even shooting from the hip, you still have to be very close to the quail pin. If I move them back, either two things have to happen is they have to be even shorter than 5'2", or they have to be in some unnatural or kind of like an unreasonable shooting position. I mean, obviously you could have somebody laying on the ground taking a shot. They could be really low, of any height, right? So, but what I'm doing here is that as you move these people back, the gun has to be lower and lower and lower to the ground. When you move it forward, the gun has to be higher. So then you start looking at, well, where are the shell casings? The shell casings are here. So if you move a person back, let's say where they're laying on the ground, right? And they're shooting like in a sniper position, like on their elbows and laying down flat, there's no shell casings back there because the shell casings are being ejected to the right, maybe to the back, we don't really know. But at least it's going to be back here. This area where Maggie's body was found, where the collection of empty shell casings are found, because some of these were close range, but some of them are spread over here, is going to put the shooter here. Well, it certainly puts the weapon there. And then what you have to do is go through the thought process of how can somebody hold the weapon that height off the ground?
Okay, now if you've got a tall person and they're coming this way towards the quail pen, let's say a 6'3", 6'4" person, can they, how close would they have to be to the quail pen to shoot the bullet at that angle into the quail pen?
Well, it would be difficult. It wouldn't be either a hip shot or a shoulder shot. You would have to, for somebody who's tall, because again, I don't have a tape measure, but the hole in the quail pen is at 4'2". Okay. So
We got one right there.
So let's just say, let's see a sticker or something.
You need what, a sticker?
So 12-pin shot is right here.
How about I put a sticker right there? Okay, so that's the height it went into the quail pen.
Right. Okay, so I'm 5'10".
Right.
She's all maybe 5'11", right? So it's going 3 degrees up. So I'm saying that's about flat. Let's just say that's 3 degrees. And I'm standing at the quail pen. I would have to do like that, or I could do this, right? Not from the hip. I'd have to come in here like this, which of course is possible, right? Just like that.
What about 6'4"?
And if you're 6'4", it would be, a lot taller than I am. And so you would have to go through that thought process of how the shooter could
And of course, as you come back off the quail pen, the only place you see shell casings are back here.
Yes, the empty shell casings, there's some right by the body, there's one underneath the body. And then I believe it's 2, 3, and 4 are here, 5, 6, and 7 are here, but 2, 3, and 4 are here. Like the shells are being ejected to the right and maybe slightly backwards.
And so can you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that whoever shot this shot or these shots, well, first of all, the quail pen shot was 5'2" to 5'4"?
That is the most likely explanation, yes.
Okay. And we know that Alex is 6'4".
Yes.
So could you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that Alex Murdaugh on the night of June 7th did not fire that shot into the quail pen?
In my opinion, it's very unlikely that he fired that shot.
Okay, now, in reviewing the SWED file, did you see whether or not they did any analysis like this? Have you seen any charts, any pharaohs, anything indicating that SWED ever looked at these shot angles before?
No.
Okay, go ahead and take the, Your Honor, this is probably going to go probably another hour before I'm done. I just look at it to see it's 1 o'clock. I don't know what you want me to continue, or do you want to take a lunch break?
Well, we can break for lunch now. That's what you want to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we will addressing the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break now and return at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay. Well, we've got an hour and 15 minutes, and I have no idea what that was all about, except for he seems to believe it was a dwarf, or nobody could have shot that gun, because you couldn't have shot that gun from that angle. We're talking about just 2 of the bullets, not addressing anything that was in the body or anything that's already been testified to. This wasn't even testimony as to the crime. These are in the coop. And I have one question. Anyone to cross to ask it. How do you know those bullets are from the same damn incident? What is he talking about? I know they all are putting them in there, but I didn't hear the prosecution bring them forward. Maybe because, they weren't relevant, or maybe because there was some error in the way Worley was addressing them. I'm not sure. But they don't speak to the crime or what we heard forensics say in regards to the wounds that are in the body. And kneeling is a supported position. And I believe, like Colin was here, we were talking about if he fell back or if he was crouched down trying to get around Paul to get at the dog. We had several scenarios where Alex could have done that, especially someone who's used to hunting. Because how many hunters do you know that are just standing straight up looking at the prey and shooting them just straight up there holding up? Like, no, come on. This is just And Tony says it's still BS that Alex Murdaugh would have to hold the gun below his knees because the figure in his reconstruction was holding the gun higher than 25 inches. You know what, Tony? Thank you, because I was looking at it going, that measurement is off. That measurement is so off. But I guess, an expert witness, they say what they're going to say, and it's up to the jury to try to believe it or not, or match it up to the other testimony. I'm looking forward to cross, but apparently we have another hour of direct here. I don't know. Anyway, I always look at what they're not saying, and what he's not saying is addressing the bodies, which is the crime. I mean, if he wants to talk about some quail bullets, some quail pen bullets, that's great. But if that's what they have, I don't know. I don't know. I'm really trying hard to hear what they're saying. Can somebody help me with exactly what is his actual take on that? You know what, Pete? That makes sense to me. I keep saying that about the pullback, about, especially the first shot, could have been an accident, could have been him getting in the way. If he intended to kill him, it could have just been a bad shot. But then you've got that actual second shot, and that does look like it's lower, and the trajectory does say it's lower, and he could have fell back, or he could have been back startled, uh just backing out of the room and just fell down to his knees, something like that. Because here you've got confusion and everything. You've got somebody you just shot coming at you. They've got a blackout possibly in their hands. You remember Paul went everywhere with his gun. Hey Rex, how are you today?
I'm doing pretty good. Just
Yeah,
woke up a little while.
you've been following this. You've been
Yeah,
following this. Yeah.
I found that
What you
whole line. Well, I found the whole line of questioning kind of weird because people
this
don't drop to one knee and shoot. That never
no.
happened.
Mm-mm. No. And I don't know what they're trying to say. Like the murders didn't happen because there were no dwarves on the property. Like I don't get it. They're not addressing the bullets that have already been identified with trajectory in the bodies as to where they could have been. That's more important than this quail pin bullet, don't you think? Like
Yeah.
I don't get it. You got an expert up there. Why isn't he speaking about the trajectories of the bodies in the reports?
Well, is that
Um
a defense witness?
Yeah, this is a defense witness. He's going
Okay.
in 18. He went to the crime scene 18 months after the fact, and he's doing a reenactment.
I think they're just trying to confuse the jury. That's
And
what
he
they're
said,
trying.
that it could have been Alex Murdaugh because from floor to his knee is 25 inches, so he couldn't have shot the gun. And it was a rifle. Oh, excuse me, for one, and two. Why? They're hunters. How could you say that? What hunter is sitting straight up all the time and doing a regular shot like you're at a range? No, like you're in all kinds of positions, and there are all kinds of supported positions that you could shoot those kind of guns from.
Well,
It's
when I was in basic training at the Army, our standard position for shooting an M16 was laying down.
hmm.
We lay down on the ground and shoot the M16 at the
Mm-hmm.
target. So, I mean, this just seems to be something to muddy the waters.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
I'm just
And
kidding.
like Tony says, I don't get the point, because if Alex was kneeling, he's the exact height that they say that damn bullet came from. If you take the 25, Tony just did the math. If you take 25 inches off of Alex Murdaugh's height, you get 4'3", the dwarf that they're talking about. Like, I don't know what they're talking. Like, this is very confusing to me. I think that you're right. I think they're just trying to confuse the jury a bit, and I hope they don't fall for it. Yeah.
I mean, they definitely confused me, and I'm just sitting here watching.
Mm.
So, I was like, well, where are you going with this? And then he says, we've got another hour's worth of testimony about
Yeah,
this
like
after lunch.
hope is he going to address more bullets elsewhere, I guess, or I hope he gets into that feed room and starts doing that. Without those bullets there, that was quite clear, how those shots were done.
Yeah.
The trajectories were very clear. But, it is the defense is always going to go for the soft spots of the case. And there was some problems with Worley's testimony and with documentation. She admitted to writing the wrong number on one of the graphs and something else. I mean, they tried to own up to some things that they did. They did say it wasn't to scale, but it is kind of important if you don't put the right number down there, whether it to be scale or not. It was in her notes, and it is how she did it. She said one number like 3 times and then wrote a different number down. So they're gonna go for that kind of stuff. And I think that's
Oh,
why they're picking on her documentation of shots. Oh, More crap like what's been presented so far. Jean, unfortunately, same witness. Another hour of it, apparently, for direct before we get to cross, which is what I'm really excited for because I'm hoping it's going to be Crichton Waters instead of John Meadors. I'm sorry. I love the prosecution, but John Meadors is like working my last nerve. Like his style is really sends me off a bit.
have you ever watched Futurama?
Yes, I have. Hmm.
The
Yeah.
defense lawyer that's questioning this guy reminds me of that chicken lawyer.
The chicken lawyer? Mater's as the chicken lawyer. I can see it. Hey, Colin.
That's just the image that keeps popping in my head where I hear him
Ah,
ask questions.
yeah. So Colin says, "Oi, oi, Claire, I just got home. Um, we already asked, what if Alex Murdaugh had fell over, so then he picked up the blackout dropped by Paul after he accidentally killed him." Exactly. We were talking about that, Colin. And I want to remind everybody the link is up top if anybody wants to come in for lunch. We have another hour just to chit chat about the case back and forth. You could talk about whatever you want about the evidence, or you have a theory. I want to hear them all. I mean, you all have some great ones. And last night we had a good one with Dr. Silkman and his theories on it, which he thinks is premeditated. Definitely, he had been thinking about it a while, and then everything came to a head, and opportunity knocked, and he just went forward with his plan. There you go. So, um, I think Colin and I talk about the accidental, like him going. Colin had the theory of him going after Bubba because Bubba was going after the chicken, and he was just tired of Bubba not listening to him. Bubba usually only listens to Alex, but that day Bubba was being bad, and Alex could have been high, whatever. There's talk about him going back on drugs and stuff. And he had his shotgun there. He had one of the shotguns there, and he aimed it at the dog. And Paul just like brought his up and said, "Oh no, you don't." And then just the shock of that, or even just like going after the dog. That first shot, whether he meant it or accidental, didn't kill him. Well, then he was walking towards the perpetrator, which could have been Alex Murdaugh, allegedly. And that's when he fell back. And that's when that second shot, that's why it's at so low angle going up through the base of his jaw, through his neck, and up to blow the back of his head out. And then, of course, mom's mad. Mom hears shots. Mom come running. What happened to my baby? Why are you trying to shoot at my dog? and he starts shooting at her. It just sounds like a very chaotic scene. It could be accidental, but then again, it could be planned too. Dr. Silkman said that first shot was planned. It was just a bad shot, aiming for the heart, and he missed.
Well, I mean, I don't know. We weren't there, but it seems like the defense is just trying to, like I said, muddy the waters and confuse the jury.
That's what they're supposed to do, right? Because I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary of what the other story is. Like, they're not presenting actual evidence. I mean, they brought a coroner who checked temperature by sticking his hand under somebody's armpit, period. That's all they did. And I'm like, why? What did that mean? Like, really? So he narrowed the window to 3 hours. It was already down to a few, like 15 minutes. And he narrowed it down to 3 hours for us, so we didn't have to worry. That was just so bizarre. Oh, Kim agrees that She thinks it was premeditated towards Maggie. Paul may have been collateral damage. True. True. Although everyone I've talked to so far believes that Paul was shot first. Yeah, Turtle says from that height the chicken did it. Ah, so maybe that's why Bubba was running around with chickens. He like knew they had a plot, you know?
Oh, chickens are evil. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Well, Bubba thinks so. Bubba was running around checking the chickens. Yeah. I don't know. This is I don't know. The more that I hear from them, the more confused I get. I every poll that's out there on Twitter, on Facebook, all the news medias, they're all running polls, and everyone, the popular consensus is that the accused, Alex Murdaugh, is guilty, but that they're not sure a jury's going to get there with that vote because of the evidence. It's a chicken, not a guinea hen. It's a chicken, never, darling. Yeah, they did have to go out of their way to correct her, didn't they? They jumped on her. It's a chicken, Ma. Was. Oh, hmm.
Well,
Always says, I also believe that Paul was shot first because Alex knew he would have to take him out to get Maggie. Exactly. That's exactly what Dr. Silkman said. The biggest threat was Paul. If he had planned it, he would have to get him first. And that he probably enticed him into the feed room for looking for some medicines for the dog's tail because they keep stuff like that in there. I know. Pete says, Claire, don't allow them to confuse you. Alex wanted M&P to go. I hear you. But I want to, I just need something concrete. I guess when I hear the closing statements, it'll do it for me. Well, I mean, I definitely am leaning that way for sure. Tony says it could have been an argument about Alex Murdaugh going back on the oxy, and Maggie and Paul were badgering him, and he snapped. Shot Paul, grabbed his gun, and shot Maggie. Yes, because he said one of the statements he made was, Paul, why'd you have to get involved? Mm-hmm. One of the ranterings that he did, when he was getting interviewed. Jin says, could be that Alex Murdaugh was starting withdrawal symptoms and was attempting to get the drugs from Paul. Wow, that's, I never even thought of that. Like, try to get him hooked up, and Paul wouldn't be with that. And it did buy Alex a month from facing the music. Yes, it did. To think about how to do everything. Mm-hmm.
well, I'm
And
just
that's
wondering
Go ahead.
if Alex is actually going to take the stand, or if
Oh,
he's
I
just going
don't.
to act.
That would be very unusual in a murder trial, don't you think? I mean,
Oh,
a
sure.
defense attorney does not want the accused up there in a murder trial.
Now
Everything would
that
become open. All they have to do is walk up with his list of lies. That would be very dangerous for him, I think.
well, that's pretty much any trial, not just a murder trial. The defense does
Yeah.
not want to take the stand. Yeah.
Yeah, but it'd be very unusual in a murder trial for them to take the stand. Absolutely. You're right, always. That is right, Jen, because Paul did know about his stash. Could it have been the chicken lawyer wanting to discredit Alex to climb the ladder? Could be. Chicken lawyers everywhere. Dog was an anger trigger. It could have been Jin. It did seem like that dog. They keep mentioning that dog a lot. Bubba's getting a bad rap here. He's not here to defend himself, and everybody's calling him names like stubborn and ornery and misbehaving, and they're all putting the dog down. There's nowhere around to defend himself. I don't know. Kind of feel for Bubba. Alex Murdaugh may have been after Maggie, but he couldn't afford to leave a witness. That's true. Oh, I don't know. Free Bubba, right, Halko? Like, right. Poor Bubba. Although Bubba, like, if Bubba could talk, Bubba knows exactly what happened. Like, I know Bubba's got all the inside information. Somebody needs to talk to Bubba. Makes me think of a Charlie Brooker episode. Like, if he was writing, the guy that does Black Mirror, like, if he wrote this trial, there would definitely be some new tech come in with memory transfer or something. Because otherwise, I don't know how we're actually ever going to know. Really.
Oh, hey, didn't they come out with a thing where it's like this touchpad and the dog can use it to communicate with you?
You mean on Black Mirror? They have all
No,
kinds of weird.
it's like an actual thing.
I know they
It's
got a
like,
dog robot that looks pretty real, but I don't know if it communicates with you. But that would be
are
pretty
you talking
wild.
about Canine? Are you talking about Canine from Doctor Who?
No, I meant there's a dog robot, a real dog robot that they use. It looks like a dog, and they use it to sniff into and bobs and do stuff like that. And it's actually controlled robotically, like it, you know. But
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know
Okay.
about any dog actually communicating with it.
Well, it's like a touchpad that you put on the ground and they'll hit a button. It'll be like hungry or got to go outside or a couple of, it can say a couple of other things too. I don't remember where I saw it at, but it was
Mhm.
that had several dogs that had several of them and they seemed to be pretty
Yeah.
spot on.
No, that's the name, Charlie. The Boston Dynamic Robo Dogs are scary. Kill them with fire. I get it. That was from oh gosh, I got Metalhead. In Metalhead, they had one of those dogs in the Charlie Brooker episode from Black Mirror, and I saw that exposition with the Boston Dynamic Robo Dogs. It was wild the way they were jumping around and like doing parkour and stuff and scaling walls. Like, and thanks for coming up with the name because I was like scrambling to try to get it, but I knew you'd know, Charlie. He's so good with the details. Hmm. I like the
Well,
way they dance too, Tony. They got some moves, those dogs. Yeah.
well, in the military, they've got a robot like that that's about the size of a pony.
Oh
It's
yeah.
not like dog size. Yeah, it's about the size of a pony, and you're not going to knock it over.
No.
Yeah, you're
Nope.
not going to hit it and knock it over.
Hmm. Well, Jen says that the technique you're talking about with the pad that a veterinarian has used that to teach her dog 45 words using one of those touch pads. That's pretty cool. You know what? Always, you're right. You're absolutely right. And if I had him on speed dial, we'd be talking already. Can you imagine? Like Charlie Brooker doesn't want to give me his deets. I would be I would be like all over him all the time. People would be sending him warnings about me. I'm like too crazy a fan for that man. Yep.
Oh, I think I know the Black Bear episode you're talking about. They were the little
Yeah,
dog killer
yeah,
robot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Metalhead, like, it would not stop tracking you no matter what.
no,
Like, it just kept coming. Yeah, that episode, Metalhead, that was a very bizarre episode that way. But I like all of the Black Mirrors. I don't know if you knew, but I'm a nut for Charlie Brooker. I think that was one of the best series ever. The way he put technology in life, and there's all these little lessons in there. Everyone has a meaning, like a bigger theme to it, and they all kind of link together in this really weird way. Like, and it's like they're all standalone, but they go together. Like, I don't know. I just love
yeah.
it. And
I was
and he's
the whole.
making a new series. He's making a new season. I'm like, I can't
Didn't
wait.
the last season have like 3 or 4 episodes, and then that was it?
Yes, it did. Every season was different. Like the first season was only like 3 or 4. Then there was like more, and then there's got to be less, and then there was a whole bunch of stuff going back and forth legally. Then he got a whole nother production crew together again with the help of Netflix again. Got back in there after he settled some legal things that was going on to so that he could own everything himself again. And then he went back in, and now they are actually in production,
Huh.
actually getting ready to put it out. And probably by the end of this year, is the end of this year or early next year, we'll be doing recaps of Charlie Brooker Black Mirror episodes again. Because we just finished the whole series. Like I did all of the seasons, every episode.
The
With
one
several
that
people,
really,
with most of them with Kim there in the chat. We finished it up. We did
Hmm.
most of them. We even did Bandersnatch with a group of people trying to do all the different endings and everything. It was kind of cool. It was really, yeah.
well,
You have to
the
be a
one
fan though.
episode, well, the one episode that really freaked me out is where you could erase somebody from your perception.
Oh, the memory theme in there. Yes, that you could
Yeah,
totally. Well, that was in punishment. Remember, like by a court
yeah,
order, kind of like annihilated you. And at the end, the guy was guilty, and they just made him invisible to everybody. Like
yep.
that was wild. That was White Christmas, I believe, right, Kim? If I got the name right, that was White Christmas. And at the end, they play that Christmas song over and over again in the kitchen. Yes, definitely White Christmas. And the punishment of having to relive everything. And then, the guy, he was had an issue with his partner, and was having a child, but it wasn't his, and she left him, and he had the child, but he got so angry and she filed suit, and the court gave her like a restraining order. But their restraining orders actually make you not be able to see the person anymore either, or have any contact with them whatsoever. You can't see anything about them, right?
Yeah, they just look like static. Yeah.
Yeah, just like static. And then he finds out she died, and then all of a sudden he could see the child again, and then something else terrible happens when he finds out the child wasn't his. And he finds out all of these horrible things. He has a terrible reaction. The grandfather ends up dying. Oh, that was like such a great episode. And it's all and then at the end, the guy that they used in the court, in the police department, to actually extract all of the confession from him of what happened, actually was also guilty of crimes, and they annihilated him too. Like he became like person non gratis. Like they show the final scene where he's like red and nobody can see him. Or they just see him as red static, so they know he's a violator of some type, and they run away from him. Like they stay completely away from him. Nobody can hear him, nobody can talk to him. You spend the rest of your life just walking around like with all these people, but you can't see anyone. Yep.
Yeah, that was freaky. Yeah.
And it had a lot of Easter eggs in it. And Kim is right. She's like the queen of catching the Easter eggs there. Yep.
But it was a really good show. I did like it
Yeah.
a lot. I watched the first episode where the prime minister has, have sex with the pig.
Oh yes, I
That
had to do that one. This national anthem. Yeah, I had to do that one. Yeah.
I was hooked
Ev-
after I saw that. I was like, this is going to be a good show. It's like
Everybody
Twilight Zone.
it was the very first episode, and it's what got me hooked. I was like, am I watching what I'm watching? It was right around the time that there was a problem with one of the prime ministers. Just a rumor going around about him using hog heads or something for some bad stuff. And there was like this rumor out there about it. It came out at the same time. And I was like, wow, like this is just so bizarre, But I did get hooked, like right from there. I go, if you've got it, like you're gonna put that out there, and they actually produce that and let you do that, like that was something. The way it was done, like you could understand everybody's point of view, like the people trying to cover it up, the artists, everybody's point of view in the whole thing. And I really felt for that man. Well, then he and the wife stayed together and had like a miserable marriage for the rest of their lives. It was like so weird. Yes, that's who I'm talking about, Cameron, but I wasn't going to say it, Tony. Then you found out that he did use the pig's head. Okay. But yeah, that was the that was the scandal that kind of went at the same time, What are red static zombies? Wait a minute. Like, wait, turtle moves. I need an explanation here. What are red static zombies? And the Watcher movies, Jin, I'm trying to remember if I've watched any of them. The dog was the scout for the robot. I seem to remember something like that. Yeah, that's true. Back to the trial there, Halco. First, useless Buster's testimony. Then, useless Pharaoh Laser. No one can shoot kneeling guy's testimony. Good day. You know what? But the Pharaoh Laser, like we showed you those Pharaoh videos that they use them in law enforcement successfully to recreate things. And he was trying to say like it wasn't great technology. I think just because he doesn't get permission to use it or something. I don't know. But it's prominent everywhere. I showed you guys the links to the websites for that. Remember? Oh,
Yeah, they
it
do
is
it all the
used.
time.
It is, yeah. It's to help them accurately and more quickly document a scene that they could do manually. It just helps with cutting down the time and saving the condition of the scene. Preserving exactly how it is at that time. So I
Well,
don't know
when
what
the
he was
guy
talking
started
about with
saying,
that.
"Oh, it's just trigonometry. It's pretty simple," and I'm like, "What? Trigonometry is simple?
Mm-hmm.
I can barely do basic algebra."
I don't know what he's talking about. He definitely wasn't talking our language, that's for sure. But Tony, I agree that there must have been more politicians doing it when that thing came out that it was a secret society. They all were doing the same thing. It was so wild. You know. Oh, yes, the guy appeared as Red Static, yes, but he wasn't a zombie. He just, they just kind of, wiped him out, like he was still alive, but no one could actually see him, as an image, or
Yeah,
anything. He
they
was
couldn't
just like,
interact with anybody.
yeah,
Yeah,
because if you only had a non-violent crime or anything, you were white static. But if you were red static, you had some kind of violation as to murder or a sex crime or something more serious. And this guy did because he actually was watching as someone did get killed and didn't report it.
well, technically, that does make him an accomplice
Mm-hmm.
in the eyes of law.
Oh, he was worse than that. He was helping the guy get dates and stuff like that, and then told everybody
Oh,
that was on the call not to report it. It was like crazy. Yeah, he
see, I
was.
have to go back and watch it again. You know,
Yeah, that was a good episode. It was White
yeah.
Christmas. Yeah. Mhm. I liked math skits. I was very good at all the maths. Yeah, so trig and calc and all of it. But don't tell anybody; they'll think I'm an egghead. But
Nerd.
oh, hey, I don't mind. I wear my nerddom proudly, proudly. I'm a geek. I'm a nerd. Hmm.
Oh yeah, I was not very good at math. I mean, I can do basic math like add, subtract, multiply, and
Hmm.
divide, and a little bit of basic algebra. But I'm
Hmm.
a nerd too. I've watched Star Trek and Star Wars and Babylon 5 and Stargate and
I love Babylon 5 and I loved Firefly. I'm sorry. Just
oh
want
yeah.
I loved it. I do. That was one of my favorite, actually.
Yeah, that show got a raw deal.
Yeah, it sure did. It
It
should
needed
still
another
be
season.
here. We need more. We need more Firefly. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, I mean, at least they wrapped it up in the movie Serenity.
They did in Serenity, but I want more. I
Well,
know
yeah.
they wrapped up like the loose ends, but it would be nice. It would be nice to have more. Never,
I'm
darling,
not
I'm right
gonna
with you. I
be
love math. It makes sense. Like there's no way around it. It works. It's all formulas. It's straight. It just works. It's very calming. It's peaceful to me. It's yeah. Battlestar, is that BS? Does that mean Battlestar, Tony?
Battlestar Galactica, the old one or
Mm-hmm.
the new one?
That's the one with the hole, like the black hole thing, right? Like that they go through time travel kind of thing. The portal.
No,
That's not
that's
Battlestar Galactica? Okay. Which one's that?
I think that was The Expanse.
Oh,
That was a
maybe.
Netflix show.
Yeah, I like Babylon 5 too. No, it wasn't Netflix I'm talking about. It was like it had Spade in it, you know. I'm trying to think, the actor something Spade. He was one of the actors in it, and I'm trying to think of what one that was. They had some kind of like Stargate. Yes, Charlie, I think it's Stargate. You're right, Charlie. See, he knows. Like you're in my head, Charlie. Like I should just have you up talking for me because like you have the you know the actual words I'm trying to say. She knew about
Stargate
the
was
dog robots too. Hmm?
oh, David Spade. You're talking about the movie.
James
Yeah,
Spader. That's who I'm talking
there you
about. No,
go.
not David Spade. James Spader was in Stargate. Charlie knew exactly what I meant. He's my translator. I should put him on the payroll. He's the bear translator. Yeah. It was like, yeah. I didn't know there
Yeah,
was a new series of Battlestar Galactica. I did watch from Star Wars. I watched the Mandalorian and things like that, but I didn't know that Battlestar Galactica had a new one.
yeah. There's the original from the '70s, and then they rebooted it in the 2000s, I think.
They just redid the movie Dune too. Did you see that? Like, I
Yeah, I
love
saw that.
I'm kind of partial to the original.
Me too.
I'm torn with the new one. I mean, I get like it needed to be refreshed and everything, but they left out some really important dialogue in regards to how Paul felt about his father and how they ended up there on the planet. Like some really big stuff as far as I was concerned.
But yeah, I'm kind of partial to the David Lynch original. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Farscape was good too. See, it looks like we're all nerds here. Good. We're all techie nerds, space nerds or whatever you want to call it. Sci-fi nerds. That would be it. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I really like Farscape too.
yeah. Oh boy, Skitzer did a fair amount of former transforms and Hamiltonian operators. Good God, huh. Better you than me. But it's amazing you can do that. Oh, I don't know if I saw that, Tony. The red list. Did you see the red list X with James Spader? I'm not sure, but
I
I
don't
don't
think I've
recall.
seen it.
I don't think I saw it either. No. But I don't know. Like we're gonna have an hour's worth of testimony on this guy. What else is he possibly gonna be at? I haven't recovered from Friday with those two witnesses. But Buster, what do you think of Buster's testimony? That was a whole lot of my dad couldn't do it because he's my dad. And, like people take showers, yo. And like I don't know. Like there wasn't really anything there. They're just kind of saying to the jury, don't look, because like there's nothing here. It all can be explained away. He's just a family guy. I'm like,
Well,
yeah,
it's
it was
kind
the
of like,
he
go ahead.
was in the blacklist, Charlie. That James Spader, but I didn't know what the red list was. I thought it was a movie. But the blacklist, I remember that. I remember that. He was very good. He was a bad man, sort of. Definitely. Yeah, I have no idea what they were just making him out to be, just a family guy, you know. His son knows everything. He knows like everything. Just making it like, don't look here, there's nothing here. We're all just one big happy family. They could have a multi-million-dollar lawsuit on them, and he said nobody was worried about it, nobody talked about it. And yet all the other witnesses say that's what Alex talked about all the time.
Well, it's like a stage magician's magic trick. It's like
Mm-hmm.
you're watching this hand and the other hand's doing something else, and you're
Mm-hmm.
not supposed to see that what the other hand's
Right.
doing.
Right. What it is. So you've been watching since the beginning of the trial?
Not since the beginning. I've had to go work a couple of
Yeah.
days, so I missed a few days
Did,
of it.
does anything in the prosecution's case stick out to you? What do you think is the strongest piece of evidence to date for you?
Um, um, I don't know what the strongest piece of evidence would be. It seems like the whole prosecution case is going somewhere, and the whole defense case is just like full of bullshit so far. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere. So.
No, it doesn't really, does it? It doesn't. I'm going to drop a few more links down for everybody in case you didn't get them earlier. I've got both the condensed and the long version of SLED's timeline for those of you that are interested in that kind of stuff. And was Rudolphski's version, okay, that he did for SLED, which actually brings together all the information from all the tech devices. We're talking the GPS, the InfoStar. We're talking about the OnStar, okay? We're talking about all 3 cell phones, okay? And the cell tower information, anything that they had. They're bringing that all in. And then I also have, remember, we've got Brandy Churchwell who does that chart. Well, she put it in a PDF format for everybody to make it easier to look at. And she updated it today, this morning, first thing, and put that out there. So that's that third link. And the last link I have is for those of you that are interested, would be the witness list. And we're down on the defense side. And you can see on there, that helps when we miss the names and things like that. I definitely use it to make sure that the video is accurate, as far as the spelling of their names and where they're from. Yeah, are you needing a nap, Shill? Okay, we don't start again until 2:15, and everything's cool here. I can even monitor, the chat from while we're watching. It's no biggie. Get some rest, love. Thanks for being here.
Oh, hey, Sheila. My
Mhm.
chat's going slow. So, but yeah, have a good nap.
Oh, I know, Pete. Just keep reminding me. 8:44 Snapchat video puts him at the scene. 19 seconds it took him to check them. I'm sure he couldn't even walk from there to the other body and then back. There's no way. Clothes changed and missing. Slowed down when tossing and phone. I'm pretty sure that they missed him. And I guess you're telling me this is your big 4 here, right? Yep. For me, that's pretty close. What really did it was the forensics too. When when Dr. Reamer actually came forward with her testimony on how she actually thought each shot was made, from what angle, and then what happened to the bodies, what she let the bodies tell her without looking at the physical evidence of the crime scene. It worked for me because then when Dr. Kinsey came up and he gave his testimony about the crime scene, it matched exactly what she said in regards to what the evidence on the bodies were. I needed to hear that. I needed to hear the plausibility of all of that, and that's what worked for me. But what speaks more volumes is the lack of evidence here and what is actually missing, because that all speaks to me of obstruction and somebody really trying to hide the crime, because there is no DNA or any evidence of anybody else being there except for the 3 of them, Alex, Maggie, and Paul. Okay, and the only one who survived was Alex. So he's the only one who has control, like Dr. Silkman said, of the crime scene before, during, and after. It just, the timing is there. And he lied about whether he was at the kennels or not because he didn't know about the Snapchat video. So he kind of like gave them a loop there to hold on to. I mean, he lied purposely. He may have lied about touching the bodies. Everybody's thinking how a mess he would be, covered in blood and everything else. Why lie? He was trying to account for transfer DNA to the phones and to a few other things that may get picked up. I don't know what they're going to do about that gun stuff with the kneeling down. I really am looking forward to cross-examination should answer some of those questions for us that he's opening up.
Well, I mean, I'm 5'10", and if I kneeled down on one knee, and you had your other leg bent for support, that would make me what? I don't know, 4 or 5 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's because it depends on the length of your from your ankle to your knee, right? Like, because for Alex Murdaugh, it was 25 inches.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess they want to show an alternative to how it could have happened, but all they're showing is that there's an alternative for the gun. We know the gun was shot. He's saying it's impossible. We already know the gun actually murdered somebody, and we've got the wounds documented in the body and everything. So I don't know where this is going, actually.
I don't either. I really don't.
Yeah.
I'm as confused as you are. So
Yeah, and when they keep saying it's impossible, do they forget that Greer testified that that shotgun that was used, that the A shotgun, similar that was used, kind of like it just it jammed up, like it was common to just like jam up here and there. Maybe that's what happened with one of the weapons too. Maybe that's how he fell back. I don't
could have
know.
been. Could have
Hmm.
been.
Hello, godless granny. We are on lunch until 2:15. We have a half hour. I have the link posted if you'd like, but no pressure. You know, only if you have time or you got anything you want to say. Synopsis of the last 2 hours was an expert by the name of Mike Sutton, who does crime scene recreations. And he went to the crime scene 18 months after the fact, and he's analyzing the way that Detective Worley actually was documenting the bullets that were in the quail pen, nothing to do with the bodies, but in the quail pen. And he has given testimony that says it could not have been Alex Murdaugh. He's too tall. It had to be somebody 4'3". And because it was shot from a supported position, thinking that you can't be kneeling or can't be fallen back or crouched over. The angle actually matches some of the things that the forensic pathologist had said, Dr. Reimer, when she was saying the angle of the shot, the second shot that was shot at Paul, and how that went in, that it was from a lower, the gun was at an angle. They all agree about that, just about how important it is, you know. I think Buster was on the stand when you were here. There wasn't really much in cross about Buster. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to think of more to add to that. Besides that for the 2 hours. Dick did say we should go to lunch at 1 because he's got a whole nother hour to ask this expert about. And none of us are really looking forward to it. Godless Granny, I don't see anybody in the chat looking forward to more of what this man had to say. He's not easy to follow. Basically, he just thinks the way he looks at things is the best way. He was knocking the Faro system. He was knocking everything they did. And apparently it was a dwarf that did it. Because it was impossible to shoot the gun from that angle. And yet we have 2 dead bodies. So how could it be impossible? I don't know. It didn't make a lot of sense to me. And I'm trying to look at it from the defense's side. And I did want to ask you something, Godless Granny. In regards to the kennel tape, everybody was asking me if on cross-examination they can bring that in if nobody's mentioned it, because they did mention the I and they video with Buster Murdaugh, but then nobody from the state side brought up the other video to identify his voice. But I'm thinking they can't bring it in unless, again, even though it's in evidence, they can't on cross. It's got to be kind of what they're asking him about, right? Or can they just bring anything up? Okay, Tony says nothing about the trajectory of the bullet can say if the shooter was in a supported position. All it says is the bullet came from over there and ended up over here.
Oh, hey, Godless Granny. And hey, Ox.
Yeah. Hey, Ox. Or like most of them rednecks do, leaning on the hood of the truck out shoot. Yeah. Folding hunting chairs. It sit pretty close to the ground. Maybe he was sitting and waiting. That's something I had thought about. What are you hashtagging there for me, Ox? Let's see. Alex stole a midget to do the shooting. Yes, Alex paid a midget to do this shooting, maybe. Yeah, it's a good one. He thought the first 12 gauge would do it. Panicked when he had to fire again. I believe so, Pete, because that first shot was not fatal. And as Dr. Reamer had testified, he would have survived. He would have survived that one.
Well, now are they saying the type of ammo used was quail shot?
No, this is the quail pen. They're just looking at the quail
Oh,
pen. This is just some like defining parts to the barn shed wall or whatever it was there, the lean-to wall that they are, and where the bullets actually went in, some of the bullets that they recovered.
but they definitely know it was a shotgun, right?
One of them is a shotgun rifle, I think. The other one's a blackout.
Well, that's a pistol, right? If I'm remembering right.
Hmm.
Well, there's three types of ammo for a shotgun. There's rabbit shot, there's deer shot, and then there's bear slugs.
Yeah, well, they talked about some kind of pellet shot, buckshot, whatever they told it. There was a lot of talk back and forth. In the forensic pathology said it didn't matter because it was all just pellets in there anyway, whatever you wanted to call it. That's what she said, like it was there. It didn't change the way she thought of how close the gunman was. There was stippling, okay, but when Dick Harpootlian said that it could have came from the top, the second shot. She said no, because it would have had to been so close, and I would have saw burn marks, like, from it being that close. There would be some soot. There would be some other things that I could see that's not on the first wound. So,
Okay. Well, then it was probably rabbit shot, which rabbit shot and bird shot are the same thing. So,
mhm.
but yeah, that'll still blow your leg off. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, true. True, any gun. Like, I'm not very familiar with the guns terminology. I barely can keep both weapons the same. All I know is that they're missing and that suicide murder could not be because the guns didn't get up and walk away. And it's part of the missing stuff that if he's not guilty, why are the guns from his property gone? His shirt, his shoes, things that, we've got a right to question. Where did it all go? You know?
Well, yeah, he could have hid the gun somewhere, they didn't find him, and then he could have burned his clothes. So,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Always says, okay, let's see here. Always says, with that first shot to Paul Murdaugh as not fatal, Paul possibly comes toward him. Wasn't there a small threshold or small rise into the feed room? AM could have tripped moving backwards. Exactly. I thought I saw a small lip. And hold on for a second. Let me just verify that on my little thing. I think I have a picture of the. I have a picture of the. Oh, no, 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 no. I have a picture of that room. Hold on. I want to see if I got a picture of the doorway.
well, I mean, irregardless,
No,
if you
it's not
shoot
low
somebody
enough.
and they start running at you, you're going
Mm-hmm.
to be scared. You're like, damn, I just shot
True.
this guy, and here he comes.
Mm-hmm. You know what? The picture that I have of the door doesn't go down to the floor, but there are other pictures online that do. Hold on, let me see if I can pull one up. Okay, let's see. Oh, there's so much and so many pieces of this. Oh, this one was from, let's see.
Well,
I
usually,
thought we
because I work,
saw, yeah, I thought we saw one of the feed room that had the doorway, if I remember correctly.
well, I
Oh,
work on a farm, and usually there's
a lip,
either a
right?
trench or a little hill around it, because if it rains really hard, you don't want all that getting wet.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps the water from getting in there. I mean, I've done a lot of things in my life, but I work on a farm now.
Oh, I found a picture always end. Hold on a second. Where's this picture here? Why is it not? Let me see if I can get it out. Nope. They did a timeout thing on me on stupid Fox here. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna pull it up real quick for you, because that was a good question always. Seems like, let's stop this one. Bring this one up real quick. Okay. Look there. There does not appear to be a lip, although there's writing right there, but it does look kind of flat the way that the blood's coming out. If there is a lip, it's really small. Do you see that? Oh, let me see if let me make it bigger. Hold on. You probably don't even see what I'm showing because I don't have it all the way up. But now, do you see what I'm talking about always? There doesn't seem to be a big lip there. Although there's writing right in the way from this Fox one, I'm gonna have to look for another one. They called that the feed room, right? Like the feed room. Let me see if I can get. Oh, I got one without the. Oh, I found you one without. There is. You're right. You're so right, girl. You nailed it. There is. Look at this. That writing was making it so we didn't see it. Look at this one's better. Look at that. Look at that lip there. Hold on to get it up there all the way big for you guys. Look at that lip. You see that?
Yep. Yep.
Look at that. You see that? I'm gonna I'll send you the link to it there always. It was all I did was search Murdaugh evidence photos, and then I put in feed room and it came up. Hey Wrecker, good to see you. You're on break. Thanks for the orders. Thanks for feeding them so everybody's safe in the chat. Well, yeah, this is all wet here, but that does look like a lip. That's just enough. I think you could trip over that if you were walking backwards. What do you think, Rex? I think you could.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
And Godless Granny says if it's already in evidence, they can ask anything about it. So I'm wondering, when they went with the I, they thing, why didn't Meadors ask them to identify Alex's voice on the tape? Like, I don't get it, because I know Creighton Waters has for every witness. Why didn't he ask Buster Murdaugh? Or did I miss it? Did I zone out and miss it, guys? I don't think I did. That's okay, Granny. Thank you for answering the question then. I really appreciate it, because it kept coming to me and I kept saying, I think if it's in evidence, but I'm not sure, because it is cross and crosses with direct. Well, you're right. If it's in evidence, I guess they can. Yeah. Thank you.
oh yeah, and that lip is big enough. If you step backwards and you just don't see where you're going, and your foot slips off of it, yeah, you'll fall.
Yeah. Right. So hopefully that answers that for you there always. I'm glad I could help. Thank you. I was going to look after work. It appears a small step of maybe about 2 inches. Yeah, like 1.5 inches to 2. I agree with you. It's up just enough. A door jamb, just up just enough to keep, the water and all that.
Yeah. Because if you get it's in South Carolina, and then they get torrential rains there sometimes. And yeah, you need something like that to protect your chickens and your feed
Well,
room.
the kennel guy said that it's wet there all the time, but the water releases off. That it's very rarely wet in front of the feed room because of the slope and how they have everything, and the way that they wash the kennels. To be wet in front of the feed room was out of the ordinary. I remember that testimony clearly because he's the guy that works with the kennels, and he was explaining how the holes wasn't put back the way he does it. It was clear somebody else was cleaning stuff up, and that he didn't understand why there was water all in these other places where there normally isn't water when cleaning the kennels. That was good testimony. And Pete, you're right. It doesn't make any sense to me why Meadors didn't ask about, like, identify the voice, if since they were talking about his voice and he knows his father so well. Well, even, but here's the point. It's almost guaranteed Buster may have lied and said he didn't sound like his father. However, there's 10 or 11 witnesses who said he did. And so that would have actually stuck out even more that Buster was just covering for Dad. To me anyway, if I was a juror, but like, I don't know, I would never get on a jury. They would like give me the questionnaire and I would be out in a second.
Oh, I've got a couple of jury questionnaire things in the mail. I just don't fill them out. I'm like, what? I never got them. But yeah, if I actually got summoned to jury duty, I would show up in like a Viking hat carrying an axe and then be like, death. No, got dismissed. Dismissed. I mean, not a real axe, like a plastic axe.
Yep, exactly. I better put my other feet up so I don't forget, because if I don't, and then I've got to make sure that I've got the sound on, because that's what happened last time. You go back and just make sure. Okay, it's good. Right. Oh, I'm very bad with tech, Rex. I'm like a nightmare when it comes to tech. Like, I'm just a mic. I'm just like, that's what I'm good at. That's it. Yeah, that would be something, Tony. Like, I don't think he ruined the defense though, because nobody asked him about that voice. 2:20 p.m. they start again. Yes, they do. He said like 2:15, but he took his time getting out of there. So, like, I just want to be sure. Thank you, Pete. Though. Well, I don't know. Well, we had a very interesting conversation last night with Dr. Silkman about what we were thinking about the prosecution's case, and he brought up some really important things, that it doesn't really matter. All cases are circumstantial, pretty much, unless you've got videotape of somebody caught dead to rights in the act, or an airtight confession. So he made me feel a little bit better about the case that was built, how the prosecution went about it. But he also agreed with me in regards to how long they took with the 404B testimony for the prior crimes. Had you been watching any of that? Like, that took so long. We had to listen to it all in front of the judge, which I understand why. He wants to make a ruling based on what the evidence actually is, because he has to decide if it's probative or prejudicial. It has to either benefit to the state greatly or hinder the defense even more. And he has to decide, where it weighs in the best, so that it doesn't get overturned, because he doesn't want everything to be overturned. He doesn't want anything to be thrown out, And so he listened to all the evidence first and decided that if the defense was going to say that this was a guy who couldn't possibly commit murder, that, because he was a family man, this, that, and the other thing, that they could bring this in, that he's not such a great guy. So, but they took so long, too many witnesses. Like, I think I would have narrowed it down to the 4, but they were trying to make their point. That's their motive. That would. I'm looking to see what is like actually going on Twitter now too, because there's so much about this trial back and forth every day. Although today it's not trending as much as it was on Friday. I don't think that anybody's really that impressed. But I do remember that Jim Griffin did say they'd be done by Friday, right? And I know we're down to 2 alternate juries. We had a jury problem this morning. Someone else not feeling well. We have 2 out from COVID. Okay. You know. But also in Buster's testimony, he did also bring up with the defense, they brought it up, that Buster did know that Maggie and Paul had discovered the dad's drug use. And Buster said he thought his dad had beat it. You know, I don't know if that's going to, I don't know if that is actually going to help the defense. I think it actually helps the prosecution by adding to the scenario that things were getting out of control on June 7th. It's just spinning out of control, giving him even more ammunition of why he didn't want Maggie and Paul around anymore.
Well, opioid addiction is a hard thing to break.
Mm-hmm.
And you can stop for a while, but there's a relapse on the horizon. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm just surprised with all the things he was testifying, his father's shower habits, how much he sweats, you know, how he likes to hunt, this thing. He couldn't remember his birthday.
Huh.
He didn't know his father's birthday. You know, that was kind of special. Basically, Bearded, just more of that testimony for the 2 bullets the guy was examining from the quail pen, and he basically decided only a short person could do it, and that's about it. And he went against, like, you know, them using Faro to document the crime scene and everything prior with that equipment and stuff. Well, the guy, I didn't see anything really outstanding. It just seemed like just circling back on the same information over and over, just explaining how he got there. But it never addressed what happened with the bodies, you know, all that evidence there. He's just more worried about these 2 bullets that are in the building. Well, Alex can't kneel because he has joint pain from an old war injury. Denom beyond +4. I doubt, did he serve actually? I don't know any of that. Well, I may have missed the joke in there.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get sarcasm in text. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm just, nope, still not back. Okay. Well, his dad had beat it. Do you call that a Michael Jackson? Yes, Mark, welcome. And what a way to enter the room, Mark. Thank you for that. So his dad had beat it. Do you call that the Michael Jackson defense? Apparently. Oh, yeah, Buster did a funny. Yep. It was not the best. Yeah. But actually, he knew everything else. He knew how he showered. He knew where he used to park the car. It's not unusual. We used the back door. We're just, trying to bolster up the defense's version of what happened at the mom's house, why it took him so long to go in, all of this stuff. Because remember, the caretaker said he was acting out of character. And Buston's there to say, no, I know my dad's character. I'm telling you, this is what happens all the time. Nothing to see here, people. Move along. That's basically what that was. Like, there's nothing here. This is all normal. Just move along. Nothing to point out here. That doesn't mean a thing. Doesn't mean a thing. Yeah, but, didn't even address the fact that he tried to. Well, Buster would know because, like, Alex is the one who tried to talk the caretaker into giving a different story about the time frame. And to the housekeeper also. He just didn't look comfortable. He looked very comfortable with Jim Griffin, but he looked terribly uncomfortable with John Meadors. He didn't look comfortable at all in that cross. He didn't seem to have the answers, and he was looking at the defense a lot for encouragement or for something. But I can imagine if it was me, I'd be doing the same thing. You just don't, it's a very uncomfortable position to be in. His father's alive, his mother is dead, his brother is dead, and his father's on trial for their murder. It's it's got to be total so much like you don't want to deal with. Just I don't know how he could face it again. Well, no. We've talked a lot about the prosecution while they were doing cases, Alex. Like, I feel bad keeping to ask you about the defense. But does anybody remember from Friday? What was your favorite moment on Friday? Because there was some hoots in there. That's a little bit of humor in Friday's testimony between both of the witnesses that the defense put up. That was a little bit of hilarity there going on. What a way to end for the weekend. Nice long weekend.
I missed Friday, so
No, that's okay. Tony said, "Oh yeah, I think Halco was making a joke, and I just didn't get it because sometimes I'm dense. I doubt very much he's not old enough. Mm. There must be some reason he couldn't do it. Mm. Well, he was very unsuccessful in planning his own demise for the insurance, like in September. I don't know. Maybe he's just a chicken. He's cowardly. I don't know." Yeah, there we go. So we're winding up for the last few minutes. Oh, he did two. Your father served 2 tours of Nam from 68 to 70. There's Tony. Well, we thank your father for his service. And Hauko, I don't think it's looking very good either. But the defense, I mean, this is really, really long. I'm trying to figure out where they're going. At least they're not as ornery as they were during the prosecution's last couple of witnesses on Friday. I mean, they really went after Rudowski. They really went after Kinsey, too, and he was answering back. They did Kelly. Like, they really went hard on him, too. Well, there we go. Let me see if I got any more quotes on Twitter for you guys. Here's a quote. Here's somebody calling Jim Griffin a liar about the tweet, and I agree with them because they obviously didn't learn anything from the Depp trial. I can tell you that because she's out millions because of that retweet that she tried to say wasn't a statement. But when you retweet something, you take ownership. Here, I'm Falcon Rakin is saying that Jim Griffin learned nothing from Depp versus Heard case. I became curious and took a closer look at Griffin's claim. It was just a retweet. No, it wasn't. I know he tweeted from an Android, so I tried to tweet it from Chrome and Google, and no caption for the tweet emerged. He's a liar. So since the caption didn't emerge, that means he had to type it in, right? It's not a retweet. And you know what? It came up on the judge's feed, so I'm pretty sure the judge knows that. And that was kind of like, you don't want to be like called out by the judge first thing when you get to court in the morning. Yep, he did, Pete. He said, I would not be tweeting anymore. Like, that's right. He don't want to see it. He said, I tell the jury not to talk to me. That should be the lawyers too. That was not cool. That was just bad lawyer manners. Yeah, but I'm glad he called him out for it. I knew that the Judge Newman had a problem when he came in with that face this morning, and it was says, "Do you have anything? I have two things. I have my two things first." He had a sick jury member, and he got a tweet from Jim Griffin come across his feed, and he said, "What was that lit?" He goes, "And we're not Twitter friends. We're not Twitter friends." But that tweet came across my feed anyway. Yep. So recreated without the caption. And I'm just going to link you to that post because she actually, she's locked. I can't. But they actually went through the steps and showed how it's done. And there's no caption when you go to retweet. You have to actually recreate it.
Well, see, I don't know anything about Twitter because I do not use it.
Yeah. No, it's just unusual for a lawyer to be commenting on witnesses in statements out in public on social media.
Oh, I get that. But I mean, I was on Twitter for like 5 minutes and then I was like, no. So I just deleted mine.
Here's one you guys want to check out. You go check the pictures on this one in Twitter. You don't have to have a Twitter account to look at it. If you look at it through a browser, it'll just come up. But actually, it shows that while Buster was testifying, how Daddy was sitting there with the big old smirk on his face while he testified in his defense. And Daddy's being proud. You duped this kid into testifying in your defense after you slaughtered his mother and brother. And people are saying that's just sick and pretty disgusted. And he's not getting a lot of traction for it. He's definitely getting called out all over Twitter on that. And being the only surviving son, I can't imagine what it would have looked like if he didn't testify for his father. So I'm sure there was much talk about that back and forth, and whatever his personal feelings are, I'm sure he doesn't want to be the reason his father goes to jail. I can't even imagine trying to deal with what he's dealing with. Although he comes off as so privileged and so not aware, so entitled, like so does not very self-aware of what's going on. Like, well, I don't know. So all in all, that part of the morning was pretty interesting. Buster definitely seemed uncomfortable when being cross-examined by Meadors. Basically, they just painted the happy family life, and that these are all normal occurrences: the showers, the things, everything coming out after. I hear some movement down on the feed. Don't be surprised when you get dropped there, Ricks and Clockwork Ricks. If they come back up, it happens pretty fast.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the defense was throwing the kid a bunch of softball questions, and then the prosecution came in with the hard questions. And I'm sure that made him very uncomfortable.
Yep. So Steve Smith, we got time. You know what, Pete? About Steve Smith, like the investigation, I'm kind of glad they're looking into that, but there's a lot to do with Buster about that. And I think the fact that something may have happened there with the death of young Stephen Smith many years ago, there was rumors that there was something going on between him and Buster, and that they were all friends and everything, and that it was supposedly a hit and run accident. However, the injuries were more towards a beating of some type, you know? So, like, I'm not sure. If it is, like, was Buster involved? Was somebody with him doing that? Does Buster know more about it than he said? And did his father have anything to do with getting him out of the investigation to begin with? Okay, and maybe there's some loyalty there for that. It seems like this family has a lot of secrets, a lot of secrets going back and forth, you know. But that's all speculation. Like, I know, what can we say? Nobody has been charged for Stephen Smith. Nobody's been indicted. Nothing's come up. Mm. I know it's not relevant today because of all the other crimes, but for me, it is another part of the Murdaugh history that just makes me very, very curious and got me interested in the case. There are just so many people that got wronged, and so many unanswered deaths, and so many, missing money and thievery and all kinds of bad deeds going on, and they all seem to surround this family. Yeah, Daddy did pay money to get him back into law school. Yes, he did, because Buster was plagiarizing, got busted, got kicked, and then Daddy greased a couple of palms, like they do with the alumni, whatever, over there, and got him back in. Oh. Yeah, that's just definitely, he's not exactly an angel, not exactly an angel, Alex Murdaugh. There's a lot people could sit up there and testify to about him. Well, that's why I'm curious as to how fast the defense is going to go with these cases, because they need character witnesses. And Buster, of course, was the big one today, but they're going to need more than that, I think, to erase a lot of the imagery that's in the jury's mind in regards to all the crimes that Alex Murdaugh has committed.
Well, I'm going to make a prediction that this next hour, they will ask the same questions that they did before lunch. And it'll just be a big circular thing.
That would, and I would not be happy about that. I would not be happy about that at all. Yeah. I don't know, Tony. Whose money did Daddy use to get get him back into school? I don't know, because he didn't have a lot, but he was working on all this money that he stole. He was living outside his means. Like, when the sister testified, Maggie's sister testified, that they weren't really rich or well off. They were just comfortable. That version of comfortable I could get down with. Like, they had it all right. True, Mark. None of us are angels. Exactly. I don't want to know your body count, but I hear you. Like, none of us are angels. Yeah. $60,000 that we know that he paid to someone to get the vote in, to get him voted right back in. Oh, thank you, Mark. It's 0. Thanks for clarifying. I can sleep tonight now. Thanks. You never know. Like, we all hang around with the murder minions, Could have been anybody in that chat, like, one of these burglar guys, Mike Myers, Leatherface, Chucky, or Freddy Krueger. Like, any of them could have done it.
Don't forget about Jason.
No, I don't have Jason. I only have Michael Myers and the burglar guy. Like, I have to
Okay.
get a Jason made. But you know why? Because Jason is kind of similar to Mike Myers with the mask. One's a hockey mask, one's that white mask, So it would have kind of looked the same as a little tiny minion,
Do you know what Michael Myers' mask was based on?
I do believe. Don't tell me that it was Ed Gein. Was
No.
it? Okay,
No.
what is it?
It's an unpainted William Shatner mask.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yes. Well, it
Oh,
was a
Charlie,
Captain
you
Kirk
knew that
mask.
too.
Yeah, it was a
Charlie,
Captain Kirk mask that they didn't paint. Yeah.
I'm telling you, Charlie, with your wealth of information and the facts, you need to be up here as a co-host. You need to help me, dude. Like, you like speaking for me here. You do. That would make my day one of these days, Mr. Man. one of these days. Well, he knows, like, oh, he's got these facts in his head. He knows all of this trivia stuff. He just can come up with the names out of anywhere. He's got a fantastic memory, like yourself, like not me. I thought it was a Shatner painted mess. Yep, Tony remembered too. Not me. Captain Kirk. Captain
Yeah.
Kirk is okay. So that's trivia I did not know about that movie.
Yep.
All I know is I have a minion for Michael Myers down there. Yep. He got a little white mask on. And then I got the burglar guy with the knife. And then I got Leatherface. Oh, we gotta go.
Come to order.
Back up we go.
Please be seated.
Can bring them in.
I'm gonna take a moment because he's bringing the jury in. But let's see. Does the judge look like he's ready for this afternoon? I think he needs some more coffee. So I'm gonna put some more coffee in the chat for everybody. I should have did that during the break. Judge Newman said, "Stretch, everybody. If you were sitting here the whole time, let's give it a good stretch before we get back because Dick Harpootlian is going to bring that witness back, and he said about another hour of that." Yup. Give the judge a perk up. He's scouring what he's reading. I'm not like, oh, what's going on?
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So I'm almost done with the quail pen and the doghouse, but I got to tell you, over lunch, I was thinking about how to demonstrate a little more graphically what you're saying. Your Honor, may I take this weapon out of its box?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, if I keep it pointed upwards. Do you recognize this? Do you know what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the, I think it's like an exemplar 300 blackout rifle.
And this is the weapon, or weapon like this, that the shooter would have had.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to sort of get a visual of, how about come down here so I don't point at you? Or maybe let me come up there and come this way. Okay? Why don't you get what I got? I'm sorry. So I'm not 5'2" or 5'4". I think you said 5'3" or 5'4". But position me, tempting, but I don't know how I can do this, so I'm not pointing at somebody. I guess what we do is we need to come back here. Okay, so position me as that shooter would be. I'm trying to figure out where, how would the hold the gun up here, down here, where?
And then you want to push it down on the hip. Your wrist will have to bend.
This wrist?
Right.
Like this?
Yeah, and you could crouch in some sort of a shooter stance, but that's
Not much lower than this.
That's going to be variable, yes.
Okay, and as I approach the quail pen, the gun has to go up?
It stays the same angle, right? But for different height people, the gun has to get higher and higher, right? Like that.
And if I go backwards, it's got to get lower and lower.
Right, because if you walked up to the quail pen, the hole's 50 inches above the ground, which is right here.
So I'd have to be like that,
Slightly down, right?
like this.
For your height, right? About
Most likely.
a little bit lower, no, about like that. About
At the quail pen.
at the quail pen. So you can see, if you back up, you have to get lower and lower and lower. Not like, but the gun has to stay the same angle.
Oh, so it's got to be up, but
Up.
I go down
You go down
or get short.
to put the barrel on that green line.
So if I'm 6'4", and you measured Alex's foot to knee,
Right.
so where would this gun be placed on me if I'm 6'4"?
Well, if you're 6'4", you know, your hip is going to be about 46 inches, which will be about right here. It's 46,
Right,
and so you've got your trigger hand
right.
about where your hip is. So it would have to be, your trigger hand is going to have to be up where I'm pinching the tape measure.
And this is how far away from the quail pen?
Well, it could be anywhere, but if you raise it some more, a little bit lower, right? So then, if you're at the quail pen, the hole is right here, right? You need to shoot from the hip.
Have to shoot like that?
Yeah, you'd have to shoot lower.
If I'm back where you say the lines converge, I think it has to be pretty low, right?
Yes, it has to be very low. That's why it's to get a position that would be either shooting or aiming,
Right.
or, a basic shooting position, you need to be shorter. If you're bending over in some other body position, that may be, maybe somewhat of an awkward shooting position, then you could be taller, right? You could be taller than 5'2" to 5'4".
But his, I think you told us his foot to knee was 25 inches.
25 inches.
And would it be, I mean, proportionally for me, where would I be?
Proportionally for you, your trigger hand is going to have to be about down where your kneecap is.
Right, about here?
About like that, right? And then point upwards 3 degrees. That would be the equivalent of somebody who's 6'4" in the area where the two shot lines cross, shooting into the quail pen. They would be holding the gun like that if they were on their feet.
Okay, thank you. Please take a stand. Okay, so based on the angles and the basically trigonometry is what you're saying, you say the shooter would have been between 5'2" and 5'4", and back to have the ejected shells in the appropriate place. You mark that place on this sketch where these two folks are. That's sort of the range.
Yes, and you can see some of the ejected shells, but they're right beside the body,
Right.
just off where I've got the yellow sticky.
Okay.
That is the area where you have, I believe, 2, 3, and 4. So 3 empty, 300 blackout cases.
Okay. And that would be consistent with the position of the shooters in this position, and based on the angle of the bird cage, they would be somewhere between 5'2" and 5'4".
That is correct.
To have a shot from the hip, the lower part, I mean, almost crouched down hip.
Yes.
Now, let's move on in our presentation. And I'm going to try to expedite this a little bit and skip some slides because you and I were too detailed when we talked about this. And it's the afternoon. So let's go with the Paul Murdaugh first shot. Tell us what this is.
So this was, these first pictures are from the night of the murders, and that's inside the feed room. On the south wall of the feed room, there's just a regular window.
And what's that?
Those are pellet holes from the buckshot. There are 9 pellets in buckshot, this particular load of buckshot.
Okay. And what did you do?
So what I did was,
Next picture, please.
when I looked at there's the window from the outside of the feed room. When I looked at the crime scene pictures, I noticed that one of the buckshot pellets hit a pine tree, and SLED took a picture of that damage to the bark of the pine tree. And so when I was there, there's like a stand of pine trees that have been planted behind the kennels.
Right.
And so what I did, there are 9 pellets, but the pellets had already spread out by the time they went through the window. In fact, there was 1 pellet still wedged in the windowsill itself.
That you found?
That I found. But there was a tree and it had some ivy on it, but it had damage. And so what I did was I located that damaged tree and put a mark on it. Just put some yellow tape there. I went back in the feed room. If you look at the pictures of the feed room, there are some bloody footprints from tennis shoes. And it's just as I believe it was Chief Deputy Kinsey talked about, Paul being about midway in the room. That's the approximate location. So I stood there, but I knew Paul got shot in the chest. So I lowered my head about eye to chest level, and I looked through each hole until I saw the tape on the tree, which is where the sap was coming out, where the pellet had hit it. So I determined which hole in the window belonged to that pellet. And then what I did, instead of using a trajectory rod or laser, it was daytime, I did the old school method, which I stretched a neon pink string from the damage of the tree through the hole in the window out the door, because from what I have understood, this shot was taken within 3 feet or so because there was stippling on this wound here. So what I did was I basically took the string out as far as you needed to go, and which is what is in that picture there.
This would be that string?
Yes, that is simply a string. It's pulled tight from the sap coming out of the tree where the buckshot pellet hit it, through the hole in the window, and then back through the feed room to set up a tripod in the door. So that is the shot line or the trajectory of the pellets in the shotgun. And that's where the damage to the tree is. It's leaking sap.
Okay.
And that was the hole in the window that if I stood roughly where Paul was shot in the chest, it was the only hole that lined up with that tree.
Okay.
And then
what is this?
And that shows basically at the door sill, the threshold of the door to the feed room, the height of the shot, which was at the door sill, it's 3'11".
Okay. Was it on an upward trajectory?
Upward trajectory.
Okay. Next.
And so what I did there is just to demonstrate it. Obviously, because there's a string there, can't put the barrel right on the string line like we did in the computer with the green lines. I just held it beside it. I'm 5'10". I have normal shoes on here. That's the stance that I would have to take to shoot up that string. So
And at what height would that hit Paul in the chest on that trajectory?
That's like about right at my hip or so. Yeah, maybe just a little bit lower than my hip if you looked at the butt of the gun. And I'm 5'10".
You're how tall?
5'10".
So it's somebody not 5'2" to 5'4", but somebody slightly taller.
Right. Or moving the gun up and down again. There's a variable here, of course. Okay. And then what I did was demonstrate, because there have been some, talk. Well, that's me standing. Again, I'm fairly comparable in height to Paul Murdaugh. And what I did was I just let the string touch where the wound is in his chest, the entry wound. And if you look where my feet are, you'll see I'm just beyond the door, which is right where the bloody footprints are. So another way of confirming that this all makes sense here.
And
with-
those are the bloody footprints?
Those are the bloody footprints. That's about where I'm standing when this picture of me was taken, with the string going through, we're within, a few inches or so. And then the idea there, that would be, inconsistent with, say, somebody my height. I think there's one more picture here just to drive the point home. Like if I shouldered a shotgun and shot into the feed room, that wouldn't work. The gun needs to be lower. So similar concepts as we said before, but just done a different way.
Okay, next. Okay, let's talk a little bit about, before we get into acoustical testing, let's talk a little bit about the second shot on Paul.
Yes.
And I believe you watched my cross-examination of Deputy Kinsey, correct?
Yes.
And his testimony was,
Objection.
do you remember what his testimony was?
Yes.
Go ahead.
He analyzed the data and the physical evidence, and he was thinking that the shot was about 135 degrees relative to the ground, and maybe plus or minus 5 degrees, and that he took a height for Paul's shoulder about 4'7". He was going between a couple of data points that he had, and so he had 4'7", and then what you have to consider is that basically that's 90 degrees. And then so 135 is here. It's 90 plus 45. So it's a 45 degree angle into the shoulder. But the consideration is that they didn't see any stippling on Paul's shoulder. So you have to back the weapon up. And typically you're looking at 3 feet or less for stippling. He opined that, well, maybe it was 2 feet because it wouldn't work out. And the reason it wouldn't work out, if you back up a normal size shotgun 3 feet to get no stippling, it puts the butt of the gun under the concrete or through the concrete. So of course that wouldn't work.
Right.
Yeah.
So he had to adjust the distance for stippling.
Right. He said, well, maybe, it didn't work out that way. So maybe 2 feet. The correct way to do that, of course, though, would be to test the shotgun or the ammunition, at least, because we don't have the shotgun, but test the ammunition. Does it cause stippling at 3 feet or 2 feet? That would be the correct way to do that. But if you take 3 feet of stippling, which is what the state medical examiner, Ms. Reimer, testified to, if you take 3 feet in a normal size shotgun, that 135 doesn't work because the butt of the gun will be into the concrete or, below the ground.
And I think he and I may have demonstrated that with a little red dot.
Yes, you did a hand-drawn exhibit.
Okay, so you would disagree with his assessment that the 45 degree angle shot was possible with a normal size shotgun, and adopting Dr. Reamer's 3 feet, for the not to be stippling, it'd have to be 3 feet or further, correct?
Correct. It doesn't work out dimensionally.
Okay. So now tell us about acoustical testing, and as briefly as possible.
Okay, so I was asked a question, which is, if a person is in the main house, would they be able to hear gunshots at the kennels? And so the way that you do this is you do acoustical testing, and I could spend a long time talking about this, but you guys probably don't want to hear all of this, but let me just tell you in general how this is done. So what happens is when you have a gunshot is impulsive noise. It's very quick. Gunshot probably only lasts about 10 milliseconds. It's very loud. The threshold of pain is about 140 decibels. Now, when you move 10 decibels, like 140 to 150, it's twice as loud. So you'll see what I recorded these weapons with a special instrument, and you'll see how loud they are. And the idea is that will the sound attenuate, decrease enough when it reaches the house? And there are a lot of considerations. I considered there's a little grove of trees. You don't have a hard reflecting surface. It's pasture and trees and sand. You also have a well-built house, double pane windows, wood paneling. So it's going to have at least a normal a normal sound attenuation properties. In other words, if you shut all your windows, you shut all your doors, there's a noise outside. Depending on how loud that is, you may not hear it. So what I did was I set up testing. It's the same testing. It's called military standard 1474. That the military has concerns about soldiers firing weapons and causing hearing damage. They want to know how often can we send them to the range, or what kind of hearing protection, how many rounds can they fire in a day, that sort of thing. So I just set up the testing, and in a nutshell, the blackout rifle, we got an exemplar blackout, same ammunition involved in this case. We got 12 gauge shotgun, we got bird shot, we got buckshot. Basically, the shotgun is around 155 dB.
dB
Is decibel.
Okay.
And when we measure sound, it's not on a regular scale. And the reason is because we can hear, the threshold of human hearing is very, very minor. And then we can hear loud noises like a rock concert. So if it was like a speedometer, your speedometer would have to go to like 0 to 1,000,000. It's not practical. So we make it a log scale. And all you really need to take away from that is if you have a sound that's 50 dB, 60 dB is twice as loud. That's how we perceive it if you have normal hearing. And then the idea is that, like the background in the courtroom here, there's a little bit of noise going on, but when everybody's quiet, it's probably maybe 45 dB in here, right? So if a sound is 55 dB, we're all going to hear it, no problem. If a sound is like 45 dB, we may not hear it at all unless we're really listening for it. Or if it's a really quiet sound like 25 decibels or 30 decibels, we would never hear it. It's just the same thing as you could be at a rock concert and the person beside you is trying to talk to you and you can't hear them, even though they're talking in a normal voice. You just can't hear them because your background is too high. They're talking in a voice like I am without the microphone, it'd be about 70 dB. But your rock concert's 110 dB, right? So all we're doing here is we're comparing sound. I did the testing and also went back and just used the theoretical calculations for the propagation of sound to make sure that my results, which I took on January the 5th of this year, were the same as the results that you would have gotten if you would have done the testing on June the 7th, 2021. You have to take into account humidity, temperature, pressure, the wind direction, those types of things. So I did that.
So what does this slide depict?
So that's an overhead shot of Moselle from the center of the dog kennels, the area where all the evidence is, to the center of the house, the main house at Moselle. It's 1,142 feet, so 1,142 feet.
Okay. As the crow flies.
As the crow flies.
Okay, next. And this is looking past the doghouse to the kennels.
Yes, so you're looking towards the kennels. The door on the right end of the kennels is the feed room. That's the area where Paul's body was found. And then the doghouse is there. What I'm showing here is that there is a backdrop to this area, which is vegetation and trees. For reasonably close distances, you have to take into account the vegetation and the trees. At longer distances, the sound can carry, because the sound, when I shoot the gun, the sound is going to expand like you're blowing up a bubble, right? It's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. But the bigger that bubble gets, the weaker it gets, just like the sound. And eventually it goes away.
Next. What does this depict?
That's looking back towards the house to show, you can't see the house here, but that's looking straight back towards the house to show that if you were going to do some calculations, you have to take into account there is a barrier of trees in the way.
Okay, next. All right, what is this device?
All right, that is a sound pressure level meter, and it's a type 1, which is a high precision. Normally, when you're recording sound is somewhat continuous, and you can use a high-grade meter. This is a special meter that's designed to capture gunshots, because you're talking 20 microseconds, thousandths of a second, the rise of that pressure wave of shooting a gun. So you have both the gases escaping from the gun and you have the sonic boom of the bullet leaving the gun. So it's complex noise. And you have to have a meter that is fast enough to catch it. And that's what that meter is. Yes.
Next. What is that?
That's a little weather station I had. So I was recording the weather before and after the testing because I knew that I was going to go back and pull the weather history for the night of the murders and just see what kind of correction factors needed to be applied to my testing.
Just curiosity, if the humidity was high that night, but low then, how do you adjust that?
Well, there are charts and tables. It's just standard conversion, right? And the humidity was higher in June than it was when I did it in January. The temperature was about the same. Humidity was different.
But you've got tables and charts, calculations, it's physics, or whatever it's.
For the results of this, all of these modifications or adjustments that you would make really don't make a difference because the results were so far apart. Like what you would have to be able to hear a gunshot inside the house. It really didn't matter. You didn't have to make the corrections for temperature and stuff that I did anyway.
That just shows where you had that instrument set up. Next. Again, picture where the instrument set up. Next. So why do you have a measuring item there between?
So what you're doing, and so I took a piece of dental floss, tied it to the muzzle, and then anchored it so that I knew that the muzzle was 1 meter, it's a little over a yard from the microphone. And the reason you do that is that, so you fire this gun, and let's say it's 165 dB. So for every doubling of distance, it's going to lose 6 dB, 6 decibels. So at one meter, it's 165. At 2 meters, it's going to be 159. At 4 meters, it's going to be 153, and so on and so on. Because every doubling of distance, that's theoretical. Then you have to add correction factors, but that's basically what
to ensure that your response is, you're recording your calculations are as accurate as possible.
Correct. I'm just following the mil standard here.
What's the standard?
So United States military
Yeah,
standard.
you talked about before. Okay, next. That would be the ammunition you used?
These slides are just showing what I used to do the testing. So this is the 300 blackout.
Next. Is that a 300 blackout
Yes.
bullet? Okay, next. That would be the 300 blackout?
Yes.
Next. That would be the shotgun,
Yes.
12 gauge?
Yes.
Okay, next. That would be the buckshot you used?
Yes.
Next. Okay, and that would be the bird shot, the turkey load bird shot
Yes.
you used, right?
Yes.
Next. And this is the inside of the house?
That's inside the den of the house. And what I did there was I took background readings. In the quiet house, it's really quiet because you're way out in the country there. There's no traffic. So it was about 35 decibels in the house, which is equivalent to, say, a quiet bedroom.
Do you have the air conditioning on?
I believe the air was working. The refrigerator was running, but it was very quiet.
Okay.
And then so what I did was I set up some equipment there to measure the background. We also, of course, we turned on the TV, normal volume. So that's up around 68 dB, 70 dB, depending on how you want to listen to. We put a movie in and I just had that. So 2 background levels in the house. And then the next question is when you fire a gun at the kennels, do you hear it? Do you not hear it? How loud is it?
Okay, next. So what is that?
Well, we shot the blackout out around the doghouse, and then we shot the shotgun into the feed room, out of the feed room, and then with the muzzle outside the feed room. So we shot into the feed room, we shot out of the feed. So we're just trying to figure out, is there anything about the shape of the feed room that really changes the character of the shot? The takeaway is yes, it muffles the sound if you shoot into the feed room. It's not hard to understand, but the blackout was much louder than the shotgun.
And it was shot over by the doghouse where the shell casing was found?
Yes.
Okay. And that is what you shot in the feed room?
Yes, it's a ballistic gel dummy. It gave us something to shoot into.
Okay, next. I'm not quite sure what that is.
It's just pictures just showing the testing.
Okay.
Same.
Okay, next. And this is the various indoor and outdoor sound levels. And could you, rather than reading all of this, could you sort of give us an overview of, and are these the results of those shots you made?
No, this is just actually just from the literature, if there was a discussion about different decibel levels, but, vacuum cleaner, 70 decibels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, quiet conversation, 55, a dishwasher in the next room, 50, and on and on, from,
Okay.
loud noises to soft noises.
Next.
I think that's just a blow up of the last slide.
Okay, so what does all that mean?
Just as a comparison to my numbers, these are other people's test numbers, basically done the same way I did it. And you have a bunch of rifles and they're between, you have 166 decibels, 163, 161, and therefore. So basically your rifles all the way down to a 22, which is like 143 decibel. But if you're shooting a rifle with a decent size cartridge, then you're looking at something from 160 to 165 dB.
Okay, next.
This is a similar chart of other people's work doing the same thing. And for shotguns, and basically your shotguns are going to be 150 to 160 dB. So not as loud as a rifle. A little bit quieter, but obviously 12 gauge still is a loud gun.
Next. Okay, here's your results.
These are my results. So basically the blackout was right at 165 dB, and the shotgun was at 155 dB. So the results that I got from the testing were in line with testing that other people
have been doing. Okay, next. Okay, so you want us to play this?
Sure.
Go ahead. Wait a second. What is this?
This is an audio file. I could present numbers, graphs, but what I did here just to get the point across, and here's the bottom line. This will be the 300 blackout fired in the loudest direction, because we tried north, south, east, west, but this is fired in the loudest direction. I'm sitting in the den. The doors and windows are shut. TV's not on, so it's as quiet as it possibly can be. And I'm sitting there listening for the shot. But you can gauge the sound of the shot. And I got a microphone now, but I'm talking on this audio recording the same way I'm talking right now.
Play it, please.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm gonna give you a countdown, and then you let Michael shoot, and then go ahead and mute your phone, please. 3, 2, 1, shoot. All right, stand by. So it was about 1 second before I said, all right. So you could barely hear it, and we were all listening for it. So if you were in the house, even if you were walking around, you wouldn't hear that. I could barely hear it, and I was listening for it. So what that tells you is that the sound inside the house is right at that background level. It's kind of sitting right in your background of the quiet house. And so if you were doing any kind of activities inside the house, you wouldn't hear it. And certainly if you had the TV on, which will be, remember 10 dB is twice as loud. So it's 35 if you've got the TV on, there's no way you could hear that shot.
So do you have a engineering professional acoustical opinion, more probably than not, as to whether somebody in that house without the TV on, not listening for it, would hear that those shots, those blackout shots down at the dog pen?
I do.
And what is it?
You would not be able to hear it.
And the shotgun, I assume, is quieter, so it'd be even less of an opportunity to hear that.
Yeah. There were times we fired the shotgun in a quiet house and you couldn't hear it at all.
I've got just a few more questions. Any more slides?
I think there's some more slides, but I think we've covered the acoustics, unless you want to get more.
Well, I can. No, Keep going. I don't think we need to do that. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. That's it? Nope, good. Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence a printout of that. I mean, so, yeah.
No objection. Submitted without objection.
This would be exhibit number 140. Take $14 one moment. Okay, now let's go to one last matter. And you indicated you've done accident reconstruction.
Yes.
And I have a number of questions about, this, I guess, all mostly physics. But let me ask you, you've seen this document before. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, don't tell me what it is yet. Any objection? This is the, any objection?
Just a question.
This graph was created under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another one, which is 142. Yeah, here we go. So we'd offer 141 and 142 into evidence. Any objection?
No objections. Admitted.
And that's 142. Okay, hold on to both of those. So 141 is speed from Moselle to Alameda, which I guess maybe we don't have that on computer, do we? No. Let me put this on the overhead. Let's start with 141. Can I have the Elmo, please?
This is a graph of the speed of Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban, and this is from the trip from Moselle to his parents' house.
And that would be on the night of June 7th.
Yes, and each one of those little vertical lines, the blue lines, represents 3 seconds.
Okay. So, two things. You look at 141, and you look at the time. You look at this correlated. At 9:07, has Mr. Murdaugh left his home?
Well, actually, the one that you've got up is the return trip, I believe.
That's right. What did I give you? 142. What that one? That's 142. Which one do you want? Good. That's on the same sheet. Is that better?
Yes, that's 141 there.
Right. And at 9:07, has he left Moselle? Have you independently checked the data behind this and determined where he was at 9:07?
Yes.
Where was he?
On the chart, he would be that first rise there.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a dip, but then it rises all the way up. It's a little bit over 60 miles an hour there.
Right.
It's right before the dip in the middle. The dip in the middle is when he sent a text message. So just slight slowing. No, back. Right, that little dip right there.
Right.
So 9:07 is going to be right before you get to that dip.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. I may have not had already did it. So this graph starts at 9:07, does it not?
Yes.
Okay. So it means that he is in Moselle at 9:07?
Yes.
Okay. Questions are confusing. After he leaves there, does he slow down? I mean, after he turns onto the Moselle Highway, does he slow down at all for any point until minutes down the road?
Not until he's down the road. He's building speed. When he passes that, what you just asked, the cell phone location, he's passing through the mid 40s.
Didn't slow down at where Maggie's cell phone is on the side of the road.
Correct.
Was actually accelerating a little bit as he went through there, just like, I think 42 to 44 or something like that. I'm sorry. Is that about right? Okay. So as he drove past, I think you testified that, where Maggie's cell phone was thrown out on the side of the road, tell us approximately what he was doing. Was he accelerating, decelerating, stopping? What was he doing?
He was speeding up. So he's speeding up from, 42, 43, 44, 45 miles per hour as he goes through that area.
Any indication he stopped or slowed down?
No.
Okay. Now, so you study physics, or you actually testify about physics. If someone were throwing a phone from a moving vehicle and I believe you went down and looked at the area where Maggie's phone was found, right?
Yes.
Would there be any, describe for me the kinetics of that? How-
Objection beyond the scope of his expertise.
Beyond the scope of what?
Couldn't hear your objection.
Objection beyond the scope of his expertise.
Response.
But yes, sir, he is a mechanical engineer. We're talking about a mechanical motion. He's done accident reconstructions where they have to determine the motions of certain objects during that wreck. And perhaps I could even ask him, are you confident you can give us an expert opinion on how a moving object would move if thrown from a moving car? Okay. Now, you've also done, looked at a number of crime scene photos, correct?
Yes.
And you understand where Maggie's body was,
Yes.
and you understand where Paul's body was.
Yes.
Would a vehicle, first of all, tell me the typical headlights, the headlights on a Suburban, how far out would they go? How far out would you be able to see with them?
Well, it depends on the object that you're looking at. But low beams, modern low beams, which
Low
would be on, you're going to be able to see about 250 feet in front of the vehicle along the ground.
What about the width of the vision?
Yeah, there'll be a spread out to the side as the headlight beam pattern bends around. It maybe 20 feet or so on either side of the vehicle. Depends on whether it's the left or the right, and depends on the color of the objects on the ground. But yes, the the area in front of the Suburban would be well lit.
And I believe you saw the Suburban's placement in the photos after the police officers arrived, correct?
Well, yeah, I have seen the photographs, and I also have seen the path that the Suburban took by the GPS points as it drove up to the kennels.
And based on those, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Alex Murdaugh, if he was driving that vehicle, would have been able to see?
Objection. Beyond the scope of his expertise.
I need to hear the complete question before entertaining an objection.
Based on your knowledge of the function of the headlights on a motor vehicle, do you ever look at that in terms of motor vehicle accidents that you investigate?
I look at it all the time, car pedestrian accidents.
Okay.
It's a well-known area of study in my field.
So would you be able to give an opinion as to what someone would be able to see with their headlights?
Yes,
You do it all the time.
yes.
So do you have an opinion to a degree of mechanical engineering, more probably than not, whether Alex Murdaugh would have been able to see Paul and Maggie's bodies as he pulled up?
Objection. Calls for speculation beyond the scope and no foundation laid for that line of question.
I sustain the objection.
Okay, you have looked at the photographs of the scene, right?
Yes,
You looked at the GPS data to see where that vehicle pulled initially, right?
yes,
I'm talking about the Suburban.
yes.
You routinely take that same data in a mechanical and not a mechanical, in a motor vehicle accident. You've been qualified to testify about motor vehicle accidents. They agreed to that. Tell me, would someone driving that vehicle been able to see in their headlights the bodies of Paul and Maggie at that GPS location?
And again, I'm going to object, Your Honor. Same thing. Calls for
I
speculation.
overrule the objection.
Go ahead.
Yes, they would definitely be available to be seen. I can't say what Mr. Murdaugh saw, but you're talking about objects that are maybe 25 feet in front of the Suburban and directly in front of the Suburban with low beam headlights on flat level ground. It would illuminate the whole area under the shed, between the shed and the kennels. So his headlights would definitely illuminate that area.
Thank the court is open for a moment. In your career in investigating motor vehicle accidents, have you ever had the opportunity to look at how objects behave if they are thrown from or broken off from a motor vehicle that's in a wreck?
Sure. The most common thing is, say, a motorcycle rider who hits a car and flies through the air. So there are ways that you can analyze the trajectory. Say an object flying through the air at a certain speed, what happens when that object hits the ground? The other thing that you see, like objects coming off trucks. Unfortunately, things come off trucks all the time and they bounce on the highway or fall off and they go through people's windshields. So it's simple ballistics. It's straightforward kinematics of objects moving through some sort of a trajectory. And then also what happens once they strike the ground? How do they slow down? Of course, it depends on the surface, but how does an object slow down once it's flying through the air? Like if a rock comes off a dump truck and the dump truck's going 55, when the rock hits the ground, it's going to be going 55. So it's not just going to stop. It's going to continue traveling until it rolls and tumbles and slows down.
Let me get back to a question. That is, an object this size, the size of my cell phone, if it separated from the vehicle, thrown, fell off or whatever, on a car that's going, whatever the speed limit, they're 45 miles an hour. And it heads over to where you saw Maggie's phone found. Would it rotate more than 45 degrees in the air?
Objection. Speculation, no foundation laid.
He has studied this. This is what he does.
He studied according to what
There's no,
which seems to be not in dispute by the state, since he was no challenge to his qualifications in any of the areas that you offered him in. The question is whether this calls for speculation.
Are you speculating, or is this based on years of study and physics? I mean, what you do?
No, it would be based on physics.
No speculation there, Your Honor.
You're on right. Permission to approach. Permission to approach.
Permission to what, I'm sorry?
Approach.
Let's all stand for a moment. Yes, you can come forward.
Okay, well, that was quite interesting. Oh, there we go. I'll tell you, I'm getting like all dragged out with this one though. This guy, I can't wait for cross. It looks like it might be David Fernandez, based on him doing the objection. But I'm not sure. But I do have some interesting things I'm going to be pulling up for you. We've got the 47-minute full length video that someone put up ad free for us that said that we could start passing that link around and use it. I'll be adding it to the collections that we have there, but I'm going to start dropping it if I can get it up here on the bar for you in the chat.
Okay, let me see if I can ask this in a very concise way, and then I promise I will sit down. So, objects moving from a moving vehicle, or even moving vehicle, like something this size, if it's going through the air and the car is going 45 miles an hour, will it tumble, unless it's a spherical object, will it tumble?
Well, it depends on how it's separated, like you said, from the car or thrown in the car. However it gets from the car, you know that before you know what it's going to do in the air. But the one thing's for sure, it's going to hit the ground at 45 miles per hour, which is 66 feet per second. So as soon as the phone hits the ground, it's going to want to come to a stop, right? So that phone will tumble and slide. If it was just like grass, just like flat grass, it's going to go about 115 to 120 feet. That's how long it's going to take that phone to slow down from 45 miles per hour. In the area where the phone came out, though, there's like some saplings and brush and pine straw. I doubt it went that far, but it would definitely, tumble through the edge of the woods there.
Tilt more than 45 degrees.
Sure.
One. And when you say tumble, it moves head over heels, perhaps?
Yes, that's what's going to happen it doesn't have to be a phone, but any object, a brick or anything like that. It's going to roll and tumble. Maybe if the surface is flat enough, it might slide.
One last question. What in line for those? You looked at the data on the speed data on the suburban return on the 97 from Alameda to Moselle, correct?
Yes.
And the state mentioned that there are a couple of times where his time where speed to 80 comes back down, or tell us what's happening with those peaks, the 70 and the 80.
Well, if you look at Exhibit 1, this graph represents the speed. So the higher the peak, peak is this one at speed. So like the one in the middle that goes to 80 miles an hour is just for just a second or so, a couple seconds, because each one of those blue lines represents 3 seconds. So what that shows you is that he does reach high speeds on the return trip, but it's not for a long period of time. And that's why basically the average speed of Mr. Murdaugh coming back to Moselle was about the same as what SLED drove it, right? Because you're not really changing the average speed that much because you're driving faster, but just for little periods of time.
Is that consistent with somebody passing a car?
It could be.
But it's just up and down. It's not like 80 miles an hour all the way back to Moselle.
That's correct. Right. That's correct.
right, not from Murdaugh, from Almeida. I apologize. Beg the court's indulgence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please do not discuss the case.
Hmm. Well, well, we're on a break. There we go. No, I'm going to give it a try. I don't know if you could see my messages there, but since you didn't answer, just put you up anywhere you can mute. But you were there still. So we'll look on another break for about 10 or 15 minutes usually. That's the second interview with Alex Murdaugh in SLED that I put down here. My friend has recorded them all with no ads, no commercials, based on the fact they don't have a monetized channel, which makes it very easy to share, and easier for everybody to play in its entirety. So hopefully, if you guys are tracking all the interview stuff, remember it's Alex's words that have really gotten me the most through this whole thing. Because he just actually just keeps throwing himself under the bus with all the extra information he puts in there. So this is the last one. This is the first interview. The last link I'm putting in there for you. And these are all the I'm not sure if they're all SLED agents or if there are others involved. Yo, Luke, thanks for joining.
Surprise.
How you doing?
Yeah.
How's
I'm
your
good,
pancake
thanks.
sitting?
Yeah, wow, yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Yeah,
Tasty.
that is a good thing. That is it. Pancakes are good anytime. I wouldn't worry about like when is it. Like pancakes are good anytime.
Yeah, but I ate
I
them for Shrove Tuesday in memory of our Lord Jesus Christ, who is about to start his fasting process in the desert.
Well, you know what? If I have to think of him, a pancake is in order anyway. Like, come on, let's like make me happy. Just give me a pancake to get over it. That's it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, Luke. I'm not gonna make you feel bad for pancakes on Shrove Tuesday, because I don't even remember that's what it is. So there, could have. It's like I still eat fish on Friday. I don't care. Like it's just a habit.
Well, it's Fish
You know?
Friday, so
Well, yeah, but I still, when I
well,
was
here
much
it's Fish and
younger,
Chip Friday.
it was Catholic, and we had no meat on Fridays.
Oh,
Yeah. Well,
well,
and
it's
it's
Fish and
just
Chip
a
Friday.
habit.
You can't go away from
And
it.
I know, well, anytime you can have fish and chips with malt vinegar, I mean, it's like, not trying to be English
And
or
salt.
anything, Luke,
Come on, and
but
salt.
it's good. No, and salt. Yeah, really, really salt. Yeah, and really, really well done. But yeah. So what do you think of this afternoon? I know you were coming in and out, but this has been a bit dry for me. Basically, they're just going against the testimony of that it could be Alex, because Alex is 5'4", and apparently a much smaller person or a crouching person
Alex
for
is
the
5'4".
I mean 6'4". I'm sorry,
Oh my goodness.
6'4", and the actual perpetrator is only 4'3" or 5'2", somewhere between that, because the gun had to be at such a low angle. Forgetting the fact that these are hunters, these are people familiar with guns. They could shoot at any of these angles. He could have shot from his hip, for all he said. It could have been a different weapon. Like, we're not actually sure. But he's arguing against what the bodies are saying, which is really making me feel uncomfortable, because the science of what happened to the bodies in actually the trajectories there is actually speaks more volumes than him pulling a slug out of a tree, and looking at it from the window and saying, well, it could have been this and it could have been that. I do understand there's, with evidence, everybody can look at it a little differently. But he's not giving us anything new. He's just saying he doesn't think so. He had to be a short person, because he's not even taking crouching or from a lower level, or the fact that he could have fell back in the feed room. There's a lip at that door. Like, we were just looking at it during the lunch. I pulled up a picture, and there's a lip on that door of like almost 2 inches, it looks like. So if if he had shot him the first time and then he was moving towards him, of course he would have like fell back. If somebody you just shot is got a gun and coming towards you, I mean, it makes sense to me, especially since it's his son and he's facing him. They showed that, but the way the blood splatter was, that the body turned to face their perpetrator, like head on, and moved towards them, took steps towards them.
Yeah, I guess for me this is the big issue with like technical evidence. Like, and I've said this before, like it can get in the way of people can over rely on it. So
Right.
if we're thinking about like probabilities here, just thinking about the likeliness of things happening, is it more likely, given the kind of the situation and everything we know about timings and stuff, that Alex was the guy that pulled the trigger, or is it likely that some random 5'2" person came out with the same type of gun that Alex owns and killed them? Like to me, it's like, okay, yeah, like your analysis of this indicates that potentially it was possibly somebody who was that short, but like there's other explanations for that. Like there could be other explanations that would fit in with it, like if he was like knelt down, or if he was anything like that. So for me,
Alex
it's
would have saw them because Alex was there at 8:49 when the Snapchat video was taken, where he said he wasn't. How are they going to get around that? Alex was at the kennel with Maggie and Paul when he said he wasn't, when he was supposedly sleeping. All that time he was supposedly sleeping and never went to the kennel. And they're making all of this noise about how you can't hear the shot from inside the house. They're forgetting that the state has already placed him at the scene of the crime.
Well, and I guess this is the other point, like, because I missed that bit about how he wouldn't have been able to hear the shot, but like my mum lives near like a military base where they do training like every week, and that's like half a mile away, and you can clearly hear gunshots. Like you can clearly, and these are rifles, let alone a shotgun. You can clearly hear them inside the house with all the windows closed, double glazing.
And this guy's saying, "Nope, you can't." I don't know what kind of.
And there's houses. Yeah, there's loads of houses in the way. It's quite an open area because it's right next to a beach. So it's like there's nothing that's going to bounce the sound towards my mum's house or anything. It is just the gunshots are loud. You can hear fireworks. They're very similar, like levels of noise to gunshots. Like I'm very confused by that because
and even the way he set it up, the exercise and everything, just like, how do we know what he's actually, if he's got like, we don't know what he's actually recording and where he actually is. And for all I know, there's a pillow in front of that mic that you can't, I don't know what he's picking up. You can't see it. It's just an audio tape of it. Why is it just an audio tape of what like he hears instead of showing us the process of his setup and everything like that? I call sus, like SUS sus. Like I call, like, what are you not showing me? I'm all about what I don't see.
Did he just give an audio recording of what he did in the?
Exactly, that's all he did.
Well,
Am I wrong?
That's rubbish. Because you'd want to record like the decibel level, like that's what you'd want to record.
But it was like a testing of I know Pete's making fun of my language because I call sus. I'm telling you, did you not, like, come on, Pete, did you not think that for an audible test, like, you're not showing us how you did it, you're not doing a video of the audio test, okay, and showing us all the setup, you're just walking us through it with your voice and telling us, and then you do the shots.
Yeah, what you'd want is like a decibel level, like something that reads decibel levels, and then you'd want to say this is this level of decibel.
That's what he said. The house is so well built. The house is so well built that
would be like this kind of level of sound, like, and then replay something at that level of sound in the courtroom, and then that's how just doing an audio most audio recorders have sound excluders, like background sound excluders inbuilt into them, like microphones and stuff. So, yeah.
Yep. Just to hey, welcome back, Beck. This was crazy testimony so far. You haven't really missed much. This guy has really been dragging it, and I'm trying really hard to try to see where they're coming from, because I want to keep an open mind and see if they have any valid points, and to see how they're going to take apart the case of the prosecution, besides saying Sled did a sloppy job, which there are some issues with the case, but the solid facts are the solid facts. And Paul, his son, from beyond on his cell phone, has actually blew this case wide open.
Did he? So
Yeah, he did have a decibel reader. He did, but
Did he
the
report it?
point, yeah, the point being, Wrecker, is that all he did was just tell us about everything, and that was what's concerning with me. We're not seeing anything. He says he has a high precision one. He did talk about it. He went on about his qualifications and what the test was going to show, and then he's not showing us the setup or anything. That's what I mean. That's why I'm calling sus. Like, I don't even know if I can believe this. I don't know how a jury's going to feel. I feel rather weird about, they got video and slides on everything else of where he was, but they only have an audio for this part.
Well, and I
don't
mean,
know.
he's only a mechanical engineer. And if you've ever watched The Big Bang Theory, everybody makes fun of Howard for being a mechanical engineer and not a physicist.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So,
yeah. It is a kind of strange title. Yeah.
I think someone raised a good point earlier as well around Ricochet. Like those angles. Like, he's assuming that they've come in a straight line from the barrel, but we know that bullets don't act in that way. Like they do, and pellets certainly don't, because they're so light. Like they'll ricochet off things. Like, so yeah. They could ricochet up into something and then make it appear like it's come from someone who's 5'2".
Yeah,
I think when these things happen, like if this evidence doesn't line up with the rest of the evidence, if the prosecution has made quite a neat and tidy narrative, and then this is kind of like not gelling with that, then I mean, that one would expect that to be the case, but it also means that there's something not right in some of the evidence.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. What they're going to have to do is really blow up all of it, not just one little part of it, because they're just forgetting that he was at the kennels at the time. Like, the actual reason he didn't hear it is he was actually there. So, like, the window of opportunity has gotten that small that, like, he can't be in two places at once. He just can't. And he lied about where he was in the second place, and which is more, means more to me, actually. The fact that he keeps going out of his way to lie about certain things.
Yeah. And something that's really like standing out to me at the moment is that the defense keep mentioning about him driving past another car. And I was confused about that. And then I had this realization that maybe in their closing statements, they're going to imply that he drove past the actual killer. Like there was another car on the road.
They've been implying. Here's what they said. There was two guys that showed up. Okay. But Alex never saw anybody. And they all right, here's the thing. There's no DNA of any strangers coming on. And we also have video at the time where the dogs are calm except for Bubba. If there were strangers who came there to kill Maggie and Paul in some type of retaliation to Alex, number one, I do believe he would have heard it from the house. I think that's blarkey what they just did. I don't believe it. They didn't show me enough to believe it. They showed me an audio that they're saying they didn't hear the shots. And I'm saying, no, you didn't even show me shooting. You didn't even show me your setup. You didn't show me nothing. You just talked me through it. No, I'm not believing you, dude. I don't care what his credentials are. I don't believe him. I do not believe him. Now, I also have the problem that, well, if it is two then people, why weren't the dogs going nuts on the videos? Why was the dogs not going crazy? And they would have been going nuts if strangers showed up. Dogs don't be quiet when people that don't belong there show up, even if they do have people with guns. I don't think the dogs would have been quiet like that. That speaks volumes to me. And you got all this other cover-up stuff. Okay, if Alex is innocent, where's your shirt? If Alex is innocent, where's your shoes? Why won't he give us the clothes that he wore that day? They proved he was wearing it that day in video evidence, and he still, and testimony from the housekeeper, what he left the house in. He still won't provide the clothing. If he's innocent, where is it?
Well, yeah, and that's it. He'd want to, wouldn't he? Surely.
Oh, surely you would want to, wouldn't you? Just get it off, get it over with, But no. And what else is missing? Murdaugh family guns. Not random guns, not people walking on the property with guns, guns that belonged only to Murdaughs. Came right from the property, used on the property over and over again. There's too much there. There's too much there that says opportunity was there. There's too much there to put a lot of doubt on Alex, not just that he didn't do it, but more that he did. Because anything that he has to exonerate himself, he's not able to come forward with, which means that it's probably too damaging to do it. Why did he say he touched the bodies? He was trying to cover in case there was touch DNA found on the phones.
Well, yeah,
Because he
and
was using those phones. They proved he was using those phones. They proved he threw Maggie's phone out the window. He said he didn't go down that road. He said he went the other way to his mother's house. But no, he drove 85 miles an hour the opposite direction of his mother's house to throw the phone out the window.
And I think that kind of speaks volumes to me because it shows a middle-aged man who doesn't understand technology and how things can be tracked, right?
Oh, he understood it enough to delete things from his phone, Luke.
Oh, right, but like he didn't he deleted certain things, but like he probably didn't realize that phones are always being GPS tracked, and
he didn't understand that all of the information his own car was giving him away. I'm sure he didn't think that GM was going to come in there and say, that's the road you were on. That's how fast you were going. You went right by where that phone was found. And you had the phone. It was in proximity to your phone and your car. You did. Like that timeline of just the cell phone data and the OnStar data in the GPS and the cell towers, the steps, all of that. When you take all three of their phones into consideration there, that is a damning timeline that I put in the chart. I put that chart that they made in the chat several times. If you read that timeline, it all starts to make sense. You see the actual when you think the murders actually happened. Why would their phones just stop at the same time? Both parties, okay? With no communication, people that are on their phones all the time, including Alex. Why would Alex all of a sudden put his phone into like mode so you can't hear him when he is on his phone all the time too? And we're back.
You bring the jury.
I always forget it takes him so long to get the jury in there. Well, exactly, Pete. And then shut his phone off for an hour at dinner when he never does that. Said he didn't see the family after dinner, but he was at the kennel and his voice is on video. Okay, let's see.
The jury is present, sir.
Hey, yeah, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to begin by going over a few of your qualifications, what we heard about kind of at the beginning of your testimony. Is your practice focused primarily on, would you agree your practice is kind of focused primarily on accident reconstruction?
I would say so, in failure analysis.
And that would be in your advertisements online and your CV that you provided?
Well, probably on the website, we really don't advertise, but definitely on my
The
CV.
website.
Yes.
And most of the work you've done would have been in that field, the accident reconstruction or analyzing things to do with mostly civil litigation. Would that be fair to say?
I would say, yes, that's fair. Most of the work that the company does, company-wide, is civil litigation. And so accident reconstruction, but that's a pretty broad description because, for instance, I have civil engineers, I have biomedical engineers, so they deal with a lot of different subject matters.
And primarily civil litigation, even though it's a broad area, civil litigation.
Exactly.
Very good. And your client today is the defense, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were retained by them. When were you retained?
Jim Griffin called me, I want to say it was about the middle of September of 2022.
And I know we've seen your PowerPoint. Did you, is that your report or did you prepare a separate report for defense?
The written report that I did in this case was on the acoustics testing, but the PowerPoint was just trying to pull, it's a big file, of course, but just trying to pull it all into one place.
Did you provide any additional reports to defense, or was the PowerPoint the only one?
Just the PowerPoint, and then I had maybe a 4 to 5 page report on the results of the acoustics testing.
And when did you finalize your PowerPoint that we just saw today?
In its final form, that would have been yesterday.
So you finalized your PowerPoint one day before your trial?
Yes.
Is that standard for you to do?
Yes.
All right. And what's your how much are you getting paid for your services?
So the company charges $3.50 an hour for my time.
And how many hours have you worked on this case?
Oh, Lord. A lot. I couldn't give you an idea, but I made 2 trips down here. I've been to Moselle twice. I read through a bunch of documents, studied pictures forever. Got ready for trial. Of course, that took a while. I would probably say that I have, somewhere between 40, 50 hours in this case.
40 to 50? Is that your estimate?
I would think so.
And travel incurs additional expenses. Is that why you kind of mentioned it separately?
It does, yes. So, the company charges anytime I'm traveling or working.
Have you ever done any work for the law firm formerly known as PMPED?
No. Because I've been doing this for so long, and I do a lot of railroad cases, I have been on the other side of that law firm, and I've been deposed, like on the other side. They took my deposition. I was on the other side working for a defendant. But I've never worked for them directly, like say a personal injury case or a wreck case.
Have you ever been retained to work on the boat case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell me about that. What was your retention for the boat case? And by the boat case, which one are you referring? Which one? What do you understand that to be?
Well, the boat case, the Mallory Beach case, so the one that occurred down at Paris Island. So I do boat accidents. I do small vessel, watercraft, jet skis. I've actually worked on ship accidents, ship collisions before. So I do a lot of maritime and boat accident work. And I was called by Jim Griffin a few years ago. It would have been probably, within a few months of that accident. And I did an investigation of the boat crash.
Do your services also include a retainer? Like, is there some sort of retainer to work off of before the hourly billing kicks in?
No, our company is pretty simple. We just bill by the hour. So we don't do contracts or retainers. Some people in my field of work do.
So you were originally retained by Mr. Griffin for the boat case to do a boat reconstruction. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And that would be in line with your, what you primarily do with your services at your firm. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that just falls underneath physics, mechanical engineering. Anything based in physics has the potential for being explained, and that's what I do.
All right, and I know your educational background is in engineering. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk about a few things we can maybe agree on. And engineering is a field that, would you agree? Engineering is a field that is based in science. Would you
Yes.
agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that engineering is a field that's based in some math? Is that fair to say?
There's a lot of math in engineering, yes.
We heard a lot about trigonometry and angles. I mean, math, right?
Yes.
Engineering's based, a lot of is based in hard facts. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And engineering, some of the things that really have no business in engineering would be guesswork. Is that fair to say?
Well, in engineering, you can sometimes make assumptions and then make guesses, but you always have to go back and test them, right? You develop what we call them hypothesis, right? So you look at the problem, you try to figure out what the problem is, you form a hypothesis, and then you test it. So, you might say, well, I think this, and then you either mathematically or physically test it.
Going back to that question about guesswork, though, because I don't know that you answered it. In engineering, is it important not to use guesswork in making opinions?
Right. If I give an opinion, I'm not guessing. So whenever I give an opinion, there is a foundation based on my education, experience, and training for me to give that opinion.
So if an opinion's rendered and there's variables that aren't considered, would you consider that to be guesswork?
Well, it depends on how important the variables are. I mean, any engineer in any analysis procedure, the variables don't matter. But if the variable matters, then of course, that would affect your opinion.
And in engineering, and we're thinking of, I think you said you're a mechanical engineer?
Yes.
By trade, by education?
Yes.
So do mechanical engineers engage in speculation?
Not in the opinions.
Okay. And do mechanical engineers, when whatever they're engineering or whatever they're opining about, do they base their opinion on assumptions?
Not primarily, not even really. Your opinions can't be based on assumptions. Now, there can be aspects of your analysis that you have to test, but whether it's an assumption or a guess, that does not make for a good engineering opinion.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Are you a member of have you had any formal training in pathology?
No.
Have you had any formal training in firearms or firearms, how they work?
No.
Are you a member of any organizations that do that line of work, that do tests on firearms or pathology?
No.
Have you taken any shooting incident reconstruction classes?
No.
Do you have any certifications in shooting incident and reconstruction?
No.
Have you taken any classes in gunshot wounds?
No.
Have you ever done any studies on bullet trajectory from out of the muzzle of a gun?
Yes.
Okay. What studies have you done?
I've done all kinds of testing.
All right. Such as?
For instance, one time I had a case, it was a murder case where a person was shot through a car door and was shot with a .357 Magnum. And the door had maybe 6 bullet holes, and each of the bullet holes had different characteristics. So I went to the junkyard and got 25 to 30 of these doors. And I spent a couple of weeks shooting that door with a .357 Magnum at different angles, different distances, until I could replicate the bullet holes in the actual, in the door. So what you're doing there is that you have a door as evidence, and then you're trying to figure out, okay, what does that tell you? Not the same as what I talked about today, but similar. I had a case one time where there were 2 deer hunters in the woods and one got shot at long range. So we did a lot of long range ballistic testing of the ammunition in the firearm to determine the drop distance of the bullet and to understand where the one hunter would have to aim the weapon. I have done proximity testing with firearms by looking at the stippling. So in other words, I have a rig that I can put a pistol in, and then I put target. A lot of times I use sheetrock. And then what I do is I fire the gun at increments back and look at the pattern of the stippling. Sometimes you'll get soot and stippling, and sometimes that. So it would all be testing within the context of the cases. You know, when I get involved in a firearms case, those are the types of things types of tests that I would do. It's just a general part of our business. When we get presented with an engineering problem, we do testing.
And those testing, any of those studies that you did, were they subject to peer review or published in any publication?
No, I typically don't write papers or submit papers. I do the work.
So it's you doing a test on your own?
Yes.
Is that right? That's what it is?
Yes, or with, of course, people in my office help.
With your office?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a member of the International Association for Identifications?
No.
Firearms identifications?
No.
You have any certifications along those lines whatsoever?
No, I'm not a firearms expert or a pathologist or a wound expert. That's not my area of physics. It's not my area of expertise.
Okay. So is it fair to say then any opinion you rendered on relating to firearms, we shouldn't rely on it then?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
If it's related to exterior ballistics and terminal ballistics, then
We're gonna
yeah,
go
you
through
can
it.
certainly rely upon it. But I'm not going to testify about wounds or pathology or anything like that, and I haven't.
All right, I want to start with the cell phone. I think we ended on the last slide, the charts. I don't know where those are. Yeah. I'm showing you Defense Exhibit 141 and 142. I believe you testified. Can I have the PowerPoint? Sorry. I believe you testified that you created these graphs. Is that right?
No, I didn't. This is an Excel graph from the data. So it's just the raw data that was presented to me.
All right. Well, who created it then?
I'm not sure. I just reviewed it. I'm not sure who did this.
All right. Well, can you tell me? I think you testified before that well, show me the time, if you would, and permission for the witness to come down. Show me the time that you indicated the phone was thrown from the car, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I got it specifically on my laptop. I can show you in general. It's up to you. I mean,
Well, this is an evidence, so I'm asking for you to come down and identify on here where it is.
You want to know where the car passed, where the phone was?
Just for clarification, yeah, 1 second, sorry. Just for clarification, we're looking at this chart. What is this showing us?
That is a graph of the speed of the Suburban versus time. So speed is on the y-axis, or this is speed, and then that's time. So time's going that way. And as car speeds up, the line gets taller.
Okay. And it says total time 16 minutes. What does that refer to?
That's the time it took to drive from Moselle to the parents' house.
Okay, and the sled, and then it says next to that sled test drive during day. What does that indicate?
What that is it's just comparing. It took 16 minutes, Mr. Murdaugh, and then Sled did the same drive, not at nighttime, but during the day, and took 17.58 minutes.
Okay. All right. So as I was saying before, I think you testified. You said you indicated a point where the cell phone had been thrown from the vehicle, or at least the time correlation. Could you please identify where that is for us?
No, that's not what I said.
All right, well, what did you say then?
I said that when the car passes the location.
Okay.
Right.
Sorry.
I don't have any information about.
When the car passes the location, where is it indicated on?
I think it's that line right there.
Okay. And you say you think. Why is it that you think?
Well, it's not labeled, but it's on my laptop. I'd be glad to get my laptop.
Well, this is an evidence, and this is what the jury's going to consider. So I prefer to work on this.
Objection. He has indicated he has a specific data on his laptop. If he wants the real answer, he'll be happy to walk to his laptop and get it for him. He says he's looked at this. That's where it is. I mean, he's asked the question 3 times. He's answered 3 times.
Cross-examination, you may proceed.
You're not able to find it on here, are you? looking at this chart?
Well, it's either this line right there, or I think it's this one or this one.
All right, does engineering engage in I thinks and maybes?
Let me get my laptop.
Well, I'm just asking you, can you identify it on this chart?
Well, I mean, this is a really big file.
Your Honor, I'd ask
and I,
the witness please answer the question.
well, I will answer it, but I don't have the whole file memorized, so let me just look at it for you. That way we'll know the answer.
Can you point it out on this chart without reviewing whatever you're about to review on your laptop?
No.
Okay. Can you identify 912 on this chart without reviewing anything you're about to review on your laptop?
Well, I mean, you want me to answer the first question?
You answered it. You said no. Can you identify where on 912 on this chart is?
No, they're not.
Okay.
It doesn't have any numbers written down.
Thank you. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
Well, hold on. You want me to answer your questions? You want me to answer the first question?
The questions, please. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
No, because there are no numbers on this, but it's.
And can you identify where 952?
His answer.
Let's give the witness an opportunity to answer the question.
Can you identify where 952 is on this chart?
Not specifically.
Okay, thank you. You can sit down. I don't need that. I'm showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit 142, and same thing. There's no numbers. There's no times on here either, right?
No, not on the x-axis at the bottom.
Switch to the PowerPoint, please. All right, you gave an opinion on objects being thrown, ejected, traveling at what was posited to you as 45 miles an hour. Do you remember that
Yes.
opinion? What are some variables, and you're an engineer with math background, what are some variables you would need to know before determining the distance, trajectory, and speed of an object?
Like is the hypothetical if somebody threw a phone out of a window?
My hypothetical is, in order to determine the speed of any object, what are some variables that you would need to know in order to determine the distance it was thrown, the trajectory it was thrown, and the speed at which it was thrown? What are some information that you would need to know in order to posit an opinion about that?
Well, there would be a lot of variables, but the main ones would be, and I think I understand your question, but let's say you find an object on the side of the road and you want to know how fast, let's just assume that somebody throws something out of a car that's driving down the road. And let's say this would be a typical problem people ask or we're presented with. It's like, well, can you calculate based on the physical evidence on the side of the road, how fast was the car traveling when the phone was thrown out? I mean, let's just look at it that way. So what you would need to know, like, let's say that it was on the shoulder of a road and there was like an impact mark on the shoulder of the road. And then 57 feet later is the phone, right? So you could make a pretty good determination the phone tumbled 57 feet. Well, a tumbling object decelerates at about a half a G. That's 11 miles per hour per second. So over 57 feet, you could back calculate it. You're going to come up with something probably like 30 miles per hour, right? The variables would be the condition of the shoulder, obviously the speed that it's thrown out,
Okay.
right?
Energy, right?
Right, because for instance, if you're driving down the road, you could throw it forward, you could throw it backwards. So you may want to add the speed or subtract the speed from the velocity of the vehicle.
And I'm going to let you keep going, but just
To answer the question, interrupted again.
Were you through answering that question?
I think so. I think that's probably
All right,
enough.
next question.
all right. About the strength, I think you said strength of the throw. Is that what you were talking about when we last cut?
Well,
Variables.
right, because if you just drop the phone from the car, it has zero initial velocity relative to the car, but the car has relative velocity to the road. So for instance, it's going to have a different trajectory if you throw it straight down out your window than it would be if you throw it up in the air or throw it sideways. Those are all what's called initial conditions. And so, but if you had information, let's say you had a witness in the passenger seat that said, well, he tossed it straight out of the window, then you could calculate it that way, but you would need more information. So it's, you know, to know specifically this type of problem, you would need to know a lot of different information to get to get like if you said, how fast is this car going based on how far that phone tumbled down the street? Yeah, you would need to know some more information.
So you need to know the energy thrown, the energy at which the object was thrown, correct?
Yeah, yeah, so the speed.
Would you need to know the mass of the object that was thrown?
No.
Would you need to know the wind resistance, if any?
Yes.
Would you need to know the wind speed, if any?
It depends on the problem, but that might be a factor.
And absent any of those variables, really can't tell anything about an object that was thrown. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends on the question that's asked. If you were asking me the question, how fast were the car going, then yes, you would need all those variables unless you wanted a wide range of answers. But if you ask me, if you toss a phone at near highway speed or close to highway speed, will it tumble? It's a completely different question. There's no variables there. That's just fact.
Okay. While this may be obvious, I'm going to show you what's been marked, or what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 230. I'm sorry, I keep doing that to you. Is this the side of the? Is this the side of the road that you visited?
It looks like it.
Does that look like it also? States, sorry, I'm showing you States 231.
Yes, I know there's woods on the east side and there's an open field on the west side.
You know, I'll just do the steel fashion. And does that look like a shot from the side of the road that you visited on Moselle?
Yes.
And what are we seeing here in the background? What are we seeing?
Well, in the background, there's the field that's over on the west side of
All right, in front of the field, what is that?
That's the roadway.
Okay, and in front of that road, right in front of the road on the picture, the green stuff?
Grass shoulder.
All right, and then near at the bottom of the screen, what are we seeing?
It's like vegetation, leaves, sticks.
You'd agree that leaves and grass is fairly soft. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Showing you what's been entered as 232. Different angles. That look at the same road to you?
Yes, that's looking basically north.
And again, grass, right? On the side of the road.
Yes, that's on the west shoulder.
All right. When you do sound studies, have you done work? Is it primarily for like OSHA related things, or I know you mentioned some companies? Is that what the sound studies have primarily been for?
It's typically the work that I do now.
It's the sound studies?
Yes, the acoustics measurements that I do typically would be related to train whistles, train horns, emergency vehicles, backup alarms where, say, somebody gets backed over with a truck, audibility of backup alarms. I've had audibility of warning alarms inside of a factory. Like, could a worker hear the alarm and then get out of an area that was dangerous? So it's usually emergency signals. is typical. I have worked on a criminal case where it wasn't a gunshot, it was a woman screaming. And could a particular, they call them ear witnesses instead of eyewitnesses, but could a particular ear witness hear a woman screaming at a distance? So
And it would that be for workplace considerations? There was some accident at work and it maybe relates to OSHA?
now this was a murder case.
Oh,
So
the other things you mentioned previously, sorry.
no, the other ones, I mean, typically are going to be civil litigation where, you know, you might have a dump truck manufacturer getting sued for not having an audible alarm that's, you know, loud enough, or just plain, or sometimes what happens in a car accident, but like a back over accident, they're saying that the person that got run over should have heard the truck coming and got out of the way, right? So people argue back and forth about who could hear and not hear like a backup alarm.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention now to the sound study that you conducted, and it was in your PowerPoint. Of your defense exhibit. For the defense exhibit 140, and I guess digitally 143. All right, if you could please to page, I believe 75 or exhibit 76. Okay, there you go. All right, and remind me again, and I know it's visual there, but what's the distance between the dog kennels and the house right there?
Straight line distance is 142 feet.
1,140.
Oh, what did I say?
I think you said 140.
Oh yeah,
1,
no, it's like 1,150 feet. Let's just call it 1,150. 1,150.
All right. And that's as the crow flies, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Please continue over to exhibits. If you just fast forward for me, sorry, I'm trying to find the number. Exhibit 1, just if you keep going, I'll stop you on the 300 blackout. All right, this ammunition, what kind of ammunition is that?
300 blackout, 147 grain, full metal jacket.
Okay, and do you know who the manufacturer of that is?
It looks like Cellier and Below.
Okay. All right, and that's the ammunition you used on the 300 blackout test?
Yes.
All right, if you would fast forward a couple. And this is this your rifle?
No.
Okay. Is this a person's rifle that was working for you?
No. This was a law. The lawyer Jim Griffin provided the 2 weapons.
Okay. Did you yourself actually fire these weapons?
No, an engineer in my office. His name's Michael Whitley. So since I was running the acoustic equipment up in the house, then Michael Whitley was the one that actually pulled the trigger.
And are you familiar with this type of firearm?
Yes.
All right, what is that?
Well, it's a 300 blackout, which is the name of the ammunition. And so basically what it is an AR-15 style rifle with a shorter barrel. And when they shortened the barrel, they needed a specially designed ammo for it, so it would be efficient. In other words, it's the type of weapon that might be used in close quarters. So it's shorter and you can move around and maneuver. But when you cut the barrel down to say 8 or 9 inches, you need to chamber a different round. That's basically what this is.
And is it actually, are you aware it's actually considered a pistol for purposes of government identifications?
I don't know if this particular one is considered a pistol or not. Like I said, I'm not a gun expert. But
that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, if you would please fast forward to, there you go. All right, this reverse one, please. Thank you. All right, this picture, what are we looking at?
That's the ammunition. That's the buckshot that we used.
All right, and is there a reason you chose this particular brand?
The Winchester was similar to the brand of ammunition used.
What kind of ammunition is this type?
It's a 12 gauge buckshot. It's like 2 3/4 inch shells. I want to say that the buckshot in the murder was maybe a 3-inch shell, but this is a similar load.
So similar, but not the same,
That's correct.
and not the same manufacturer.
I think it was Federal. I'd have to go back and look, but I think there was Federal and maybe Winchester. The reason is just because I know that the plastic shot cups were found at the crime scene, and I think that's Winchester. But I would have to go look.
Okay, so but you concede you didn't use the same gauge for buckshot as was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh?
No, it's probably slightly different.
Okay. All right, if you would please continue to Exhibit 7. And again, what do we have here?
That would be the turkey load or bird shot with the smaller pellets that we used.
And again, this is not the same load that was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh.
I don't think it's the exact same. It's just representative.
All right. All right, if you would please go to Exhibit 24. I think it's like 2 or 3 slides. There you go, right there. Thank you. All right, and again, this is the interior of the house at Mizell. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you already testified to it, but what was the ambient decibel reading inside that house?
35 decibels. Pretty much steady state.
And is that, well, I guess we heard an audio clip, right?
Yes.
That we played for the jury. Does the ability to hear something, is it affected by the ambient noise?
Yes,
in a
that's
room?
yes.
Did you do a test on what the ambient noise is in this courtroom?
No, I can do it right now if you want me to.
Did you do it before? Does the ambient noise have an effect on how we hear something?
Yes, that's what I explained. So in order for you to be able to clearly hear something, it's got to be 10 decibels above background.
And we've
If
heard
it's 10 decibels below background, you're not going to be able to hear it. And when you're in between, it depends on if you're listening for it. Like if you're really listening for something, like if you're at a train crossing and you're listening for the train horn, it could be right at the background level, like you got the radio on a little bit. The train horn could be right at the background level, but since you're listening for it, you might be able to hear it. If you're not paying attention, then you might not. But if it's 10 decibels above your background, you will hear it. 10 decibels below, you're not going to hear it. Because again, that's twice as loud or twice as soft.
And it sounds relative, and I know you gave an example of the concert. How did you decide, or how did anyone decide what volume to play that sound clip? Would volume affect your ability to hear something?
It does, but it really wouldn't matter because again, the shot from the kennels was only 1 to 3 dB above background. So it was about 36, 37, 38 decibels. And even if you rustle a piece of paper, that could be in the 50s. And so it doesn't really, in this case, the volume of the TV, it really didn't matter just because the sound of the gun inside that house is so faint, it wouldn't make a difference.
All right, and I know this may be outside your expertise, but just asking you common sense. Are you aware that trees generally grow?
Yes.
So remind me again, what day did you go out and perform these sound tests?
The sound tests were January 5 of this year, so 23.
And I know we have some pictures. If you wouldn't mind backing it up to Exhibit 14. It's the closest representation I could find. Okay, right there is fine. Sorry. Would this tree line on the back of picture Exhibit 10 be consistent with what you saw in January?
Yes, that is January.
Okay. And are you aware of what the date of the murder was?
Well, that's June the 7th of 21. So basically this picture's taken, let's say, 18 months later, 19 months later.
And I think you did testify that sounds, because speed travels in a straight line, sound would be affected by the tree line. Is that correct?
It will be on the other side of the tree line. It's also going straight up too. It's like I said before, it's like a big half bubble getting bigger. The trees probably obviously did grow in the year and a half when it happened. And I did make correction for the trees, but it was only, I think it was 1.7 dB if I recall. But so the trees made a difference, but not that big of a difference.
Well, without being there and whatever the tree height were, would that have an effect on the sound level? I mean, I think you said you accommodated 1.7 dB, but will you agree that the height of a tree or a forest would have an effect on the sound?
Oh, it'll have an effect, but in this case, it's two. Let's just call it 2 decibels. And what I'm talking about is, background inside the house. If you have the TV on, 70 decibels, right? So we're comparing 35 or 40 decibels. Whether we add or subtract 2, it makes no difference because you got 70 versus 30 or 40. And remember, just 10 decibels is twice as loud. So 70 decibels is many, many times louder. So I went through the process of making sure that the numbers were correct, but minor variables such as wind, humidity, wind speed, the trees, all of those, even if you factored all of those in, it really doesn't make a difference just because the gunshot inside the house was so faint that you're just not going to hear it.
All right, sir, if you wouldn't mind turning to exhibit 25, please. It would be toward the end, forward. It's a chart. Yeah, the next one. Next one, if you wouldn't mind, this chart. Okay. What's the decibels of a vacuum cleaner, 3 meters, and a gas lawnmower at 30 meters? What's the decibel rating on that?
70.
Be 70?
Yes.
And you said the TV was at 70?
68 to 70.
So the same as a vacuum cleaner running and a gas lawnmower?
Well, the lawnmower is what, at 30 meters, which is, that's,
Just
100
check.
feet. It must be a pretty quiet vacuum cleaner because in my experience, a vacuum cleaner is a lot louder than 70 decibels.
What was the decibel reading that you measured for the shotgun blast again?
Around 154, I believe. It's on the next slide.
And what was the reading for the rifle?
165.
I think you talked about extrapolation. You know what I'm referring to? Extrapolating the sound over distance?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said, but the sound dissipates 6 decibels for every twice the distance. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that's what you testified to?
Yes.
So if you wouldn't mind, could you extrapolate for me? So at 165, which is what the rifle tested at, could you reverse extrapolate that to 1,024 feet? Could you do the math?
Yes, I have that. Well, it's actually a slide, but I've got the chart, if you give me a second. Okay. So what I did was, when you add in the attenuation, what distance do you want to know?
1,024 feet?
So basically just like outside the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the basic
Okay,
calculation.
so because of the weather conditions, I adjusted the number up for, I'm assuming we want to talk about the night of the murders, right?
I just want to know if you could if you could extrapolate. I don't want to know about weather conditions or anything right now. I just want to extrapolate 165 decibels beginning at, 3 feet beginning at 3 feet. And then I want to extrapolate it to 1,024 feet. And those are even numbers.
It's 89.5 decibels.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, 89.5 decibels. Let's just say you're just right outside the house.
Wait, what are you saying? Right outside the house?
Yes. Inside the house, it's in my other report. Inside the house, it was maybe 35 to 38 decibels inside the house.
All right. I'll come back to that. I don't want to know inside the house, outside the house. I just want to know in a lab setting, you have a 165 decibel blast.
Right.
Measured at 3 feet. So 165 decibels at 3 feet. If you extrapolated that out for distance, what would the decibel be? Just lab setting.
Lab
What
setting.
would the mathematical equation be?
Well, it would be a little bit different in a lab setting. This is not a lab setting. But if you did, you go, I don't have that written out. You may have already done it, but if you take 3 feet.
Would you disagree? Let me ask you this, and it's not a trick question. Lab setting, we can put all the qualifications in, but would it be at 1,024 feet? Would you have any reason to doubt that it would be at 105 decibels?
That sounds about right. I think I did that at one point in time and got about the same number you did.
And if you wouldn't mind, what is your chart indicating is 105 decibels?
Let's see.
Just what the chart says.
It says jet flight at 300 meters, which is basically 1,000 feet.
Thank you. Would you agree that a cat's meowing or a cat is fairly low on the decibel meter?
Yes.
Certainly if a cat was outside and you're inside, fairly low, hard to hear. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, unless the window's open.
All right. I'm going to reverse and now go to, if you wouldn't mind, starting at page or exhibit 57. Does it go backwards? Yeah, you have to keep going. Just the first part of this. There we go. Thank you. All right. Referring to your exhibit 57 on your PowerPoint, I know you testified to, but are you familiar with what this image shows?
Yes.
All right. And this is the feed room with the a view of the window. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is not a picture you took. Is that fair to say?
No, this is the night crime scene pictures from June 7th.
All right. Do you just visually looking at it, do you see holes in the window?
Yes.
Do you see a whole lot of other stuff in that picture? On the shelves, in front of it, behind it, below it, above it?
Yes.
All right, if you wouldn't please continue on to the next slides. I'm going to go to your exhibit 45. It's going the other way, towards the end of it. Right there, or 44 is fine. All right, so I think you testified that you kind of visually looked through the hole in the window and kind of aligned your eye with the tree outside. Is that kind of how it went?
No.
You said you, correct me if I'm wrong, you can tell me in a second, but didn't you say you lowered your head to where you perceived a chest wound would be and looked out the window and tried to align it with that defect?
Yes.
Okay. So the only thing I missed was lowering your head, right?
Right.
You lowered
And I
yourself
didn't
down.
do it at the window. I did it in the middle of the room.
Now, we've already established you have no training, experience, or expertise in shotguns. Is that correct?
Well, maybe you need to explain a little bit more.
Well, what do you have any formal training, formal expertise, formal education in how shotguns work, how shotgun projectiles work, and what they do after leaving the end of that barrel? Do you have any formal training, expertise, certifications, anything?
Not formal training, but I've done a lot of study, and I've also tested shotguns, and I've fired many shotguns before. I understand what happened to the pellets, and this particular pellet is one of the pellets that would have passed through Paul.
All right. What's the spread of a shotgun pellet exiting a shotgun barrel? What's the spread every 1 inch?
Well, it's going to vary based on the choke and the ammunition, but for this one, it's pretty clear that the spread is about the size of a window because the muzzle of the shotgun was maybe, let's call it 3 feet inside the door. It's a 10-foot long room. So at 7 feet, the spread of these pellets after passing through a person, the spread of them is probably, that window may be 26 inches wide. So that's going to be the spread. Obviously, there can be some deflection of the pellets as they pass through the body of the victim.
Would that be a variable?
Sure.
Okay. So do you know the spread of a shotgun every yard? How much it spreads, the cone? Do you know how much it spreads per yard?
What kind of choke?
Any choke, any gauge?
I don't
Do
know.
you
the number.
know?
I don't know the number off
Okay,
the top of my
you
head.
don't know. Do you even know it, not even off the top of your head, without looking it up?
I would have to look it up.
Okay. And do you know the range of fire for 10 feet, what that spread is? In centimeters, do you know? Or inches, well, either.
I don't have this committed to memory. I would look it up.
Is that even something you've ever known, or is that something you would have to look up?
Like I said before, I have tested such things before and
Not
I've
asking
certainly
for what you
read
tested.
literature. But again, it's not something that I have committed to memory. Again, this, if you wanted to know something like that, if that was helpful in this particular case, then what you would do is then you would go to the literature and find those answers. But I don't have that memorized.
Well, aren't you rendering an opinion by drawing a line, by saying somehow that exited the shotgun? I mean, we saw the pictures with you standing there with your shotgun up and we see this line. Are you not giving an opinion of its exit?
I'm giving an opinion that a pellet from that shotgun followed that line and struck the tree.
And yet you don't even know the cone and the rate of expansion of a shotgun. How can you give that opinion?
You don't need to know that.
Okay.
So because what you have here, you got a hole in the window and we have a slide for it. There's a hole in the window. There is a impact mark on the tree. That pellet traveled a straight distance between those 2 points, and 2 points forms a line. You don't need to know the spread. I mean, that's actually what happened. Was a pellet came out of that gun, it passed through the victim, it went through a hole in the window, and it hit the tree.
How do you know that it passed the victim? You know that.
Well, it has 9 pellets in the shotgun.
Mhm.
Paul had 1 pellet in his shoulder. Sled recovered 7. I recovered 9. So I recovered the last pellet.
All right. So how do you know that? How do you know that? What are you basing that on? What you just testified to, what are you basing that on?
Well, when I looked at the sled records, they found 7 pellets, or that went through his body. They didn't find all the pellets, but he had 8 entrance wounds. He had 7 exit wounds. They found 1 pellet in his body, so that's 8. But we know the manufacturer puts 9. When I went to the crime scene in October 19 of 2021, the 9th buckshot pellet was in the window frame.
How do you know that was the 9th buckshot pellet that went through? Did you analyze it?
Well,
Did you analyze it?
I didn't analyze it,
Okay.
but
Are you assuming?
Not allowing him to answer the question. He said, I didn't analyze it, but, and then he interrupted him.
I didn't hear the but. Go ahead.
Oh, so the window got shot, right? Most of the pellets went through the window. Some of the pellets went through the little white parts of the window. There was 1 pellet that Sled didn't recover, and the reason is it was under kind of the lip. You know how where you pick up on a window, there's a thing where you put your fingers. It was under that, but still there. So you have a pattern of buckshot pellets like this big. And so you got 9 holes basically, or 8, because there's 1 pellet left in the victim, right? So
How many?
9 minus the 1, so you have 8. There are 8 holes in that window. In my world, that's a very high probability that those that from the shot that injured Paul Murdaugh.
2 slides forward. 2 slides forward. What's this big thing here at the bottom? That big opening. Exhibit 47.
Are you talking about the missing glass?
Yeah, what is that?
It's missing glass.
All right. How many pellets went through there?
I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I counted for every pellet, except for the one that was missed by the crime scene investigators, which is under the.
Let's talk about that. How many grains was the pellet you located on the windowsill?
I never weighed it.
Again, how do you know it came from there? Do you really know it came from there, or are you assuming it came from there?
Well, the
What do you
window
know?
got shot with buckshot and there's one missing pellet. Again, in my world, there's a very high confidence level that that missing pellet is there.
Is that the same confidence level that you're using for all these other opinions?
Yeah.
That you found a pellet?
All my opinions are at a very high confidence level. Yes.
Well, we're going to go through them.
We're
The
going to
line
get to
here,
them.
we got.
I object
Sorry.
to that question. We're going to get to them. That's what he said.
All right. Of course, sustains the objection to the comment.
The rope here, this orange rope, is that the one that continues back to the tree?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any formal training in what a projectile does if it strikes anything, be it human flesh or glass, or any of the other items that would have been located? Do you have any training in that?
Again, not formal training, but it obeys the laws of physics, and I've tested it myself, and I've studied impacts. It's a big part of what I do.
Have you done a test where you shot shotguns through glass, through wood, and through a human body, and then measured where they ended up? Have you done those tests?
No, you don't need to test it because you can just look and see what happened to it.
So is the answer no?
I didn't do any testing with the shotgun here, but why would you need to test? Because I think we got the same slide up there. Would you agree with me? Well, I can't ask you a question, but that pellet right there went through that window and it lodged in a tree or damaged the tree. I don't need to test that because that's just what happened.
All right. Is it your opinion that it can only be that pellet? There's no other possibility. No other possibility. Is that your opinion?
Well, I'm not saying that there might be some highly lower probability, but if you stand in that room and we have holes, and just like you've shown, they're scattered all over that window, and you look in the direction of the damage to the tree where Paul was injured, that is the only one. And it's just I don't think it really matters one way or the other. All I can say is that I think the shot went through Paul in the manner that I presented it today.
Okay.
It really doesn't matter to me all that much which pellet went through which hole.
And I just want to be clear, you have no formal training in this, no pathological training, correct?
I am not a pathologist.
But you opine that you believe it went through Paul and then exited the window and struck that tree, but you have no formal training in any of that, correct? No pathology, no firearms, no shotgun specific training other than anecdotal shooting a shotgun? None of that, no formal trainings. Is that correct?
I would disagree with all of that because again, it doesn't take a pathologist. There's a small entry wound into Paul's chest. So all 9 pellets enter. 1 remains in his body. 8 leave his body.
You are sitting here opining about pathology. Is that correct?
I don't see how that's pathology. Okay. That's simple math. Okay. It's 9 minus 1 is 8.
Exhibit, I don't know what page this is, exhibit 81 or 80. All right, reverse it. We'll start there. Go back if you wouldn't mind, a couple. Yeah, right here. Did you take this picture?
No.
How many inches does that look like he is tall?
Well, you can't tell how tall he is because of the way this picture's taken.
Well, what does it look like?
This shows his shoulder 64 inches.
What about his head?
You can't tell.
You can't see a number at the top of there?
No, because you'd have to be above the top of his head or right in line with the top of his head. The only thing you can glean from this picture is that his shoulder is 64 inches above the floor.
All right, I'm going to ask you about use of Faro. Are you the one who actually operates the Faro equipment?
I do, but in this particular time, somebody else did.
And did your equipment, has it been calibrated recently?
Yes, we calibrate every year.
Every what? Sorry.
Every year.
Did you actually operate it this night?
No, I believe Michael
Or this
Whitley,
day, whatever it is.
who's a biomedical engineer in my office, I believe he was the one that day that was doing the scanning.
You described Faro as the as a sort of a time of flight laser. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it uses a laser and it creates points. It creates a point cloud.
Is it fair to say, though, it's not actually a time of flight laser, it's a phase-based laser? Would that be more accurate?
I have no idea.
So you don't know?
I don't know.
All right, beginning at, if just toward the very beginning of the slide works. No, the first slide, just the beginning of the presentation, the defense exhibit. Yeah, like slide 1. Did you do the addition? I know that we're going to get to it, but there's some individuals you put in the Faro report. Were you the one who actually added that 3D render, or was someone else do it?
No, I had several engineers help me on this project. So Aaron Kiefer is an engineer in my office. He did a lot of the work on the point cloud, and Matt Kiefer, actually his brother, did work with taking those scanned people and turning them into shooters. So I would say 5 or 6 engineers in my office have worked on this particular project.
All right. What we're seeing here is a quail, what's called the quail pen. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And again, this is not your picture. This was the one taken from the night of the incident.
This is a crime scene picture the night of the murders.
Okay. And next exhibit, please, exhibit 63. Would this be a close-up of that?
Yes.
And the panel here, that's a paper product. I think you already testified to it, but that's a paper type product.
Yes.
Okay. You can actually see it's like bending, warped because it got wet.
Yes.
So it's pretty thin.
Yes.
All right, and the next slide, please. Now, this is what's purported to be a projectile hole. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that is a projectile hole.
And you testified, I think you testified about the, what you told me, what did you call this indentation on the right side of that hole?
I called it a white mark. The bullet's coming in at 41 degrees, kind of from the right. So that represents where the tip of the bullet first touched the cardboard or the fiberboard.
And I think you already testified this, but you have no formal training or experience or certifications in crime scene investigations. Is that correct?
I've answered that. It all comes from experience and my education.
And are you aware that there's a margin of error for the angles that may be measured in a projectile, especially if it's a soft paper product?
Sure. There can be, and also depends on how you measure it. So I took what Special Agent Worley measured. Like I said before, it looked like our angle varied a little bit based on it didn't match up with the other physical evidence. That's why I picked a range. I picked a range of 1.5 to 3 degrees.
Keep going. Next one, please. And right here, we're seeing a metal dowel. Is that your understanding what that is?
I don't know if it's metal or fiberglass, but it's some type of material like that that's going to be straight.
And on top of it is an angle measurer. Is that fair to say? And they're sitting on top of that hole, which is essentially a paper product. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And no projectile was actually recovered from this direction of shot. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
All right. If you wouldn't mind skipping forward to exhibit 35. How tall is that doghouse at its highest point?
It's probably going to be about 4 feet tall.
What are you relying on when you say that?
This is Special Agent Worley's notes.
Does your FARO make measurements of items? I think you testified to that.
It does. If you wanted me to give you my measurement of it, I would, have to open it up. It might take a while if you want to take a break.
So you don't know off the top of your head?
I do not have the doghouse height memorized.
All right, moving forward. And I think we saw here, this is the entry spot of the projectile into the doghouse. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Moving forward. Moving forward. And this again would be the same thing, a rod, but this time in a more firm. You would agree the wood in this case is much more firm than the quail pen paper product, right?
Yes, it's thicker.
And the bullet, which appeared to have gone through the doghouse and was recovered from inside, is that your understanding, having reviewed the crime scene?
Yes.
Crime scene reports?
Yes.
And do you have any formal study, experience, training, or otherwise on what a bullet might do when it strikes wood or whatever the interior of the dog pen held, including the earth?
Well, again, it's the same line of questioning. It would be based on my experience. I can't say that I've ever done any specific testing for wood. I've certainly reviewed papers and literature concerning such, but typically I don't go into that area of ballistics. I look more at impact marks and then just the flight path of the bullet, because that's just physics.
And then I'm going to fast forward to some of your FARO images. If you wouldn't mind, scoot forward a little bit more. Keep going, please. All right, here in these, the body that's laying there covered in a sheet that was added after the fact. That's not part of the FARO scan. Is that right?
That is correct. That was added as well as the evidence markers.
All right. And I know the markers we see on this picture is just representative. There's the placards. And is this the one where you tried to merge kind of what the placards were with the FARO scan?
Yes.
And the little circular X's, is that the computer assisted drawing that you made based on the measurements performed by Special Agent Worley?
That's correct.
All right. Okay. All right. If you would mind, scoot forward to where we start with these green lines. There you go. All right. And we're looking at exhibit. It doesn't even say, but exhibit with the two lines spread out. Is that the representative of the two different angles that were noted on the quail pen?
Yes.
So do you know which one's which one's the 1 degree and which one's the 3?
Well, the 3 degree is going to slope towards the ground quicker. So that would be the bottom line. And then the 1.5 slopes less, it's more gradual slope. So it would be the top line.
Going forward 1. And here's where you inserted a 3D person as a 5'2" person. Is that who you inserted there?
Yes.
Okay. And you chose to insert a 5'2" individual shooting from the hip in that manner that aligns with that green line. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. And nowhere on here is any other individual on that green line. Is that correct? You didn't put any other images here. You only chose to put a 5'2" individual slinging a gun on his hip.
Well, that's what matches. If the person was any taller, then they would have to be towards the quail pen. If they were any shorter, then they would be behind the shooter. Or the shooter would be in a different posture.
And do you have any idea if a bullet can ricochet?
Of course.
They can, right?
Yes.
If they hit something.
Yes.
And you don't know, because we didn't recover that bullet, but you don't know if that was a ricochet. Is it possible?
It could be possible, but I don't see any evidence from the crime scene investigation that it was a ricochet.
Okay, but it's possible, right?
I think it's very unlikely because of the hole in the side of the quail pen. Usually when a bullet ricochets, it'll get upset. So the hole in the quail pen should have been bigger.
So the shooter, according to your lines here, the shooter could have been anywhere on that line. Is that correct? Anywhere on that line?
Yes.
All right, if we keep going. This is just another one showing them same posture, just on different points of those lines. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So as long as that's done, and we'll not worry about the 5'2", 11-year-old, but if anyone's on that line, it could have been accurate, right? If that gun is anywhere on that line, according to you, it could have been accurate. Is that right? It could have been that shot.
Yes.
Anywhere.
That's what I explained is that the line by definition establishes where the weapon is. Then the next step would be to figure out where the person is, or where the shooter is.
I just want to be clear. Anywhere from this point all the way, I guess, until it hits it would eventually hit the ground, right?
Correct.
Anywhere until it hits the ground, somewhere back behind where the bodies are located. It's your testimony that is consistent with what you're seeing.
Yes.
As long as that gun is on that line.
Yes.
So we can just remove the 11-year-olds from the equation. As long as that gun's on that line, it fits with what you're saying your mathematics is saying. It lines up. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you didn't provide any renders of any other adult-sized human beings perhaps kneeling, did you?
Repeat that?
You didn't do any other renders along these lines of an adult-sized human being kneeling on the ground while shooting, did you?
No, what I did do is consider that because, I mean, obviously from your question, you kind of can see that in your mind. Okay.
I'm just asking for a yes or no.
Well, I did. Let me explain.
He's attempting to answer the question. Again.
Okay. So what I did for that question, because I figured that you would ask me it, but what I did was at 1 foot increments from the quail pen, all the way out to 60 feet. And at 60 feet, you're getting pretty close to where that line goes underground. It actually goes underground about 73 feet, okay? So what I did was I looked at the height of the shooter's hand, just like we did this morning in front of the jury. And the other thing I looked at was where the center of the shell casings, the empty casings were, okay? And I looked in a 12-foot circle around the shell casings, like the center of those shell casings, figuring that everything that I've seen, typically these rifles are going to be 8, 10, 12 feet, big variable. And it's just, just a rough number. This is what I did though. First thing you look at is that Alex is 76 inches tall. I measured to his knee is 25 inches. So that means that if he went down on one knee, his shoulder is still 51 inches above the ground. And if he shouldered the rifle in a kneeling position, he still can't make the quail shot because the muzzle would be above where the hole is. So that's number one. So the more you back him up, then it just gets more and more improbable. So then what I said was this. So I looked at this, and the height of the shooter's hand, whoever the shooter was and whatever posture they were in, was between, assuming a 12-foot, big 12-foot radius circle. So however big that is, 24 feet circle around the shell casings. The shooter's hand is 16.2 to 27.6 inches above the ground. So that's basically 2 feet above the ground. So that's why it only fits you said 11-year-old kid, but it only fits with a short person, or with some bizarre shooting posture that doesn't match an aiming position or a normal shooting position or just an abnormal shooting position. That's where I'm coming from is, and I invite you, I mean, with the blackout here, if you want to, try to put this gun 27.6 to 16.2 inches and tell me that that's not somebody that's very low to the ground.
Answer me this. How far off the ground is that gun right there in the 12-year-old's hand?
Which one?
He's never said 12-year-old.
Objection is overruled.
Which shooter?
Doesn't matter.
There's no record, nothing in the record about a 12-year-old shooting this gun.
Objection is overruled.
Let's go with the back guy. I'll call him the far shooter.
12-year-old. How high is that gun?
So he is 33 feet from the quail pin. And if you look at that, which is the 1.5 at 33. Yep, the bottom of his hand is gonna be like right there at that 28-inch mark.
Where's the line located? Right there, the line where the barrel, according to you, is.
At 33 feet, the muzzle,
The muzzle.
33 feet for the rear shooter. Uh, 39.6.
39 inches.
39.6.
39 inches.
Yep.
Do you have a tape measure? Oh, here we go. Inches right there.
Yeah.
If we back it up 10 feet, back it up 10 feet. What's the distance? What's the green line at? 10 feet back, so 40 feet.
It would be 36.5.
36.5. That's 3 feet, 3 feet 5.5 inches. Is that right?
That is correct.
My finger, that look about right?
Yes.
Right there?
Yes.
Right there.
Yes.
But we got this. We got your renders that you went with are these two, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, if we wouldn't fast forward a little bit. Right here, okay. So now we got, what's the angle of this doghouse that you calculated?
That's 14 degrees.
All right, and the shooter, the little youth there, the youth is how far away from that?
.4 feet.
And how high off the ground is that green line where he's standing? Little guy.
The muzzle is 29 inches above the ground.
29 inches.
Maybe 30.
30 inches. So right here? 30?
Yes.
So 30 inches when you're up close, right next to that doghouse. So what happens then when you back? I see the line, it's going upwards. So what happens when you back up? I mean, soon it's going to be over the little guy's head, right?
Yes.
Okay. But what happens if you're not such a little guy? If you back up, I don't know, let's back us up 5 feet. What happens?
Let's see. So that would be about 47.4.
47.4. Let's see. That about right?
Yes.
I can bring it closer.
Yes.
40, you see it?
Yes.
Okay. 47.4. It's right there.
Yes.
I'm glad we could demonstrate those heights to the jury. Thank you. if you would fast forward a little bit more about, it doesn't have an exhibit number, but like 5 slides. Right. Right. Yeah. Right here's fine. That's good. That's good. Now, and I just want to be clear, you talk about casings. It's cartridge casings, and you're aware that shotguns have shells and rifles have cartridges. Is that correct? Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
Yeah. I call it a rifle cartridge, but a rifle cartridge would be the bullet and the casing and the gunpowder inside the casing, but I call them rifle casings.
Okay. Well, I mean, before you just called it shell casings, I just want to be clear. All right. So and you talked about, I know you spent some time talking about the ejection of cartridge casings from a rifle or an AR style rifle. But you have no training or experience in that other than the studies you've personally conducted. Is that right?
That's correct. In literature, which again, for this rifle, it's supposed to be 3 o'clock to 4:30, which is 45 degrees behind, but it can be forward. It can be straight out to the side.
And I'm just tapping into common sense here, but you weren't at the scene the night of the murders. Is that right?
I was not there.
And so is it possible that cartridge casings were moved?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ejected in an unorthodox manner?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ricocheted off of something, hit something and ricocheted?
Yes.
Okay. So where they laid, and this is just, again, tapping into common sense, not your engineering background, but where they laid may not necessarily be where they fell that night. Is that fair to say?
Yes. You're looking for just the area. For instance, if you're thinking about a shooting position 60 feet away, it makes no sense. But anywhere in that 24 feet that I'm talking about, yes, because there's casings there.
And here, what are we showing here? Remind me again what this, and I think there's one before it too, an exhibit before. What are we seeing here with the intersection of the 3 lines? What are you saying?
I'm saying that the 2 shots made in 2 different directions can be made from approximately the same spot.
Does that assume, though, that someone's shooting from approximately the same spot? Does that assume that right there? This is assuming someone's in the general same area when they shoot.
Well, I used a constant height shooter, put them on the trajectories, and they end up in the same spot.
Is it possible that someone shoots from one position and then moves to another position before they shoot again? Is that possible?
Sure.
Okay. And along your lines, it's very possible that someone could have shot over here, and again, they were maybe a bigger person than the 12-year-old, and someone could have then moved before they shot again. Is that a possibility? Is that possible?
Of course. Well, I mean, that's what this slide depicts, is the shooter moving.
Fred, is it possible that they were back here and moved maybe just a little bit more than the 2 feet you put on your drawing?
No, they would have to change their shooting posture. That's kind of the whole point is, it's like, for instance, if you want to, like your line of questioning, let's say that the shooter is laying down or on one knee, then stands up and shoots from the hip. I don't know if that's really consistent with a moving shooter, but it's my understanding from what people have determined and what I've heard in expert reports from the state is that they think the shooter was moving. So I was thinking that it doesn't have to be, but what's most likely is somebody is walking around shooting a gun.
Okay. Again, you weren't there. You have no firearms training. Is that right? Or certifications? Or crime scene training or certifications. Is that right?
I was not there.
So this is your best guess. Is that what it is?
No, that is not a guess.
So it
that is based, let me finish. That is based on all of the engineering principles, the physical evidence that was collected by both myself and Special Agent Worley. That is the physical evidence. Now, as you've done today, you can think about alternatives, and there very well can be alternatives, but you have to look at how likely the alternatives are. And that's what I'm doing here. There's always going to be variables. You can move things around, but I think as I've tried to get across today, is that you draw a conclusion when you look at the evidence.
And you're here to say, to testify to these jurors that your most likely answer is that it was a 12-year-old, two 12-year-olds at 5'2".
Your Honor, there's been no testimony that two 12-year-olds are involved in this anyway, misstating the facts.
Sustain the objection.
You're saying, though, that 5'2", which we can all guess approximates what size individual or age of individuals, that's your best guess of what went on that night?
It's not a guess. And again, it's not two individuals. It could be one person moving slightly there. But that is not a guess. That is my opinion. And I've tried to explain it to the court as best as I possibly can.
Just to be clear, I'm going to move to exhibit 50, I believe it's 53, right there. Did this line account for the trajectory of the bullet either going through glass, other objects, or a human being?
Well, as we've discussed before, I would not anticipate any deflection through the glass, but there could have been some deflection through the body. So what that would account for is that where I'm standing or where that string is could have moved a little bit going through the body, but I think everybody's agreed that the shotgun is inside the door. So that would limit how far you could move the shotgun side to side based on deflection due to contacting something solid inside the body.
All right, so I didn't hear a yes or no. Did it account for the projectile traveling through a human body, glass, or any other objects that were then located in that room that night? Does it account for that? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't account for it, but you could see, how that has to change or could change because the amount that you can move the shotgun around from that position is limited by the opening in the doorway.
And same thing for the green laser lines we saw earlier. Does that account for the projectile passing through a human body, wood, any other object that it passed through? Did your calculations account for that trajectory?
Well, that path is a straight line path. It could have passed through a human body. It passed through the layers of the quail pen, but it's traveling straight at that point. Did your calculations, I'm going to ask it again because I need a yes or no answer. Did your calculations account for the projectiles in the other examinations, the green line ones? Did it account for the projectiles passing through an item such as wood or a human body? Did it account for that? No, I did not put there that the projectile somehow interacted with anything else and was deflected. All right, I'm going to go over a few variables if you wouldn't mind. So variables in doing all these calculations are, would you agree, it's where the gun was held? That's a variable. Not for the trajectories. So you won't concede that where the gun was held is a variable in a calculation, such as yours. Which calculation? It doesn't matter. We're talking about either your shotgun calculation or your rifle one. Was where the gun held a variable that you have to account for in making this determination? Where the gun was held physically? Not for the shot trajectories. All right. Will you concede then that it was a variable in the AR-300 blackout scenario? No, the shot trajectories, it doesn't matter where the gun is being held. So where the gun's held in your mind makes no difference? No, the gun is on the shot trajectory. I think I've explained that. Is it a variable of how the gun was held? No. Not a variable. Is it a variable if the party shooting was moving? Again, no, the barrel of the gun was on that shot line, in my opinion.
Is it a variable if the party that the bullet would have potentially passed through was moving? Is that a variable?
No,
Is it a variable to you if the party was jumping or ducking? Is that a variable to you?
no,
Is it a variable if the party was maybe turning side to side? Is that even a variable?
not for what I've done.
Okay, so you're saying no to everything I just asked, and all of those, you would agree, all of those variables that I listed include motion. Is that right?
Yes, those would all be if you were trying to figure out the orientation of the person that was shot, which is something that I did not do, and that's something I don't do. It's not my field of expertise.
Anything further? All right, well, let's stand while we're indulging.
Looks like a stretch break. Everybody grab something to drink, a stretch, walk around. This is a long day, a very long day. And I'm wondering if we are calling it for the day.
Okay.
All right, and further to the variables, I think you just said it's not is it not a variable to you? Trying to ask this as clearly as possible. Sorry, strike that. Is it a variable if the person that is being shot is moving? Is that a variable to you?
That is not a variable to me.
And is it a variable to you if the person who's doing the shooting is moving?
That is not a variable to me.
Would you agree, though, in general, people do move?
Yes, in my experience, people move.
That's it. No further questions.
So much to straighten out. Let's deal with his last questions. About the variables. You're an expert. I'm going to give you a hypothetical real quick. Bullet hole 10 feet up, bullet hole 5 feet up. What does that tell you?
And the bullet's descending.
Right. And if you put a dowel through that, would you see where it possibly came from and where it possibly went?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, it's a line, correct?
Yes.
So what does knowing where the gun was being held have to do with any of that?
It has no bearing on the physics of the flight of the bullet. It may have something to do with maybe where the shooter was positioned relative to the weapon, right? Or, if some other variable, but I'm not testifying about those subject matters.
Right. So all the, well, let me ask you this. The data you run this trajectory, was that generated by SLED?
Yes.
And so do they indicate any evidence of ricochet?
No.
Do they indicate any evidence of bullet passing through a person?
No.
Didn't they test the one bullet they found in the dog shed for DNA and tissue or some sort of organic matter?
Yes.
Didn't find any.
No.
So you're basically just saying this is the line. based on the SWED, Agent Worley putting a dowel through and then figuring out the angles, correct?
Yes.
Are based on the angle from the quail pen going down. It was an upward shot, correct?
You cannot lead the witness, though I've heard no objections to it.
I haven't heard any objections either, Your Honor.
Well, the court is objecting. You cannot lead the witness.
Trying to cut to the chase, I apologize. You were asked a question about the number of pellets. Did you review Agent Worley's report of her notes based on her visit to the location on July 16, 2021?
Yes.
Let me hand you these to see if it refreshes your memory. You go through those.
Okay.
Let me see it, please.
Right.
Any objection to putting this in evidence?
No objection.
I have to read that. Elma. Offer this in evidence, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Let's go page by page. This is the page one, and then we'll go through that. Okay, how about take it down a little bit? Oh, no, that's okay, that's fine, that's fine. So, what is being recorded in this document and by who? It's a SLED report, right?
Yes, it's just a listing of the observations that
Okay.
Special Agent Worley was observing at the crime scene.
Okay, so let's go down to the bottom of this page, okay? What's there, that shadow? What's that about? Okay, so tell me what that says. What does that mean?
Those are the following bullet defects in feed room: the doghouse, the small animal cage, and the workshop were scaled, labeled, and photographed.
Okay, so what is the defect A, B, C, D, and E?
Those are 5 projectiles in the feed room window.
And I think we previously heard those are buckshot pellets.
Yes.
You can't lead the witness.
Okay. Go to the next page, please. So how many is that?
5.
Okay, keep going. Top of the page, please. Okay, and so it can, what happens here? Defect F, G, and M.
F and G are projectile entered the interior side of the window. Defect K is a possible defect in the exterior side of the window screen.
And that accounts for how many pellets?
You got 7.
Okay, and how many pellets were there?
9.
Okay. Is this where you got your information that you were asked about by the state?
Yes, and I mean, there was a report by Tom Bevel. He talked about the evidence. The evidence been listed. So there are several documents that you could go to find the stuff that was collected at the site.
Okay, and then going down doghouse, this would be, what is that? What does that cover?
Maybe push it down.
Push it down just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah, the doghouse was, there was the entrance defect, then there was a possible entrance defect. It was like a really small hole. No projectile recovered, and then there was a projectile entered the lower middle area, the southeast exterior side, exited the interior side, and entered the bedding. And the projectile was previously collected from the bedding.
Okay, so it says a flight path rod was placed through defects 1 and something.
I think that's I and I1.
I and I1.
Yes,
Okay, and was documented with photographs. You've seen those photographs?
I have.
An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the. I'm just reading. I'm not leading him. I'm reading the document that's in evidence. I'm publishing it.
All right.
Thank you. An angle finder determined vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 76 degrees, and a protractor. Protractor and a plumb bob determined the horizontal angle to be approximately 84 degrees. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that or was that inconsistent with the photographs you saw taken by Agent Worley of her performing those tests?
I think it's off the horizontal angle, I think, was off a degree.
A degree,
Right.
based on the photograph.
Right.
But you weren't there.
No.
So you're looking at a photograph and saying it's off a degree, but maybe she had a better perspective. Could she had a better perspective than you did than what you saw in the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Small animal cage. That says defect J, projectile entered the exterior side of the cardboard on the southwest end of the cage, exited the interior sides of the cardboard and the chicken wire. Defect J1 traveled through chicken wire on the back wall of the cage and entered the southeast wall of the workshop. Defect J2 exited the interior side of the workshop wall, defect J, and struck a vertical shelf beam that was perpendicular to the wall. A flight path rod was placed through defects J to J2, was documented with photographs. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 87 degrees and the horizontal approximately 41 degrees. And is that consistent with the photographs you saw?
Yes, except for the one that's 3 degrees.
Right,
and
that's
then,
3 degrees.
And then there was one with 1.5, and again, for the reasons
And
I've
that's why we
stated.
see the two paths. You do 1 at 1.5, 1 at 3. Now, in any of this, did you read anything about I'm not quite done yet. No, I'm done with that one. But about ricochet or any biologic material on anything or anything that indicated pass through a person or a wall or anything. Was there anything recorded by their agent that would indicate any of that? That was collected by their agents that would indicate any of that?
No.
Okay. Now, what do you know what this is?
This is Agent Worley's drawing of the window.
Okay. And what does it indicate?
It indicates the 7 buckshot pellets that pass through the window.
Okay. How about let's see the other one. What is this?
It's another drawing showing where the 7 buckshot pellets went through the window.
Okay. One's from inside, one's from outside? Or
Yes.
What? Okay. Yes. So there are 7 buckshot. And which one of these is the one you measured through?
If that's the outside,
Yeah. Maybe it is.
I measured through a defect B1,
What does
which
that
would
say
be
at the
the
top?
upper leftmost.
Exterior side, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So I went through B1.
Okay. And is this consistent with what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't get to look at this until October, correct?
Of 2022.
22. Right. Now, these drawings, their examination was done in June and July of 21, within a month of the murders, correct?
Yes.
And what you had to go on basically was photographs, right?
Objection to the leaving room.
What, if anything, did you have to rely on to do the analysis?
Well, the information and data that SLED collected because.
I'm sorry, who collected it?
SLED.
Okay, and
Right, because they were there very early on and I was not. And then also went and took a look at the physical evidence, and I found some stuff there that was helpful to my investigation itself. So it wasn't 100% based on SLED, but a lot of this information came directly from SLED.
Okay, do you know when Alex Murdaugh was charged with murder? Was it July of 22?
I don't remember.
But at some point over a year after the murders?
Yes.
Okay. And you were retained and got out there within 90 days of his arrest, correct?
Yes.
But they waited over a year to arrest him, correct?
Yes.
So my question is, I mean, these issues raised, would the ammo that you use for your sound testing, whether you were using the same brand or some different brand, did it make any difference?
No.
No basis in his expertise.
What, if any, difference would it have made in the acoustical issues you were testing? Different ammo?
None. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Your Honor. Was he able to? I'm sorry. Was he able to answer that?
Objection was overruled. Your answer.
Thank you.
It makes no difference. All the shotguns are right in the same range. It doesn't matter. The rifles are in the same range. Weapons of this type are not loud enough to be heard inside the house from that distance with all the variables.
Okay, you were also asked a question about how loud the sound was if you went in a laboratory. The length of the distance you said was between the kennels and the house, outside the house, and I think you said, was it 100 decibels?
Yes, it's about like 103, 104.
Okay, and he went to a chart saying that would be like a airplane at 300 meters.
Yes.
Would you be able to hear that inside the house?
Depends on what's going on inside the house, but at that level, you would just, I don't want to, it's been a long day, but it depends on where the energy of the sound is in what's called octave bands and 1/3 octave bands. So in other words, the sound of a gunshot is different than the sound of a jet airplane because it's not the same noise. So there's more to the question, but even if apples to apples, if you had that level of noise outside, which it wasn't because it wasn't a laboratory setting, it was actually only about 85 decibels outside the house, which would have been audible if you're outside. You could be a couple miles away and hear these gunshots if you were outside.
So if you were a couple miles away and you were outside, not inside a house, you could hear those shots.
You could, yes.
About,
as long as there's not a lot of traffic or you're not cutting the grass, if it was quiet and you're outside, you could hear those gunshots. You just can't hear them in the house.
Can't hear them in the house. Now, did you find any data, any reports, anything you looked at for SWAG that they did any of the trajectory calculations that you did?
No.
They did a computer simulation, right?
Or a scan. They scanned the same way I did.
And then when you look at it, we saw it 4 weeks ago, there's a sort of a
Objection to the leading. Objection sustained.
Did they do, if any, did they do Faro computer generated? Did they do one?
All I know is that they did scan the scene in July, just like I did, but I have not yet seen anything from them using their scan.
And did they, again, not again, but I want to make sure I understand this. They got the information, strike that. What if any trajectory computations that they do, SWAT, any FBI, anybody hired by these guys over here do on trajectory? Did you see anything?
No.
So the first time anybody's done any trajectory calculations is you. And as you indicated, we were going through that PowerPoint last night, trying to make sure it was understandable. But sort of, One last question. Was there anything to prevent SWAT, FBI, anybody from doing the same calculations you did? Well, just two last questions. That you did, anything preventing them? Do they have any, what if any obstacles were there to SWAT or these private people they hired doing the same thing you did?
None.
And let me get this straight. He kept talking about children 5'2". Young lady, stand up. That's a clerk in my office. She's 5'3". So
Objection is sustained.
she's not a child. That's all I'm trying to point out. She's 22.
Objection to the commentary.
Objections.
Apologize to the court, Your Honor. Based on your calculations, and on the assumption that somebody would be holding their head in which you could operate that weapon. What, if any, opinion do you have as to whether that person could be Alex Murdaugh shooting into that quail pen?
It can't be.
Thank you.
I know you just answered that question, but it could be anyone on those green lines. Is that right? Your green lines that you drew could be anyone along that green line.
That is correct.
Could be anyone who could fit along that green line. Is that true?
The weapon is on the green line. And then so, as I've tried to explain before, the next thought process is that, okay, for people of different sizes, what do they have to do to put their hands on the weapon to fire it?
Thank you.
While it's sitting on that green line.
So to be clear, is that a yes, anyone on that green line? As long as this gun travels on that green line, it would fit anyone on that green line.
That is correct.
Thank you. And if you were down at the kennels when a shotgun was shot and a 300 Blackout was shot, if you were down at the kennels, would you have heard it?
Yes.
No further questions.
You step down. And ladies and gentlemen, that be it for this day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Looking at it's almost 5:30 now. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. Have a good evening. You just hold still while the jurors leave, since it's taking you a while to get up.
Or let me just tell you, this testimony today, I don't know what to do with this guy. I'm gonna leave him up just in case. I'm just getting dizzy making him go back and forth. Hey, Mrs. Cassandra, you came in right just we're getting ready. You know, that witness was draining.
Yes, to 9:30.
Yeah, all he said was 9:30. That's it. They are done. So I'm going to pull that down in a second. I'm going to mute it in case that goes off with that siren, you know. Yes, his name is Mike Sutton. He's a accident recreator, scene recreator. Like he does accidental scenes. He recreates them for juries, for trials, mostly civil suits, to show how something occurred. When he's not a firearm, I mean, the prosecution did a good job of what he wasn't. And, you know, for what he does, I guess that he was pretty good. But it does seem he was the wrong expert for this particular situation. The defense would like us all to think that that's plausible, everything he was saying, but he's, you know, David Fernandez had a good point there. You're acting like two 12-year-olds came up and shot him, like this 5'2" scenario. No, anyone along that line with the gun, that was the trajectory of the gun. If you go farther back, that's a taller person. End of story. Yeah, true, Helco. He did keep true to form there that the testimony was an accident. So, it was a train wreck, so there's an accident. I get it. Totally. Totally. Mm. Well, we're gonna start again tomorrow. We'll be here at 9 o'clock to go over again what happened today. Just try to put a little put a little cap on it and try to bring it up as far as a nutshell on what happened. So we'll start at 9 with a few things. Like I said in the chat, which will be preserved. My streams have been going up pretty quick, so you will be able to go back and get all the links that I dropped. There are the 3 actual interviews with Alex Murdaugh, his own words there. Okay, there's a couple. There's also the witness list is there. There's also 2 versions of Sled's Radovsky's actual timeline. There's the condensed version and the extended version, both listed for you, along with Brandy Churchwell's new PDF. She's got a website now, and she put her chart into a PDF that was updated this morning. First thing, I spoke with her, got the PDF, and I've linked you to that also. It should also Bearded Heretics video on the levels of analysis. Might not be a bad idea if these are the kind of witnesses they're going to throw at us. Just look at that, Has the trip been extended anymore? I don't know what that means, Mrs. Cassandra. Could you reformulate that? I'd be happy to answer that. Oh, has the trial been extended anymore? The trip being. I kind of like the way you said that. No, the trial has not been extended any farther that I know. The defense did say today that they think they'll be wrapping up Friday, which means that it'll go to jury when they're done, and it depends on jury deliberation after that. All I know is that Dr. Silkman is going to come back after the defense is done, and we're going to have another stream and talk about all their evidence and what they did. I know Mrs. Cassandra autocorrect be like, what on my life? I'm telling you. I understand. I feel your pain. But I want to thank all the mods. I want to thank everybody who hung out all day and kept me company. Thank you to Beck, who was here, and to Bearded Heretic, who was here, and to Clockwork Rex, and to Godless Granny answering questions in the chat. Thank you very much for coming up and keeping me some company. It gets lonely up here. Tomorrow we'll do the same thing. Drop the link if you have an idea of your theory or you want to talk about it. We will during breaks, especially during lunch. I'd like to ask some questions and stuff and cover some things with you guys during lunch. Lunch is a long one. So I think maybe we'll show some of those interviews then. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to fall asleep during them, though. So there you go. All right. So everybody, don't forget, like, share, and comment. I dropped the link to Granny's video one more time. Let me just get over there and grab that link one more time. She's going to be on in a bit. Go check her out. She got an interesting one tonight. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong. All right. That's the Twitter Bubba. Go check that out. This is the actual Granny link. Second link is Granny's stream. There you go for YouTube. Everybody, if you're interested, just go check that out. It should be pretty lit tonight. Hey, always just in time. All right. So I'm out, everyone. Have a great night. I'll see you in the morning.